Action Slack stream. We're live yet again for the alternate co-streaming setup here at Blast. If you want to check out the official stream, go ahead and head out there. But we will be streaming here all day today. And yes, my friends, we're going to start the stream the same way that we always do, by watching a bunch of bright flashing lights, singing copywritten music, and maybe saying a few naughty words. And we'll start that off in about 10 seconds, so everybody get those primes ready, because this is the alt stream. 100% the alt stream. Nothing bad could happen for the Blast Corporation.
Oh yeah, today's gonna be good. There's gonna be absolutely no issues whatsoever.
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah, no, for sure. Everything's gonna be really good. I'm feeling it. Grand finals.
Did
day?
Slacks?
He just went live on the main channel. Get out of here! Go, 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 go!
All right, everybody, 10 more seconds till we open the stream the same way we always do, making a tier list of which pro player I think might be match fixing at the event. And 5 more seconds, everyone. Don't worry, though. You can get your primes in right now, and we'll annoyingly read out your names in perpetuity until some of you have a...
What? Stream! You went live on the main stream. It's the B stream you're going to be co-streaming on.
That was a close one. Okay, don't worry, guys.
What's wrong with you?
The stream is not canceled. We're going to go ahead and fix that. Let's start up the real Blast stream.
You go over to the B stream. You have your fun over there, and we're going to get the main stream started with the actual grand finals.
Okay. Bye, everyone. Have fun at grand finals.
Thank goodness we're not going to be getting Slacks on the main stream here. There is, of course, that co-stream going on that B stream. They're having some unfiltered fun here, but you guys are watching the main broadcast. We're kicking off our very final day of Blast Slam. This is the first Blast Slam, and we're coming to an end, a conclusion already. We do have our grand finals, a best of 5, coming our way today, and joining me to start off this day is, of course, none other than Rhea, T-Gov, and Fia.
Was I supposed to talk that? Hello.
Yeah, normally I mean the other
Do your little catchphrase,
Brett.
nice. Go on, Fear, catchphrase.
What's my catchphrase?
Catchphrase.
Go on. I don't have a catchphrase.
Glass. The glass is always half
Thank
empty.
you very much.
The glass is always half, thank you. Okay.
I don't know about that one.
I'm trying to give him something on the
very good.
spot. Yeah,
Fear
look,
blast.
this man.
Sorry.
He's been working hard, all right? We've had a week long of Dota action. It's been a lot of fun. And yesterday was where our eyes were drawn to, because we gave way to our grand finalists. It is BetBoom who got that 2-over against Parivision, and Tundra as well, who came in and got a 2-0 against Extreme Gaming. So they went in here, and you might be thinking, God, surely they've had a very long, arduous run to the grand final.
Go on.
Yeah.
No, not at all. This gauntlet bracket right here, it's single elimination. And so on day number 1 of our eliminations, we saw OG and Spirit go home. Falcons and Heroic soon followed after. Gaimin and Liquid fell on the same day, with Parivision and Extreme Gaming just falling short to get to that grand final. And right now, between BetBoom and Tundra, one of them coming in to this grand final Sunday, it's going to go down in history for them. It's going to be some good memories. The other team, though, unfortunately, maybe walking away with
Another
something
second place.
Yeah, the Aug is used to.
Yeah. But both teams, it's going to be new, right? Because normally you have to play a best of 3 beforehand in Dota history. You know, you don't normally just play
Someone
a
comes
best
with
of
a lower
5.
bracket.
So often there's that argument of like the lower bracket momentum. Is the upper bracket going to hurt them as they have to wait to see who they play against? Like both teams, for like a first in some time, it's like they both upper bracket, right? They play yesterday, they play one series today. So it's going to be kind of fresh vibes for a grand final, at least, compared to, you know, all the other tournaments that we see in the year.
Yeah, the momentum isn't going to come from a series that's happened today. It's going to have to come from their series yesterday. So let's go ahead and take a look and see exactly how those series played out.
JPK opened for the fight to try and bring down no one. They got him in the end. Now a frostbite on the DM of Raising Field right in their faces. It's beautiful stuff. They got the Doom onto the Alchemist as well. Oh, he got the black hole on the Doom. That kills him. Dragon Knight gonna come back up soon. He's got it now, but TP's away instead. Denied by the Fire Blast. He'll die instead.
Oh my God. This is their opportunity to potentially try for more. They look towards Nightfall. Those in the top of Saxa. He comes in with the beautiful RP.
Oh, what a beauty.
much. Even with that Aghanim Scepter, he still dies through it.
There we go, XG. Let's see what they've got. They're trying to make the jump out, but the Ravage comes out. They're onto the 4 of them. Nightfall kills up PYW with ease. Lauren off to finish off at.CET.
Normally we would look at the previous series these two teams have played, and we would get a bit of a favorite coming into this one. But with both of them getting those 2-0s, both of them having fantastic highlights in that recap there, I'm really not sure who to favor in this grand finals. Tundra, BetBoom, teams that have made it to grand finals in the past, numerous times, especially for BetBoom since their creation, but ultimately not being able to close out a tournament, always just being the bridesmaid and never really the bride for themselves. And it's happened before in the way that they've versed up against each other. We've seen these two teams over the previous past few months. They come up against each other, and it's always gone. Majority gone in favor of Tundra. 11 games for themselves compared to the 2-game win for BetBoom.
Yeah, I mean, BetBoom always seems to have like some type of nemesis for them, whether it's like Falcons at the beginning of the year. Now Tundra definitely seems to have their number here, but a lot of these games were not necessarily very recent, right? And I think that's going to be the big thing for me. A lot of them did have Nightfall before. He jumped ship. He went to the winning side. We'll see if that'll be the case today here.
Yeah, I mean, also with the the 2 wins and 11, it's like of those 2 wins for BB, it was like 1 draw, 1 was a 2-1 loss in a best of 3. So they haven't really converted on 2 wins in a series to progress themselves against Tundra. It's always been Tundra going, you know what, we're winning this series, and worst case we draw. So I think historically, based on like that was a patch results of this 7.37, Tundra has the edge kind of the entire time.
And if you look at this tournament, it's Tundra with undefeated, 5 wins, I believe. And then you have BetBoom. Oh, 6, sorry. My bad. Sorry.
They did 4 in
Numbers are
groups,
hard, British.
That's right, I'll break it down. 4 in groups, and then 2 in the best of 3.
All right, yeah. So anyway, Tundra undefeated, and then BetBoom were only defeated 1 time by Parivision, who they just 2-0'd in their series. So they're both looking incredibly strong. Yeah. There's no way to really say this team's going to be better than the other. They were very, very dominant in all of their matches.
And maybe that could be something for BetBoom, right? Sure, you dropped that 1 game in group stage towards Parivision, but you come back and it feels like you're stronger in that series, right? In that best of 3 for yourself. So I don't know if that's like a longer series are the strength for BetBoom. They do better in a best of 3. Maybe a best of 5 is going to be even better for them. Where are your thoughts at with this roster exactly on the side of BetBoom, T?
Oh, for me? I feel like they have a pretty nice identity of aggression, right? They overlap their kind of playstyle really nicely to make sure when a core has a timing, other cores aren't just hitting creeps, they're also kind of subscribing to that fight. And that's why, like, when you're talking about the matchup between the two, it feels like they potentially could even struggle in this matchup against Tundra. Because Tundra, being the undefeated team, the fact that, yes, they were praising them and constantly having, like, the team fight drafts, the ability to stand their ground, I kind of feel like this grand finals will be less about Tundra having to change what they do. It'll be more how does BB approach each draft and making sure that they can fight into the eventual scaling and team fight control that Tundra will have. Because certain, lineups that they've presented themselves have looked punishable, right? Like a Crystal Maiden Hoodwink double support duo with Monking, like they were losing heavily in that early game. They should probably have lost some of these games, but then the teams they're playing against just weren't good enough to convert on the opportunities that they were presented.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think in this one, Tundra's probably going to be the one leading the tempo in the draft, at least, right? Not necessarily gameplay. They have their strategies. Any 33 team, you know what's coming, right? They're very organized. They're methodical in the drafting stage, but can you counter is going to be the question here. We'll have to see.
I think that's something that I've really liked for the growth of BetBoom over the years, right? And especially more recently, since they had that roster change post-TI for themselves. Obviously, something to note is the fact that they do have a stand-in, Kiyotaka not with them. GPK, who went inactive, sort of took a little bit of a break for himself after TI, has come back just for this tournament and stood in. And I think that's opened the door, actually, a lot for BetBoom and how they want to draft, exactly what they want to pick up for themselves. I think there's a little bit more freedom. But the other thing on top of that one, a little bit of a spoiler here, is who's been doing the drafting as well. I actually got to hear from that because someone that I have seen missing from their lineup is Bulk, right? Their coach, who's normally around. I don't know if you guys have noticed in the time that we saw them yesterday in the studio and now, but he's not actually here with them.
That's true.
Of course. Yeah.
Their manager is the one kind of like filling in a little bit.
Yeah, but it's actually Pure and Save.
Sure.
Or Pure. And he talked about how much he really enjoyed having that freedom for the draft for himself. So now I'm like, wow, he's the person doing the tempo. And maybe that's where we could see the draft be the key success for BetBoom and really relying heavily on him.
I mean, a carry player who's not afraid to pick his hero in the first phase, that's impressive. Normally when you're the carry player and you're drafting, it's like, no, I'll take a later pick, you know, I got the button clicking, but no, he's sacrificial in both draft player. No, I respect it. Again, sometimes having that little bit of a change up where you have a stand-in or have a different kind of perspective on the game, you have a honeymoon period and they're in another grand final, so it's working out for them.
I obviously gave you guys a little bit of insight there when I did speak to Pure, but also it was some insight that I got when I got to catch up with Kateomi. Kateomi, talk to me about how you expect this grand finals, this best of 5 to go.
I expect super nice 5 games with a lot of comebacks. Just enjoy Dota for both teams. Like, you know, super excited grand final.
Do you think it's going to be, you know, the 60-minute games or maybe quicker and closer to the 30, 40-minute mark of the games?
I'm pretty sure at least one 60-minute game will happen. Like, I feel like this grand final will be about comebacks, to be honest. Like. Yeah.
And even though you didn't play Tundra yesterday, you got to see them play. Was there anything that they did yesterday that caught you by surprise and really had to make you work hard last night in preparation for today?
I didn't prepare. Okay. I just play pubs and go sleep. Pure and safe prepare. I think they got something to show. Yeah.
So it's mostly Pure and Save in the past events as well that have been doing the prep work?
Yeah, our coach Bulk is not with us, so they both is preparing for the matches.
So then could we see something new potentially come out? Do you have any insider knowledge of what we could see?
Yeah, probably some new heroes will happen in this grand final, because we will adjust some strategies. If some team lose, they'll get new heroes prepared. We also got some new heroes prepared. Maybe we will show them. Maybe we will see.
New heroes in the grand final. I don't know how common that one is, Fia.
But then again, he said he didn't do any of the prep either. So
he's just trying to give me good sound bites for the interviewers. You're trying to make me feel better, you know?
I mean, unless they told him, but probably not. It's like, seems like the type of guy, just show up and do your job. We'll pick your hero for you. You can have input on your hero, but the overall, you don't want to have too many cooks in the kitchen anyway, right? You want to have a couple guys. This is going to be the format of a draft. You can choose within the parameters of your hero what you want to play here, but he thinks that maybe the meta will evolve mid-tournament, I guess, during the grand finals, but we'll have to see. It depends. I think they're going to be the ones that have to force Tundra to evolve the meta, because I don't think Tundra is going to change something unless it doesn't work.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen too much either. And, you know, maybe I was looking forward to seeing potentially some new heroes, but you don't want to go too outside the box, T, because there's some heroes that have worked wonders for them. A specific hero, actually, TA, right? Yep. It's had the flex between GPK as well as being played on Pure, and yesterday we saw it picked up. So he loves it in group stage, and then we saw it again help them a lot in their best of 3.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want in a team when you're trying to win that kind of grand finals. We saw it with Heroic and Parker. You know, he was so confident on the heroes he played. He then, when he entered the grand finals, any nerves were taken away by the skill he applied, right, with the hero and the knowledge he has. And we saw it as well yesterday when Pure was playing the Templar Assassin. There's so many moves he was making throughout the game, right? Constantly putting down the traps to then hit the side blade from the trap to do the pure damage, to kind of overwhelm in the fight. Even the positioning throughout all of these engagements, he respected that he was the key target. So a lot of these highlights will be him being at full HP, joining at the very end and enabling the team. This time though, maybe not so much. This was where it got difficult, right? This is where he gets I think he gets Black Hold, he drops the Rapier, and then there's, you know, there's some arguments on maybe Crystallis overstepped the mark with the DK and the Rapier.
High pressure situation.
Yeah, high pressure situation, but the speed in which he, you know, instantly buys back. He understands that if he allows Paravision the time to think and to reset, they will probably be in a very losing position in this game, right? And he's straight back into the fight, using the traps, punishing Crystallis positioning, and then kind of just leading the charge. Confidence. His bad play, or his, not even bad play, but his misstep that allowed the black hole, he instantly fixed. And it's another highlight. Look at this positioning. He waits for the entire fight to develop to then enter the fight on the TA. Other carry players, they'd see a chance, they'd jump in, they'd put themselves in a difficult position. But this game, it was like he had confidence. He read the map, he read the plays. That one black hole death by the tier 2, tier 3 was his only mistake. Other than that, in the high pressure situations, he was always like just punishing Paravision and going, you know what, you've got team fight, but I've got positioning and I've got skill. And he has to play at that level if he's even going to get close to beating Tundra today, because they are the best team fighters and kind of just meta-defining team that we've had so far at this tournament.
And even cooler about TA is that it's not just Pure that plays it. I think during an interview with Miero, he was saying that they are so happy to pick this hero because they can flex it between Pure and GPK. He said, we have the best TA players in the world, and that's why it works so great for us. Which is just awesome. You can just put it, it's so nice to see those outplays and the way he was positioning. Like everything you highlighted there is like such a high skill level that makes this hero also kind of awkward, because do you want to ban it when there's so many prevalent meta heroes that you also have to look at banning too?
I mean, that's the cool thing with Tundra, right? They banned Naga in the first 2 games. They don't ban it again. They beat every team that picks it. Pure just had a great game on TA. Like, they might think, okay, if we get it instantly, because it's always been banned against them. So it's like, Naga's a key hero, TA is a key hero. Tundra has shown that when you get your best heroes, they exploit it and punish you in the draft. So I'm really excited to see, like, if BB gets the TA, what's like the cook that has occurred from Tundra to punish it. Otherwise, it could just be a free game for them.
Yeah, I definitely think it's true to consider banning, though, for sure, because we mentioned before that BetBoom Team, they can pick this TA and they can put it in multiple positions, but Tundra cannot, right? Lornoff, he can play a great TA, but Nightfall just has never played the hero in competitive, even once.
0 games.
0 games. So this is not something he likely will bust out.
Until today, Finn.
He could. That would be the risk play, right?
That'd be a big risk.
Really risky
It's a
play.
5. Don't you get like 2 safety nets? That's what we always say. Maybe not the position you want to be in, but you potentially can run it that way if you want. I love all of this TA talk, right? And it does make me very hopeful for BetBoom and just how much they've been praising each other in interviews, whether it's that one we just had pre-grand finals, whether it's ones that we've had in the past days as well from group stage. But this team, I'm hoping that they can keep the mental strong for themselves in case they do go a game down in this grand finals, because it might be very easy to remember some of the past results that this organization has gotten for themselves, okay? They came together. The whole point of creating this organization and most of these rosters was because they perceived themselves as going to be the powerhouses of Dota, right? And especially the Eastern European scene. And it has had a tumultuous results for them in the past. Grand final appearances, though, that's what we're seeing right here on our screens. A lot of second places for themselves. However, like you alluded to earlier, Fear, it's always one team that's kind of standing in their way. In that very first one, that Dream League Season 20, all the way at the bottom of the screen, it was Gaming Gladiators. And then ever since then, it's been Falcons.
Yep.
So for them, maybe this is their grand finals because Falcons aren't in it against them.
It's definitely a weird mixture, right? Because like most of those like Falcons has been stopping in gaming. They haven't been winning. They've had roster changes. Now who was the problem? You know, no Nightfall was on team for a while too. Now he's playing against BetBoom. We'll see who gets to be right in this one. But I think it's going to be a situation where both these teams, they haven't been in grand finals against each other before. So it's going to be a completely different feel and different vibes going into this one. I'm very curious on which team is going to have that history of like, because sometimes when you get second place too many times, it gets in your head. You're like, can we even win at this point? You know, kind of like the Liquid effect of years ago. They got over it. It's possible to get over it, but will these teams have the confidence to just drive it home?
I do know that T has some stats, some names and whatnot about how the rosters formed to be in that second place.
Yeah, of course. So December 8th, 2022, the roster did form, and in that time, there has been multiple overlap, right? Pure's only played on BB twice. Dream League Season 20 and 24 was his second places. But also, like, when you think about the head-to-head matchup between Pure and Nightfall, they've only, since the roster changes, I think it's only 26 times that they've played against each other, and that was in 2024. So since they kind of got brought together in 2022, of course they played together, they never really competed against each other. I think there's a slight edge towards Nightfall in regards to games won, but there is a massive GPM advantage to Pure, that extra 1 GPM really could create the carry diff in this grand finals.
Yeah, the whole extra 1. I think if anyone might be tuning in for the first time, or they don't normally follow closely with the scene, one of the more interesting facts about these carries is that they've pretty much just swapped organizations since TI. So TI 13, we did have Pure. He was playing on Tundra, right? Gets relinquished, gets put back, given back from loan down to BetBoom. And so he's stayed on that roster. And then Tundra ended up picking up Nightfall, where he was playing on BetBoom during TI. So there was this massive crossover between the two.
But also there's so much like pride. They might not talk about it because in the moment they're competing, but like, you know, in the back of your mind, like if you're Nightfall, you played with these guys like a year, if not plus. You're the organization that you're
behind
on.
you.
There he is. Oh, there he is. Yeah, sure. He's probably hearing. Hello.
He doesn't want to look at us.
He doesn't want to look. It's fine. But the point is, like, you're playing against your friends that you thought would become the best Eastern European team. You didn't become that team. After so many attempts, getting second, third, fourth, you then change roster. to then meet the team in a tier 1 LAN event offline, the one that you've been chasing with the original roster that you used to play with. So it's like, if Nightfall wins, again, like Fear mentioned, he's on the correct side. Like, he wasn't the problem.
Well, there's no right and wrong. Let's not say right and wrong here, all right?
Oh no, we can say that.
For
We can say
himself personally, he made the correct decision.
There's so much pride in this grand finals.
Yes, okay.
Based on the fact that, like if it was like a lesser team, maybe not so much, right? But when that team formed, when BB initially formed, like it was meant to be like the best team. Like all like the MMR they had individually, the names, the skill in at that moment, like they were meant to be winning tournaments. So it's been nearly 2 years of just nothing, right? So it's like, I think there's so much on the line for both organizations, individual players, and like that's where the intensity of like this grand finals, even Katomi saying like, we expect comebacks. Like I think they're going to play to the last minute in every game. Like it is going to be, hopefully, fingers crossed, a very, very good grand finals.
Yeah, and you know, Nightfall, his teammates here, we're going to take a look at that Tundra roster specifically, because whilst we've seen 33 on this on the Tundra org quite a lot, as well as Saksa, it's just a mishmash right now of players, some from 2 years ago returning back to the org, some staying from TI13 as well, Rhea. So it's nice to see them put together a 5-stack that is growing in success and finding good results for themselves, but not a first place just yet.
Not a first place, but maybe right now. I think it is really cool to see all these different cultures. Whitemon was one of my favorite players to follow in Southeast Asia back when we covered the DPC, and it's interesting. He talked a bit about his journey since leaving the region from T1 to I was carried by my teammates, he said, to TSM where he had to take on a leadership role. He said that like Ari and Kasane, he was like shot calling more in game and like helping lead them and teach them. And now in Tundra, for him, it's more of a relaxed environment, playing under good captains like Pure and 33. Now he gets to just concentrate more on his individual performance without having to think about the bigger picture. I think it's really cool that he's getting to experience so many different people coming in. 33 especially is so pivotal. Obviously, this guy has a very decorated history of tournament victories. Yeah, so getting to come in now, and it's like, he talks him up so highly. This is the guy that consistently finds a way for us to win the game. Like, they're talking about, oh, this is going to be a game of comebacks. I would be terrified, because according to Whitemon, 33 is the guy that finds a way to come back no matter what, no matter the situation. So I think it's going to be a roughie.
Yeah, I actually got to catch up with Whitemon just before this series, and I got to talk to him a little bit more about how he expects this one to go out and some of the highlights for them on Tundra. Whitemon, give me some of your thoughts on this grand final and how you expect it to play out.
I think we didn't expect a lot. I think we just play and have fun.
Do you think you're going to come in confidently, 3-0, BetBoom, make it a nice short day?
I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
All right, I'm going to pretend you said that confidently. You guys do have a change up, though. Obviously, Zai joining you for this tournament. He's the one that's putting on the coach headset. So how much has he been helping you guys within this tournament?
I think Zai being here is kind of helpful. Like, he's helping outside of the game, like talking about the games and also talking about the drafts. But I think also Moon is like coaching us from online. Sometimes he like messages us like individually, or he talking about draft with Neta like on the night, something like that. So yeah, I think Zai is kind of helpful being here.
And do you feel that you have something extra to prove, as this is going to be your last tournament for 2024 together as Tundra?
And I think we just play and have fun. Yeah. So whatever the results, I think it doesn't matter.
All right, Whitemon, thank you so much for joining me, and good luck.
Thank you.
The thing about Whitemon is he doesn't have to captain, right? Like, he doesn't need to lead the charge. And I think having a position 5 in a roster mechanically as good as him, that now his thinking is like positioning and how to enable, I think it helps so much. Like, beforehand, position 5s had to be the captain, the shot caller, whilst being in a good position. So the quality was difficult, right? So I think nowadays, being able to enable your 5 to really show his class, it's like, it's on another level. I think we're seeing it a lot more in other teams, but I think Whitemon, like, you know, Rhea was mentioning, is one of the most enjoyable 5s to watch, as he has that creative freedom from a role that we often would go, don't worry, there's no real skill to have there. Just play your lane and play swords. But I think there's so much depth to it, and the Whitemon consistently shows it.
Yeah, he was a lot of fun to talk to as well, and it's nice to see that the fun that they have in their personalities, and no doubt outside of the Dota does translate to it in game as well, right? This team is always pushing for something new, whether it's in draft, but always pushing the limits as well for themselves when they want to play here for you.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And there was a good example of that yesterday when they were playing. I think I want to show a clip real quick. And one of them really just showcases, look where their team is on the map. Right now, you see 33 and Soxa on the Tide and Mag, making a play against 2 heroes here. And it really comes down to the wire. And you're going to see they steal the Tormentor. And guess who gets it? The Magnus. Keep in mind, that could have went to the Bat Rider. And just look how low this Morphling gets. By the way, the Shockwave is what the Shard does for the Magnus. It returns to him and does 75% damage of the original. We will continue this clip here. If they did not get this Shockwave Shard onto the Magnus here, this Morphling would have ended up dying, or not dying rather. They would have turned it, Vino would have came in, he would have ended up getting his spells off, and that could have been a potential turn for the game, but they took that and they kind of show us a team that Tundra, they will take every inch they can possibly get when they're ahead, even if there is risk involved with it.
Yeah, it feels like they take what everyone has in their minds as the meta heroes, but they're willing to shift it in their draft, right? Whether that's in pick priority or whether that's even just where they want to play it, and it's successful, right? We have seen teams pick up a hero that likes to belong in core, shift it to support, and doesn't really work. But this Magnus, everyone likes to play it as their position 1, as their mid laner, even as their off laner where we normally stereotypically see him. But instead, Tundra go, we're going to find another way to fit him into our draft. And it's played on position 4 for them. So I have loved seeing just exactly how Tundra draft for themselves. But let's also look at what is contested between these two teams, because our draft, it will be happening very soon. Guys, don't worry, this series will be underway in just a little bit. But let's get into the nitty-gritty of heroes, what they like to preference for themselves, but also what could be really contested here. Right down in the middle of the Dragon Knight, the Nagasar, and the Pugna, Alk, and Beastmaster as well. So those 5 there, you really have to keep your eyes glued to.
I'd argue the key difference right now is one team is willing to punish mistakes made by your aggression. That is the side of Tundra. And for the side of BB, it's like you want to keep breaking down the map, right? Like Muerto is one of the strongest position 4 laners in the game. Timbersaw has some of the best timings early on to force the map. Monkey King wants to play the map. TA has traps to punish when you're out of step. Bat Rider wants to grab heroes. Like all of their unique heroes are taking that little advantage and trying to get more. Whilst Tundra, if it is an even game, a difficult game, these heroes are the ones that you want to turn around a game. And if they're in the lead, then scaling against them feels so difficult. So I do feel like the unique heroes are glaringly different in playstyle. I don't know if you guys agree or not, but that's how I personally kind of perceive the draft right now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think there's a couple of heroes I'd keep an eye on for this one. One of them is going to be the Magnus for Tundra, where I don't think BetBoom Team will play a lot of, at least from a support position. I don't think Save has that in his wheelhouse. And also the other one we talked about earlier, the TA. That's something I don't think Nightfall necessarily plays. And then I want to take a little bit look at the Timbersaw too. Not something I don't think 33 really wants to play, but I have seen him play. He'd rather answer it with like heroes like Doom and stuff like that. So they both have their own style of playing here. And that's why I said at the beginning, it's going to be very interesting to see these two styles like clash. But it does kind of feel like Tundra, they have their ideas more solidified than BetBoom Team does currently.
Yeah, for me, I really like the Tidehunter especially after rewatching back Extreme series. The way that they're able to put 33 in a position where he can just be alone and allow the supports to rotate on the map, like it was so much overwhelming pressure because you allowed Soxa to move and like TP mid and stop creep cutting. You allowed them to move to the other side lane and like dive towers. There was a lot of tower diving going on, like especially when playing with a Monkey King. It enables them so much, and it's his like most played hero this tournament. So if they keep up that kind of play style, I think those two supports being so talented as they are, it's going to put a lot of pressure on BetBoom and make their games really difficult.
I do want to ask you guys, right? Normally I don't like to, but I want to know how many games you think this series is going. You don't have to give me a team, but just games before we do get the series started.
We want 5, am I right?
That's right, we want 5, but do you think it'll be 5? That's yeah. 5.
It could. Yeah, it could.
I want 5, but I expect 4.
Okay. Do you want to just go with one even less? 5, 4?
The team 2.
I'm at 3 here.
No, I think it's probably going to go 4, most likely.
Okay.
Or 5. 4 or 5.
Well, you have to pick, but...
4 or 5. Please 5, of course, right? Like, ideally, it's like Tundra wins game 1, game 2, BB comes sweeping back with a 3 and a 4. Game 5 come back either way, you know? But, again, I'm giving Tundra the edge in the series, and... Yeah. Like fair, I'm expecting 4.
Well, look, if we are to have 4 or 5 games, it means that we've got to get this series started. We don't want to leave you guys waiting any longer. We're going to be jumping into our draft very soon, but first, let's catch up with our casters.
That's right, we're going to be taking you through this matchup, but Synderen, we've seen the talk about styles and the clashing of sorts. Let me ask you a question. Do you think these teams are on even power levels?
Is this a reference to something that I'm not getting?
No, I legitimately think you think one team is better than the other.
I would give an edge to Tundra specifically because of the pacing of their victories. I think it's been more determined and more one-sided in a lot of their wins. They've had, I think their average game time should be significantly lower than that of the other team. That doesn't mean, it's always by design.
Yeah.
One team will play faster, one team will play slower, but I think they've been very impressive. I also want to mention, just as a little bit of a tidbit about this, I'm not sure if they brought this up in the panel, but we were talking, you and I, on a couple of casts about the format with, all right, we run this gauntlet, what is going to be stronger? Is it momentum or is it tape on other teams? And we both thought that momentum was starting to look pretty good, but these two teams were the two teams that won their groups.
Yes.
And then they finally got their matchups yesterday, and they both 2-0'd them. So, perhaps that group stage was pretty indicative, at least for the most part.
Yeah, it seems like these two teams are a step ahead of the rest, and it's fitting that they end up in the finals, and we're going to get a chance to head into the finals. Game 1 draft is ready to go.
We've asked everyone's opinion on who they think is going to be winning the tournament, and even this first game. But Misery, Tundra, BB, which way you're leaning?
I think this morning I was also thinking Tundra, but now that it's getting closer, I must say that I'm feeling the BetBoom a little bit more. Perhaps.
Okay.
I think they want it more. Whitemon just wants to have fun, but I think BetBoom, they're here to win.
Okay, all right. We'll see if that holds true after game 1, but the draft is underway. A couple things that were mentioned on the panel: the Templar Assassin instantly respected by Tundra. A key thing to note again: the Naga Siren coming into the tournament, Tundra banned it against any team that was first pick. But they soon quickly ignored it and started beating it. So it's a hero that has been ignored in the first phase bans and even ignored in the first pick by BB.
I also think if you thought a bit deeply about what happened yesterday, it was a bit obvious that Naga was going to get through today, because Naga looked really weak yesterday.
Correct.
And I think it's both of these teams' nature to try to challenge the Naga, and we see it even here. It's in the pool, but it hasn't actually been picked. But BetBoom instead chooses to take the mag, and obviously taking it away.
And a nice thing as well with the Lina, I think that we saw, is Lorinov, when he plays the Lina, he's always surrounded by multiple layers of frontline. Like, Tundra isn't a team where they draft, where it's like you pick Lina, and suddenly you have a lot of ranged heroes, no frontline, and none of the Lina's always picked off. Like, they've got Dooms that can get early BKB, they have Sven, they have Timbersaw, Tidehunter. Like, it feels like the first phase Lina isn't punished by themselves in their own drafts.
There's also something nice about picking up the Lina early, right? Then you can build your lineup around it. And it's already very threatening hero on the mid lane. Like, it's not that many heroes that actually likes laning against Lina. It's like the strongest, probably the strongest.
We're not going to see Zeus again, that's what we're saying, right?
I don't know actually what you pick against Lina. I don't think anything really beats Lina. So I think it's a very hard hero to counter in that sense. And I think Lina has looked incredibly strong in this event with the Agonist build.
I'm trying to look at like GPK's hero pool, and to beat Lina, it's either momentum based on an old school Coddle mid, but we don't really see it too much.
I think we might see an Invoker ban, but I think
Invoker, exactly.
The TA ban makes a lot of sense as well if you're going to go for Lina. But Invoker is probably the next one in line. That makes sense. It could also be Storm Spirit, just because it's GPK. And it's going to lose the lane to Lina, but, Storm can jump to Lina later on, and then you make up for it.
Yeah, as I say, it's what they utilized in that game 1 against Paravision, right? Like, the game was very difficult, but then eventually they turned the tide with the Monkey and the Storm, the constant jump. They eventually found the heroes they needed to find.
Yeah, another thing I want to mention is the Magnus, right? Like we talked about with Katayomi playing the Mag 4 Save playing Mag 4 is unlikely, right?
Yeah.
So this might just be a core Mag from the get-go.
I will double check if he's played any pubs on it, though. You never know. He's played 31 pubs in the last... No Magnus. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
We'll see.
I mean, the Invoker ban comes out, and also the Tidehunter ban makes a lot of sense, right?
Okay.
And here's the Naga. Okay.
This was going to be a question I was going to raise with the Naga Sirens. Like, when teams don't respect it in a first pick capacity, it's still strong enough that you can pick it down the line, right? Like, it's not as if the hero is suddenly bad. It's just...
I think another good point from yesterday's games is that going back to the preparation for these two teams, I think it's going to be obvious that Naga is going to be led through, which means that they're going to have to prepare for the Naga Siren, right? They're going to have to prepare strategies with the Naga. They're going to have to talk about what are we going to pick if they leave Naga, right?
And the reason, I was going to say, at least in Naga-wise, right, the Mag was good against Naga because you the speed in which you drag heroes to get burst, but there's no burst damage right now from BB to actually utilize that kind of mag drag, especially because like Tundra, it was Lina, mag, ET, morphling, right? You're out of position, you disappear. Naga can't play any game. But yet to really see that style, at least.
Yeah, I agree. But I also think Tundra is much more ready today to build a strong draft around the Naga side than Extreme Gaming were yesterday.
Oh yeah, they got caught off. Yeah.
They were caught off the guard and they had to first pick Naga, and then suddenly they have a weird lineup that didn't make much sense, right? But Tundra now, they have had the time to prepare. They know they're gonna pick something that combos well with Naga. So yeah, it's not gonna be the same type of weakness as we saw yesterday. And Pugna actually making it to the third pick, that's a little bit surprising to me. This hero is, I think I looked yesterday, he has a 71% win rate in 14 games this event. So this hero is one of the most successful heroes.
Yeah, third most picked as well in the tournament.
Right. And they even get their Murta too. This does reveal that it's a mag. Actually,
it is a Magnus here.
Pure, I mean mag core.
No.
Pure plays mag too. That's something to keep in mind. So it's actually flexible in that way.
Yeah.
That it could be both side lanes.
The nice thing with if core is flexing to, let's say, a carry, Pugna creates so much tempo in the early game that you don't need the Magnus to join you, right? Like he'll chip down towers, he'll put down his ward, he'll kind of rally the rest of his team to make moves. And I think that's one issue with a carry Magnus is you need a lot of farm. Like even when you get to, let's say, like Harpoon and a BKB, you then need the Daedalus. You then you're always chasing another item. So I prefer mid to off lane, more tempo driven. I can respect when mag goes to carry, but into morphling now?
I'm not sure what I prefer. I feel like the offlane mag usually gets caught in that position where there's a lot of weight on his shoulders and where he needs to buy these like utility type items, but he also needs BKB and he needs a lot of items, but he also needs to be a playmaker.
Yeah, and now the Rubik.
Yeah. I think, I personally, I would like the mag carry more here and then try to punish the morphling somehow with your offlaner. You don't want to play mag offlane into... Okay, I mean, Drow works too. In a way. It's a good counter to morphling. You don't have immediate way to get on top of him. I guess you have the song set up to get on top of Drow.
You know how we started talking about Magnus at the very start of the draft, like the idea that we don't want that pressure all on him?
Yeah.
Even you just now referenced it again.
Now,
That's exactly what's happening now. Like, yes, Drow versus morphling is very strong, but the fact that you can song set up, again, we haven't really seen the Naga in a winning position so far in the tournament, but in this moment, like you song, you blinking, you're always going to get that Lina morphing in position to kill the Drow. Like the Drow's never going to be able to stand her ground because she's going to have to think, am I going to have to press BKB? Will I get songed? Will Rubik potentially or Lina be able to find that kind of jump onto me?
But this also means that you kind of want a mid hero that, like you see them banning Storm, right? Like you need a mid hero that also enables you to make the first jump.
Yeah.
You cannot have it rely all on Magnus. It's going to be too hard of a game. He's even playing into a morphling, which means it's, at least on paper, a strong lane for morph.
I just woke up.
So yeah, I would say that we need another playmaking hero for BetBoom, or it's going to be hard to play. As for Tundra, they need a 33 hero. Preferably a frontline.
100%, I think a frontline.
I mean, Centaur looks okay.
Yep. I mean, we're going down the order, right? Beast, Tide, Brew, Doom. Like,
yeah.
What's really left?
I don't know.
My head?
It could also be another Brew game.
Sure.
We saw that yesterday. It's another way to get on top of Drow. I do think this hero is not the best. It worked out for them yesterday. But I don't know if that was because of Brew or because of just the weakness of Extreme Gaming's draft as well.
They have last pick as well for Tundra, so maybe depending on the pick, they can go creative, like the Darkseer, that type of idea. Like the idea, just in the fight, you always just punch, put a wall on Drow, then you have the song as well to set up for the Darkseer to hit the vacuum during it. Like, again, lane can be weaker, but I think because they have last pick, whatever 33 sees, he'll be able to be, he'll be able to cook up the idea.
Could we ever see something like a Lycan or something? Is that a hero even?
It is 100% a hero, and that easily could get picked here as well.
That's an old 33 style hero. I don't know how it kind of Drow in theory, but
it's dependent on the pick, right? From BB, like depending on where they put Magnus, will then create these chances of, okay, do we want the team fight of Darkseer? Do we want the early game pressure of Lycan?
It's an option at least. Imagine you have Rubik with the minus damage. You have Howl as well. Like,
0 damage.
Yeah, you're gonna have solo damage. He also eats the supports with a nullifier, right? So it's an option.
They banned the Brew. They respect, of course, what they saw yesterday, but a couple other specialties that we're mentioning are getting through. And okay, Magnus mid to offlane. What's your preference right now?
I mean, actually, I guess Lina, I could see the mid mag being okay because you just farm.
You farm, he farms.
You push the lane, go jungle, and then you get the fast blink. GPK mag, it does ring a bell a little bit, and then you could end up picking another offlaner from hero. I just think no matter what, you need another playmaker. Pango, okay.
We don't see him too often, but okay.
Decent.
Diffusal Blade, you just roll through the song, cancel some TPs.
Yeah, it looks good on paper, right?
On paper, yeah.
I wonder who's going mid. Is it Pango mid? Or
I'd like to think it's Pango mid.
Okay.
Personally, but
yeah.
just for the earlier defusal, right? If from off lane, you could get maybe a little bit more punished.
Yeah. I agree with that, actually. It also makes sense with the Empower. You empower the Pango from mid, he actually becomes a beast. Now it's going to be interesting to see the Tundra pick. We have 1 minute, 45 seconds to think about it. Is 33 really going to just play a Centaur? I find it unlikely.
I'm expecting a bit more creativity.
I want something more juicy, maybe a little bit cheesy. Like there's also, what is there?
Okay, don't worry, there's picking. They do for Lycan. Yeah,
there it is.
That's nice. Pick. It's a very good pick.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how much Lycan do we see. Which facet does he take as well? Is it going to be the one that has the wolf facet, or the one that buys Dominator?
I like the one when they it has the crit on your creeps, and then you get Dominator, and you just keep running at the supports. You prevent
which one of them is Pack Leader? Is that the one?
That's the one where your summons do the damage when you're in Shapeshift.
Right, okay, and get the move speed and all that stuff.
Yeah. And actually, you know what? Lycan was actually unpicked at Blast Slam. I was thinking of some qualifiers very recently that had Lycan. We had a couple games there, but so far at Blast Slam, unpicked, and in this draft,
I do think Lycan is worse now with the Pangolier.
Sure.
I also think Lycan, I thought of Lycan because on paper it looks good, but
that's why I think the Pangolier is soft covers from that Lycan, right?
If the Drow has a good game, if he gets items, he actually can just the third spell on Drow, the
multi-shot,
just down the Lycan.
I wish the camera's on you. You're doing some charades there, really showing me that.
There's so many names in Dota, it's hard to remember, but.
And that's where it's like, again, I think Drow, luckily nowadays with Silver Edge and Hurricane Pike and Manta, there's a lot of items to buy, but in the back of your mind, you know that if you don't have a BKB, Alina, Ags, out of nowhere, a song, like there's always that surprise factor for Tundra, and Pangolier, Matic, they got to do so much, I think.
Yeah, I think. I completely agree. I think also something to note is the fact that Lycan is also more about the map pressure, the Invis wolves running around, the tower push, the ghost pushing of the waves, setting up for the Lina travels with Aghanims, right? Like there's actually a lot of problems for BetBoom to solve. They might be able to win a team fight, but can they actually play the map? Can they get Roshan? Like that's might be the real challenge for them this game.
Yeah, like every choice they make, it's going to be with one lane with them. The other two lanes will be doing against them. So it's going to be very, very predictable for Tundra to see where BB are on the map, but that's where they need to be more explosive. When they enter that fight, use that RP, use that Rolling Thunder, and play with conviction. If they don't, then yeah, I think Tundra should be in a pretty comfortable spot. Again, I think draft-wise, I think both teams are relatively happy. Do you think either team's going to be upset at the end of this draft?
No, I don't think so. I think both are happy. I think the Pangolier pick was really good. It gives them actually the superior team fight, which is uncommon this tournament. Tundra usually has that.
And you know what? Enough of us talking.
Yeah.
We'll send it to the casters. We'll let them talk a bit, get their opinions, and again, very close drafts between the two of them. Exactly what you want to see in a grand finals.
That's right. Welcome, everybody, to the grand finals of Blast Slam. It is Tundra versus BetBoom, and we've already have a draft that is bleeding some of the styles across the aisle here. We had our analysts break down the strengths and weaknesses of both teams, and it feels like in the draft, both these teams are kind of covering up perhaps some of their weaknesses and bleeding over a little bit into the opposing team style, Synderen.
Yeah, I have a hard time calling a strong advantage in this one because I see very clear different avenues of winning the game for either side. On one side, you have, as Misery was talking about, the superior team fight with Magnus Pango, but at the same time, those heroes need to connect on really mobile heroes. Lycan is very fast, Morph is very nimble, Lina is quite far behind the fight, so she can be difficult to find. And on top of all of those things, you have the #1 combo breaking ability in the game in Song of the Siren. So accounting for all of those factors, for BetBoom, it could be difficult to orchestrate a team fight. But if they do pull it off, then I don't think Tundra have very good defensive measures aside from the Song. Like if the heroes do get connected on, if BKBs are in play, you have the Pango roll that's unaffected by Song of the Siren, etc. So definitely clear directions. I think the side of Tundra is looking way more for like skirmished fights that are broken up, and 33 is a master of this. His Brood plays, his Brewmaster plays, his Lycan plays. He will find the angles and try to separate the fight into different smaller parts.
Now, Synderen, we talked about it in a little bit of the pregame, how these two teams, they won their groups. BetBoom went 3-1 specifically in their group, and they both got a 2-0 when it was time to play their playoff match. So clearly these are the two best teams in their tournament right now. But Tundra, are undefeated in this tournament.
Yeah, they actually have the possibility of doing something that happens very rarely, which is winning a Tier 1 tournament with 0 losses. As you can see here, the last time this happened was in 2018, where Virtus.pro went 10-0 at ESL 1 Birmingham. So 6 years ago, we're talking. The last time a Tier 1 tournament was a clean sweep. There's a couple of these that maybe come with a little bit of an asterisk. You have Dream League Season 9, there's Secret 9-0, and the KDL 15-0 for Blitz & Co. I'm gonna give that 5 asterisks.
Hey, my boy's a champion, all right?
That's not really Tier 1, but the other tournaments, I mean, the clean sweeps, right? It just goes to show 6 years ago how rare this is. Now, let's not count our chickens, though, because it does require Tundra to win out, and if they were to do that, the tournament for them would be 9-0, which would tie the Secret's 9-0 win back at Dream League.
Yeah. I remember that Virtus.pro win, though. Those guys were so much better than everybody else. I just remember going into that finals, and it was just like, I felt like it was locked in, 100%. Like, Virtus.pro was going to win. I don't feel that way about Tundra.
No.
But I do feel like it's pretty likely. Like, I lean more towards Tundra winning this series than BetBoom. But that's just from what I've seen, anyway.
I'm guessing we agree that the most likely result here is a 3-1 for Tundra.
Yeah,
probably. Like,
I would say so.
BetBoom can grab a win, but they're definitely not the favorites. But they're also not outclassed by a lot. It's like some sort of 60-40 kind of situation, right?
Yeah.
Perhaps. And we've seen countless of those examples where a team goes in as the favorite slightly, but then still don't manage to close out when it matters the most.
So setting the tempo for this game 1 is going to be all important for BetBoom, as the analysts already tackled the fact that, okay, they buffed up their team fight a little bit with this pickup of the Pango, but it does sacrifice a bit of their laning, which they tend to fixate on. And we'll see how GPK is able to perform in this matchup with Lina versus Pango, which I assume is not going to go well for Pango over time.
Yeah, he's doing well right in the beginning, but this will get harder and harder as Lina gets levels. I think this in particular gets very scary level 4, when Lina will have the 2-point Dragon Slave and 1 point in the stun. Then every time you try to go for CS on Pango, you're at risk of getting traded really negatively. Nice harass here onto Nightfall. He'll get out, but it's dropping very low. Whitemon trying to help out. So, yeah, as far as GPK goes in the mid matchups, we've been praising this guy a lot for having exceptional laning capabilities when he has favorable matchups in particular. And this one, when you're on the back foot, GPK historically has had some games where things just fall apart. And at this level, that they cannot afford that to happen. Blood Grenade.
Got him with it. Slows him down. Pure being hounded by the Wolves already. Pre-level 6. I mean, this is supposed to be, the Lycan's supposed to be a counter for later on in the game, Synderen, but it seems to be winning the lane for them.
Yeah, this top lane is looking very healthy. The fact that Pure had to TP to base is a really big loss.
Oh, wow. I thought he TP'd to the tower, yeah.
He did not have any regen left, so he's going to do the long walk of shame here. He's level 1 minute 3 when he approaches here. And the reason this is going to get so scary is Drow is helpless against a level 6 Lycan. So if he gets it before you, and you're already losing the lane...
Oh, got the silence on him! That was sick from Save!
Yeah, Muerta has not impressed me in general this tournament. I think the players have. I thought the individual skill that the teams have shown on this hero is exceptional, but the win rate just doesn't go with it. I think Muerta has a sub 40% win rate in the tournament. She's been played a good chunk of games.
Oh, he threw it at the illusion.
Is it wrong?
You know, when I saw Muerta picked up, I had this sinking feeling in my stomach that was like, oh no. This is Save and his Bat Rider all over again.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because the Bat Rider also had a bad win rate going into that finals, and it got even worse by the end of it. And, well, we'll see. Maybe Save can bail out this win rate for the Muerta.
I definitely think that's one concern you could have here for BetBoom with the support duo they're running of Pugna Muerta is in the way of playmaking, you only have Deadshot, and that is... Despite the players being exceptionally good at using it, it still has some clear limitations with angles and where the fights happen on the map.
Right.
The only other catches are item dependent. It's Magnus getting a dagger, it's him getting in the right position, and of course the Pangold, I would say more often than not, is a really awesome follow through, but if you lead the fight with it against Song, the Pango can roll in and you can just pop Song as Naga and feel quite good about it.
Right.
Like then Naga's, then the Pango's rolling around, but nobody's following through.
Telekinesis push back.
Damage.
Look at the Wolf. It's getting in front of him, trying to body block him with the grenade slope. At the same time, the Rubik is going to die to this. Pure actually managed to stay alive, and Tundra, overly focusing on getting that Drow Ranger kill, get heavily punished by Kataomi.
He's level 4 on the Pugna, so 3.5 on the Drow.
Yeah.
This is what's going to happen when Drow has to go back to base and the Pugna gets to pick up the space, gets those levels early.
I offer rare kindness.
I thought it really interesting that they picked up the Muerta Pugna combo, which I thought was sick at Dreamlink as an anti-Bristleback support duo. And I thought, oh yeah, that's a really cool idea. And then they just pick it up without like really, all they saw was Lina, heavy magic damage dealer, Naga Siren, Whitemon. It's gonna pop the illusions here. They guess the right one immediately and kill him. Nightfall not able to do anything in return. So the kills continue to go the way of BetBoom in this early game. The laning phase 3-0 to their favor.
And let's not forget Tundra in a lot of their games have really been snowballing and winning quickly. This is not the kind of start you're looking for with this type of lineup. And I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised in the mid lane as well. Do you think it's standard for Lorinov to not get LSA in this lane when you're playing against a melee hero like Pango? Because I can't help but feel like he could maybe punish GPK a bit more with the 3-1-1 build than the 3-0-2.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree, but it's been a little bit since, you know, I was playing Lina, and they have this facet that is something to consider. Like, maybe it feels better to have the higher levels of the passive when you know, the good of blade and get maxed out stacks, so. Shield Rune. Oh, that's a great pickup for GPK. What also is a great pickup, the experience for being a part of this kill that Kataomi gets on Saksa.
Yeah, Saksa went to deny the rune, but he's so low health that that's going to be an easy pickup for the side of BetBoom. Looking like a great start for them. Nightfall is having a rough one on the Morph. This is what can happen when you pick the 0 early. If the laning stage has too much pressure and the enemy team has formidable laning, then the 24 and 6 against 35 and 12. A ton of denies Miro's way.
Yeah, Miro. Maxed out in power, just able to outdo on the last hits. And then Muerta is kind of funny. It's like a replacement to Skywrath. You know, like instant silence used to be a good answer to the Morphling. Now, you know, Skywrath Mage has been dead for years at this point.
Could get spicy with Whitemon, gets a good ensnare timing, but there's also the
he's
dead
got
shot.
Skewer. He's going to be entangled, dodges the dead shot, picks up the Wisdom Rune. What a play from Whitemon.
Okay, can't say I'm a fan of the TP after.
Yeah.
Everything else was stellar.
He was really feeling himself on that one. Maybe he can get the neutral creep denied. Almost. Almost. Did Miro get it off of Empower hit on the creeps?
I think he cleaved on the creeps, yeah.
Yeah, that was cool. It's a good way to do it.
Still a very big steal for Naga to get that Wisdom.
Oh, yeah.
I think in particular for Saksa, that was big. His game wasn't looking too sharp on the Rubik, but now he's going to get a fighting chance with an earlier level 5 to start building up.
I mean, I think the ideal would have been, especially with Tundra, the way they started things off, getting level 6 on Lycan before the Drow Ranger gets 6. And you know the Drow Ranger has to vacate the lane, and she's forced to jungle without her ult, right? That's going to significantly slow things down. But that didn't happen because the kills they got in lane. Instead, the Drow Ranger is the one to get level 6 first. And we'll see how much BetBoom want to fight for that safe lane.
That's a good point. Pura is free to leave now. I guess you can park Pugna up there because Pugna can at least stall against Lycan a decent amount. Lycan doesn't have any stuns, so you can decrep yourself and just start draining.
Yeah.
And if nothing else, your teammates can rotate in for a team fight, or you can just, you know, sell the Pugna for the majority of a Lycan ult. But until that becomes a problem, Pura is happy to play up there.
I will say, quick note, he did take the double jump facet, which I think is probably the smart play when you're matched up against a hard lane like Lina.
Yeah.
I know everybody is liking the Thunderbolts, but you know, that double jump is definitely going to help you a lot in the laning phase.
The nerf to Thunderbolt is also quite significant, right? In the M patch.
That's true.
I think it went from 110 turn rate to 48.
Yeah, that is pretty significant.
It probably still is good sometimes, but I've mainly been seeing double jump again. So in a similar fashion to how Sand King's facets went from, oh, Dust Devil is just the best, now we're nerfing Dust Devil. Oh, Sand Shroud is just the best, now we're nerfing Sand Shroud. And then players are starting to play Dust Devil again. It's kind of the same story with Pango. He went through the same motions of starting out with double jump, and then they buffed Thunderbolt. Now we're back to your good old beginning. Beautiful setup here.
Wow,
really, that didn't even need to RP.
They are going to trade off safe lane towers. So they are not trying to contest the Lycan. Understandable. They don't have the best heroes to do so. At least not yet. Later on, when they get to like Blink Dagger and maybe GPK has more swashbuckle damage, it'll feel all right.
Oh, this vision. Pure is very wary of the presence of enemy nearby heroes, but he's standing out to the right to not get caught and ends up not finishing the camp, but going to the wave instead for protection.
Yeah, it's very, very nice ward he's got in that defensive jungle area to see these kind of rotations. Like, he's going to see these supports moving up top, and he's going to, you know, back up behind his tier 2 a bit. One thing to keep in mind, of course, is with 33, who is known at excelling on micro heroes, you know he's going to be doing a couple things. Oh, RP in the mid lane, catching the Lina. Immediate silence put on her, and LSA goes out onto 2 heroes, throws what damage he can at Miro, but very, very caught. BetBoom make a 4-man sweep in mid lane and reveal the Blink Dagger on Miro for a big kill.
7-0, not the scoreline I was expecting at this point in the game. BetBoom with a very clean start, and looks to be a very clean tower as well here, Pugna. Gotta say, Katsuomi chewing that gum, get it done.
The gum meta.
I know you love the gum.
It continues. All right, so tower advantage for BetBoom, and expecting some sort of move up to top lane here. I don't know if they want to take the tower, but at least kind of securing the area for the Drow Ranger so she can continue to hang out in this area. So Tundra are getting kind of shoved around here.
Yep.
33 recent Lycan games. Ooh, 3 different losses. That's a little surprising.
Man, when does that picture?
Dude, that's Ninjas in Pajamas 33.
Yeah, that looks like an NIP picture,
Yep.
right? That's an old one.
Yeah, that's like, what, 2018 or something?
Maybe that was the last time he won on Lycan.
Item timings for Tundra. When are they going to snap back here at BetBoom? I assume the Helm of the Overlord has got to be one of those timings, right? That's almost done.
Yeah, that's what's a bit awkward about this game, right? Is that you can't see a very clear avenue into a fight with the limited catch that's on Radiant. You're kind of riding on having a decent early laning stage and then finding angles with Lycan where you pincer fights. But as this has gone so far, you don't have like an obvious way of forcing the issue. You could technically catch people with Song, but I think you'd way rather save it defensively as a counterplay to Mag.
Yeah.
So Whitemon, unlikely to say. I mean, you're going to ensnare and reel in, I suppose, as a pseudo catch.
Yeah.
Not obvious.
It feels like their initiation outside of Song, which even then, it's mostly just run at you, right? They're going to get, it's Lycan running at you. It's going to be Lina Axe. So, you know, she's going to be flying, but she's still going to be, you know, running at you. They don't have the same kind of ease of initiation that a Blink Dagger Mag presents you. In which case, those telegraphed moves from Tundra are going to make things difficult for them to find the right kind of fights.
I suppose a silver lining here for the side of Tundra is that aside from the Drow, I think it's a really good Morphling game. I feel like that is one of the best carries to have against the double magic protection from Muerta and Pugna. The shotgun build with Conda can definitely pack a punch, and you can kind of play a little bit of an outskirt style morph where you don't have to commit, similar to the Lycan. You just poke and prod and eventually see your moment of opportunity to go in. You're also relatively difficult to kill, even if you get RP'd. It's not a guaranteed takedown. So given enough time, it seems that the call from Tundra is just, we don't want to do anything. We're just going to farm. And I kind of think it's the best choice.
Yeah.
Just keep building up. Make sure all 3 of your cores get to key items. And as we've talked about before, when you draft in this patch, or in modern Dota, let's call it that, it feels like there's different things that you can compensate for with itemization. And in this game, you might need to chill until you itemize catch.
Right.
And just running your head against a wall in unfavorable fights is not worth it. You recognize, all right, these are the issues we have to overcome. We'll get there in time. We can avoid getting caught off enough and still farm it up. Like 2K lead is definitely not whatsoever insurmountable. As a matter of fact, they're cutting into it. It was 3K a moment ago from BetBoom. I want to say 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Step by step, with no deaths, Tundra are narrowing the gap.
Yeah, I mean, if the game remains static for like 20 minutes, I do feel like Tundra, the game is going to become more and more favorable for them at some point in time, as you said, itemizing for the initiation, but also itemizing out of the Drow Ranger counter, right? Whether that means we just want mobility to get on top of her, right? And disable that marksmanship. You know, like there's that level 10 talent, for example, for the Morphling with the extra waveform range, right? It's like, you know, whatever it is, there's going to be items that you can buy. BetBoom, if the Drow Ranger is shut down, if the Drow Ranger is caught in the start of any fight, a lot of their damage goes away, and they're going to catch the Drow Ranger right here. Instant Laguna Blade and the Lycanol put to use to find the first kill of the game for Tundra.
That's perfect hit. That's going to be a Drow and a tower. I don't think BetBoom are interested in contesting this at this point. They are smoked up, but we're too far away to get here. Lycan and Morph push towers so fast.
Yeah.
You basically need to be there when they hit it, or it's gone before you make your way over.
So the best they can get out of this situation is good vision.
And
the smoke itself doesn't find a kill, but the vision that they got off of it. A blink RP is coming Nightfall's way. Okay, Miro made me a little nervous there. He just wanted to make sure the button worked.
Yeah,
you know?
I think that's a good thing. If you're worried whether your R button works or not, just fake cast it before you blink in to confirm that the key is on, and then you can go for the actual play. Imagine how foolish it would have looked if you blinked in and then didn't RP.
Yeah. Wipe on. Save. Continue to look for more here. Got the skewer back on him, so an extra kill off of that one. Lornoff even TPing in here. Doesn't hit the LSA, and as a result, Save. He's getting away for now. Save. He's going to hit him with the silence. Still has a dead shot ready to go as well. Lornoff finishes off with the Dragon Slay, but he's in pretty deep now. And the Rolling Thunder is going to be put to use. A Knight's bounce off of the wall, redirected into the Lena's face, and nowhere really to run to for Lornoff. Out in the open field against the Rolling Thunder will die. Kateomi now trying to get away with the big black dragon, but it looks like he is going to get run down by wolves. Give him the drum charge, and yeah, slowly dies.
What do you make of the maxed out Netherward build here versus Decrep, considering the matchups? Do you think there's a world where you go 4-4-1? I know the Netherward is incredibly strong for team fighting, and that's kind of what they're specializing in on the BetBoom lineup, but
yeah, if it wasn't Lena,
kind of cool here.
If there wasn't a mid intelligence hero that throws around so much mana, I would 100% be with you. I would say, yeah, I think Decrepify is actually the play here. I think it's just too value against Lena.
Yeah. Decrep just has insane cooldown scaling. That's the main thing. It's not really about the effectiveness. It's a little bit of cast range, but the cooldown goes from 16 to 7, which allows you to kind of kite Lycan way better, but wow. All right. We league now.
Good one.
Tundra had 0 kills at the 15-minute marks twice before in the history of the org.
It's funny, they both happened this year.
Yeah.
Aghanim Scepter done for the Pango. So they gave up the Roshan. Aegis goes to Lornoff. But BetBoom feel like they should try and take fights into this Aegis. This Aghanim Scepter is such a big window for them.
And the main thing you need to be wary of is Rubik. If you're going to look for a fight, you cannot afford to give away RP or Rolling Thunder.
Yep.
So your initiations need to be clean. And the ideal situation is one where you see the Rubik somewhere on the map, whatever it is, so that you can feel confident going for a Blink Skewer and not get lifted instantly as you blink in, then things can get really awkward, and Soxa will definitely be fast enough to pull that off consistently.
Top tower is under attack.
See, they are still playing relatively aggressively out on the map, looking for... Oh, they didn't de-ward that. That ward killed him the last time. It's been here for 4 minutes soon.
It's funny, he's moved from that ward to a different ward.
Yep.
Protected a bit by the fact that the tier 1 offlane tower is still up. A lot of information for BetBoom. What are they going to do with it? Well, they see a Lycan TPing onto that ward. Now, they're going to get that second kill on it, I believe.
33 is decently tanky.
Wow, they don't pull the trigger on that.
There's too many missing heroes. They're just worried that this is bait, and if they go on him, they could just get songed and turned on. And
they don't have their 2 best damage dealers, right? Both the Pango and the Drow are not here.
I actually think there was a really good play call to not do anything there for BetBoom. But then it begs the question, was there a point in going there then?
Yeah.
With these 3, if you weren't going to pull the trigger?
Aggressive TPing in. Lina is going to chase after him. Boots and travels onto the creeps that are going after Save. Meanwhile, they're trying to kill the Morphling. Do not hit the combo very well there. And not even worth using the Rolling Thunder. The Pugna does eventually get run down. Save is still trying to get away from these guys. As 33.
He has ult.
Yeah. Pops the ult. Rodvatos. Lornoff is going to be silenced. Dead shot and slowed down. And with the Rolling Thunder coming in from behind, that's going to be the Aegis. 33 only has these wolf forms for so much longer. He's going to go into his melee form now underneath the tower. There's going to Song to bail him out. Whitemon can only create so much of a gap, though.
He was really close to killing Save with Deluge.
Oh, yeah.
That was not far off, but the stick charges, keeping him protected. How is GPK this rich? Honestly, that's the craziest part of all of this for me. I mean, power is one thing, but he is absolutely monstrous on the Pango.
I think he has not taken... I feel like it's GPK personality, player personality here. I don't think he's made as many moves as other Pangos would, right? I mean, that 3-man smoke is a great example. Where was he? He was back farming his own side of the jungle, right? Yeah. Which I think is maybe the right play call if you consider the fact that they were, what, 7-0, right? Tundra were not making any moves. Tundra was clearly focused on farming. You got to make sure your other cores outside of the Drow Ranger are going to scale up. It's either you shut down this game quick and fast, or you make sure that the Pango and Mag are going to scale, and they're both doing that, right? Yeah. Echo Saber on the Mag. Pango's clearly scaling up. Big swashbuckle damage.
BetBoom's worst enemy. Oh. Close. Decrepify good, though.
I wonder how many stacks have gone the way of each team, because obviously both teams have prioritized stacking up Ancients quite a bit.
I wonder if there's a stat for average number of deaths per Tormentor kill. And where BetBoom rank on that scale.
Oh, they're number one for sure.
That would be a funny stat, but I don't know if we can actually track that in Dota, how many kills the Tormentor gets per game, but... All right, we've got it. It's on the way. It's in the pipeline.
Nice.
Wouldn't it be funny if BetBoom aren't even top 5? And they just have the reputation for it because it happened a couple of times in really iconic games.
Yeah, they have the most iconic Tormentor deaths.
I mean, the #1 most iconic one was Doracio's Rapier.
Yeah.
That randomly sent a split dagger over on the Tormentor and died from full HP at level 25 plus.
Dude, I remember the mystery of what happened to Doracio in that moment.
His camera shot was the best.
Yeah, the forehead slap that he did.
He has some really good. He had some really good animated face palms.
He was definitely one of the best reactive, reaction face Dota players in the game.
Him and Quinn.
Him and Quinn. Yep. On the same team, man. They were great for that.
Every second Quinn camera shot is a pogo.
We have a nullifier done for this Lycan. That is super scary. What are you going to do if you can't Hurricane Pike and you can't Decrepify against this Lycan running at your Drow Ranger?
Yep. That's a good question. Oh, nice Gust hit.
That was beautiful. Caught him midway through the Force Staff, so he barely moved.
Damn, that was sexy.
Well, BetBoom getting aggressive with their Aghanim Scepter on the Drow Ranger. They take the tower atop, get a kill in mid, take over the triangle, see if they want to try and take some towers. We saw the Echo Saber got broken apart for the earlier BKB for the mag, and they're working on more BKBs.
Oh, Pure is actually going to show here. All right, they don't have any plans. The hero combination they had over there could have absolutely just dove and killed him and then songed and got out, but
yeah,
maybe they thought there was more backup coming in. Larinov, of course, with the Flame Cloak can absolutely destroy this Drow in a matter of seconds.
We haven't really seen him hunting too much around the map. Similar to GPK, it seems to be a focus on farm for the mid laner.
Do you think that's going to be the story of this finals? Do you think this is how every game is going to look? Or is it just the nature of the drafts that they're playing a bit slower? Because both teams at this point in time in many of their games have kind of been, you know, way more decisive.
Fishing, Miro tries to catch Larinov, doesn't use the RP.
There was the Rolling Thunder, so now it's go time.
Yeah.
In comes 33.
He's gonna chase. GPK, nice dead shot too. The Rolling Thunder, dead shot. That's gonna waste his transformation, so it's Rolling Thunder for the Lycan transformation. Kind of even in that regard.
You're happy as BetBoom with that. I think without the Lycan ult, your Drow feels confident fighting. But conversely, you're probably not going to find one, because now Tundra won't be looking for trouble. And that's something their lineup does have. In these kind of stalemate games where not too much is happening. Okay, there we go. Nice.
They're so much farther ahead than anybody else.
This seems to be an Eastern European team issue primarily.
Seriously.
There's top 3 are Eastern European teams on that list. This would be a big find. RP.
Immediate silence. RP. Dead shot after. He's dead. Killed by just 2 heroes. There was 2 more coming in from the smoke. The Drow Ranger didn't even touch them. This off-lane duo has destroyed poor Nightfall.
Haven't they killed him 4 times, just those 2 heroes? Yeah. Or was anyone else involved in one of the kills? At least 3 of them was just saving Miro.
I think you might be right about that.
That's what you love to see. Shutting down the enemy carry with 2 heroes is very rewarding. A lot of the times those kills take more commitment.
How much do you think that is the fact that it's their old teammate? That they kind of know maybe some of his ideas, his farming patterns, where he likes to play, what he likes to do?
It could be a part of it, but I also think with the current map state, then maybe it's somewhat obvious at this level where he's going to go some of the time.
I think it's interesting that these moves have been so successful up against a Lycan and a Naga Siren. Like, theoretically, you have lots of information from that duo. 33 is going to use his wolves to scout all the time. It's one of his specialties, right? And Whitemon has, you know, he can throw the illusions around, push down lanes. You should have lots of info of where the enemy could be and what kind of moves they're making, but...
And you could make a case that with the wave clear that you have between Lycan, Lina, and Naga, that Rubik could hog the Morphling.
Can you name which 3 players had the most deaths to Tormies?
Nightfall. It's not Nightfall. I lost already.
I was about to say, I don't. Isn't it supports? Like, the supports are more likely to die. Yeah, I think it's support names that are in the top 3.
Nightfall dying multiple times, but he's probably...
I'm going to say save.
Okay. Toronto, Tokyo?
Dire's middle tower.
yeah.
I think Toronto, Tokyo might be number 1 even.
Oh, yeah, Toronto, Tokyo.
He died to it a lot on
He died
Phoenix.
a lot to it, yeah.
I don't know. So Toronto save. Do you want to guess one more?
So save wasn't it.
So who was the second team aside from BetBoom in the top 3?
Said Team Spirit.
Spirit. So I think Mira actually died to the Tormentor a good amount.
Yeah. That's a good answer.
I feel like my Pushka didn't die to a lot. All right, it sounds like we only got 1 out of 3, but that's par for the course for us.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Not so good at bar trivia. Move from BetBoom.
King Jungles and Snaking.
How? Toronto, Tokyo. Wow.
Wait, King Jungles has 14. Does he have every death on his team to the Tormentor?
Yeah, that's an insanely high number for his team, the teams being so. Roshan is going on right now. Tundra is doing it. The roar goes off. BetBoom, they're like, wait a minute, we're in this area. We were looking for these heroes. We didn't find them because they were in the Roshan pit.
Really good placement of Whitemon here. This is borderline impossible to contest.
They're not going to be able to get there in time, not into the pit. Maybe they They take the team fight afterwards, but Whitemon stops them on the song. Rolling Thunder's gonna come through. Miro, is he going to be able to do much with this positioning? Remember, he's got the BKB. Lornoff runs at them straight up, runs to the back line. Laguna Blade, not enough by itself. Kataomi heals up to full. Meanwhile, the Rolling Thunder, Nightfall, he loses his Aegis right away. Kataomi does get burned out by the Rubik and Lornoff, but now they're trying to get away. Miro locks him down with the RP. That's going to be a core dead. Now, 2 cores dead on the side of Tundra with the 3rd on its way. Nightfall has to wait for him away. TP out, but a rod of Ato stops him. No waveform up for 4 seconds time. There's no way out of this one. BetBoom. They may not have stopped the Roshan, but boy, they got everything else for it.
Damn, there was just very little to show for that Lycan Shapeshift plus Lina opener. They spent 15 seconds killing the Pugna. And it all comes down to Lornoff missing the LSA. It makes things take so damn long, and in the meantime, the fight is falling apart. Rubik without a strong steal to really turn things around. And keep in mind, we were talking about how Song of the Siren is a good defensive tool against the RP. Well, what you used it for there was just setting up the enemy team. Like, you didn't accomplish anything, so...
Yep.
BetBoom used their Rolling Thunder, they keep heroes in place, Magnus comes out of the Song and starts having teamfight impact. That was not it for Tundra. You're gonna see the replay here. I like this song, I think it's fine. Just get out, right? I think that sticking around here at this point is really dodgy, and then Lornoff off on the right. This LSA was way off.
Oh, that was so off.
Not even remotely close.
I thought he... in the moment, I thought he was aiming for something else, but there was nothing else.
And yeah, 33 just got absolutely shut down. And that... Yeah, when the Lycan's dead, that fight is lost.
Back inside the game, running it back at Pure. No way! Is he getting out? The creep! The creep! Does it have the plane cone? Okay, they come back in with Soxa. Soxa gets it in the end with the Fate Bolt. 33 still running away. Got that extra transformation time. The extra 5 seconds to shapeshift because of the facet.
There's no RP here. This is GTFO territory for BetBoom.
Yeah.
They will do just that. Okay, out of nowhere. Tundra gets something back the other way. The kill on Drow's big.
Man, that's crazy. How'd they set that up so quickly?
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, better kill the other illusion while you're at it. Get them all out of there.
Got the dust on Kataomi, got the telekinesis, throws them back in, nullifier, and Nightfall to collect the kill. So 20 seconds till the Drow Ranger's back up. Now you have to wait 40 for the Pugna to be here.
Might just lose mid tower as well here. Knowing that there's no song, but looks like Tundra will take some farming time instead of trying to squeeze out a little bit more map advantage.
Somehow this 5 minutes after the Roshan is actually very successful for Tundra, and they're going to get a lot off of the map without the Aegis.
You say 5 minutes, it feels like it's been 2.
Yeah.
It's gone real fast.
AC next for 33. Got to get some bonus armor.
And he got the Vindicator X2, which could actually be very important here. If you get caught in RP or a Rolling Thunder combination, getting that 20 armor against Drow, it's plus armor. Oh, no, Whitemon almost adding to the statistic there. Found a way out of it, though. So, Lycan Shard. What do we think about that here? Is that going to be meaningful?
I mean, it's always somewhat impactful, right?
Yeah.
If they are constantly, again, pushing in waves, gives you more information. They're just trying to dodge fights against this Drow Ranger, I think, for the most part. I think it's always not bad.
This shard reminds me of Artifact.
Oh, yeah.
Like, some random effect happens in one of 3 lanes, and you need to take care of the trash over time. The cripple on towers is quite good, by the way. Does make the split push that bit stronger.
I was hoping he was going to take the other wolf facet, the new one. I think that one is...
Wolf?
Yeah, I think the alpha wolf is kind of OP.
The one where you lose a level on Feral Impulse and on Howl,
yeah.
And then your wolves get level 6.
Yeah, the wolves get 2 new abilities. One of them is like a disarm that you can use on towers. You can actually like chain disarm a tower for like 10 seconds. It's absurd. Oh, no way! I don't care what the win rate is on Muerta. Put this in Save's hands.
What? Can we get a... When did they see him last?
It was that ward, I think.
So he just assumed that he was TPing out. Whatever, dude. That's wild. That was a gem kill as well.
That was disgustingly good from Save. He saw...
The courier didn't see him, right? Did it?
I mean, I think that was Rubik's courier, right?
Dude, that was so sick.
All right. I don't know how that happened, but okay.
Okay, buddy. I got this guy on my team. That's fine.
All right. There's an amp damage at the bottom rune area.
Dire's middle tower is under
So no armor. I was curious if Nightfall would pick up any bonus armor in this matchup against Drow. Not the case. Going Conda, going Swift Link, so it seems like just a focus on getting on top of the Drow Ranger or playing away from her,
Yeah,
one or the other.
is kind of armor in a way against Drow, right? Because it's gap close.
Yep.
So it works defensively by being in her face, and if you blink on top of her and she pikes away, you can waveform chase.
Yeah.
And then you're there. Then it's down to whether BetBoom can create the spacing for Pure with an RP or a skewer. But I like the Swift Blink choice a lot. I also think it covers some of their bases. We were talking about limited catch. If the Morph can just blink burst someone and build the fight off that, he's the one hero that I think could more or less assassinate Save or Kataomi basically instantly. Especially Kataomi does not have much health, so that's a one-shot combo for Morphling for sure. And who knows, maybe then you won't have 15 seconds of Lycan and Lina on a wild goose chase.
Yeah.
Before they finally get that done.
Speaking of goose chases, Nullifier for GPK is coming in.
Oh, Miero, are they going to get another sick find out in the trees here? Sox is there.
Skewer him into the gust. He's got to blink. He will be able to blink. Miro will blink after him. Knew exactly where he was headed.
I wonder if Soxa was going to TP there to force RP. That was an option as well. Trading your life away for RP in that dire of a situation is not bad, but maybe he thought there was other backup en route and...
Sure. Lorinov hoping to find something as a big wave is pushing in bottom. These waves have been annoying for BetBoom.
No wolf in this one, though. Oh, there is one. That's going to cripple the tower.
Yep. Illusion.
60 attack speed slow makes the push a lot scarier.
Dude, they're going to lose this tower.
Yo, do something there. Yeah,
this glyph isn't going to save it.
Yeah, the glyph doesn't even do a lot because of cripple.
Yep.
It hit twice. Yo, BetBoom, it's... hello? Full tower? Really? Okay. That's not great. This is the dream of Lycan. An open lane with Song on your team.
Dude, look, he's going to go Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
That is... He's just going to get on... They're just all in on getting on top of the Drow Ranger when the time calls for it.
Or splitting.
Or splitting.
This is a multi-purpose purchase here. I think a cool play for Tundra here is to try to get that wave up to the base again and then playing it with Lycan and Naga and no one else. And Lycan starts pushing the tower. He has the Song on backup. He doesn't push it with his hero. He pushes it with all his units. And then in case he gets backstabbed by the enemy team, the Song can be the get-out-of-jail-free card.
That's an interesting addition here. Trickster Cloak. So the Morphling and Lycan could do all they want to get on top of the Drow Ranger, but if they don't have any detection, which is unlikely between the two of them, especially for that first fight.
How is it Trickster Cloak interacts with Nullifier?
I think he can get dispelled, but you'd have to get it before he...
Oh, this is a good find. No BKB on him.
Yep. Get
Easy
shotted
kill.
back in. 100% a kill for
Very
BetBoom.
nice, for sure.
Still dealing with this bottom lane, though.
This is going to be such a nuisance.
Okay, they're coming in from behind to clear this out. Spotted RP on 2. Miro tries to push them in range of the Pango. Looks like they'll get Soxa out of it. Nightfall will BKB TP out.
The Nightfall.
The Nightfall.
But still starting to be a really meaningful level advantage here for the side of BetBoom in particular. Nightfall and Soxa, or excuse me, Nightfall and 33 way below. Pure is level 25 and Nightfall's level 20. That is crazy to me.
Yeah.
The 5-level advantage for the carry.
Broke the Lincoln,
but
can't get out. Rod of Atos and Silence, so no chance for images. No way to get rid of that Rod of Atos. Pure's gonna chase after Laurinov here. It's a little dangerous, but he does have BKB Lincoln, so. They now own the pit, and Roshan's gonna spawn, and they'll see it spawn. BetBoom will get their first Roshan of the game, but the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Is it a golem sitting there? Yeah, it's a golem sitting inside the base.
He's farming.
All right, so hey, you missed the first Roshans. Who cares? As long as you get the third one, right?
Yeah, what do you do about this Ags? I guess you just use it?
Yeah, Mag already bought his Ags, so I guess best for the Pango, so he can then turn that slot into a different item, which Basher was needed.
Yep, it's good.
Well, it's not just the cores scaling up at the side of BetBoom. We also have the Muerta Gleipnir done. So you can see a gap there on his net worth and the rest of the supports in the game. He is scaling. He's got that tier 3 damage item as well, so he's going to hit decently hard.
Yeah, not running it right now, the Nemesis Curse. He's holding on to the... Just for movement speed, efficiency around the map here, whipping to go and ward. Then if he goes to farming, he'll probably swap him around. But yeah, once again, Laurinov not really finding a prey here. Might actually become it instead.
Are going to find him, and he's going to have to use his BKB. He cannot TP out. Doesn't have a TP. Also afraid of the Basher. He's going to try and fly away, but Pure cuts him off.
Dude, this Drow's so big. Holy moly.
Massive.
It's
6 slotted plus Aghanim Scepter and Shard. And he TP's back, trying to find another kill here, 33. I think they had some information this was coming his way, and this is a defensive shapeshift for him. And just to make sure the Morphling gets out as well. One part of Lycan scaling up into the game is Aghanim Scepter, but he doesn't have good uses for it here, right? He's got 2 ranged cores that don't really want to be a wolf.
I guess it's decent on Morph, right?
Yeah, maybe.
It's not the best though, but it's okay. However, the issue is, can you actually team fight at all?
They're gonna trade Raxes. If BetBoom want to take advantage of the situation and get more out of it, they're gonna have to go a second lane of barracks because the Morphling has already taken bottom. And they will do that. Or try to anyway. Oh, Miro missing out on the horn toss. Another glyph put to use here. Morphling still sticking inside the enemy base. Nightfall's going to start hitting tier 4s. Meanwhile, 33, GPK goes back to try and deal with the base right now, while 33 is going to pop his BKB. He's got TP. Miro, he is going to drop the RP for him. This is a kill certainly worth it. He still has Shapeshift coming up in a second. Can he Shapeshift run for it? Not a chance. Not with the Jet Shot coming over. And meanwhile, Pure is fighting out with the Pugna right now. Quickly blows up White Mod. Can he deal with the Morphling? It seems like it. As Tundra, 3 versus 1, had to back away from the Aegis of the Pure, and he runs down the Lina with ease. Now he's hitting the tier 4s right in front of them. 2 members are up on the side of Tundra, and they can do nothing about BetBoom demolishing their buildings. A fish there from Miro. Saksa couldn't stop him in time. As the silence Majiji is called, BetBoom will take game 1, 25-9. There goes that stat out the window. Tundra, in their hope to be able to lay claim to Dota's few historical wins where they have not lost a single game. The first game of the finals immediately goes against them.
And it's not just that they lost, they kind of got owned, right? This was a team that had yet to face adversity in this tournament, going from a 4-0 group stage into a 2-0 bracket game yesterday. Now it's time for the final boss, and it begs the question, did you maybe have an easier road where BetBoom had to overcome some stronger opponents, or was this just a one-off where your strategy didn't quite work? I mean, I guess we'll have to see, but this, I will say, going into this finals, anticipating the most likely result being a 3-1 for Tundra, this is not good enough. if you want to take the finals down. I think BetBoom clearly showing an advantage in this game 1.
Look, I don't know if I would jump to those conclusions just yet, that one team had an easier road than the other, but I will say BetBoom had easier lanes in this game. All 3 lanes going fantastic for them. Still a little bit of a props rate, though, I will say, to Tundra being able to have lanes constantly pushed out. They were able to have that mid and that bot lane pushed out for them, and I do think that that's what slowed down the tempo and the pacing of BetBoom a little bit there, but ultimately just not enough.
The nicest thing here from BetBoom is that they didn't bleed out kills, right? Because the whole time they are going around, they're grouping up, they're getting kills with the appropriate amount of heroes, they're not, you know, overcommitting too many. This Morphling was super pressured, super shut down. And then after that, you just have, okay, Tundra are going to try and make the most of it. They're going to try and farm as much as they can. You see Lycan, even in this clip, top of the net worth. He did an absolutely insane job on 33 to get that Helm of the Overlord and make sure he was using it to push out waves. I think very often you could see that in clips where BetBoom did something big, you would see 2 of their lanes pushed in hard because you had Naga cutting waves, you had Lycan pushing in. I think he got that shot as well and had the extra wolf pushing in too. Like, it was just a constant game of like, let's push and farm and get as much as we can out of the map. Because when those lanes are pushed in, you also have vision from them. So they kind of have a lot of info, but you still bleed kills out to play that way when you're behind.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have an ability to delay the game, right? You keep split pushing, cutting waves, all that stuff, but you still have that issue we talked about in the draft where you actually can never team fight BetBoom with your heroes. So you're in a problem when it's about Roshan, when it's about towers. Like, you actually cannot team fight. So I think that was the main problem for Tundra, and that's also something we've been seeing from Tundra throughout this tournament, having the superior team fight, having Tide Hunters and Phoenixes and these type of heroes that has big ultimate buttons, right? They didn't have any of that this game. So I think that's the biggest problem for them this game.
I think that second Roche was the perfect example of what you're talking about there, Misery, where it was like, okay, they were able to get Roche, Nightfall got the Aegis on himself, and they even got the Naga song set up. And I thought that was going to be the undoing for BetBoom, right? I thought this was like a really rough position because you get the song on the Magnus. I'm like, okay, surely this is where we collapse. You take away what feels like the enabler for BetBoom in their big team fight, right? There's RP, but I actually don't even know what happened in that team. Like, where were the comms? Where was the target prioritization for the side of Tundra? This is it. This is that fight right there.
I mean, the problem here is that Mac already has BKB, which is gonna, go into the laning phase that we're gonna talk about, I guess, now.
Yep.
Is the fact that you give away Magnus Muerta, right? And you pick Naga Siren Morphling to play against it. And Naga Morphling has like no damage early on. So you actually cannot fight back in the lane. So you're basically just forfeiting your safe lane to have Magnus come out with a, I don't know, was a 10, 12 minute blink dagger or something like that. And then he goes and kills your mid. And this Magnus just took over the game from there, right? So, I mean, moving forward for Tundra, I feel like they have to think about what heroes they're giving away, right? Like, they gave away Pogna, Magnus, and Muerta, which is like maybe too much, And what did you actually get in return? Alina, Naga? It doesn't seem like a fair trade anymore, right?
This Naga especially, right?
Yeah.
You and I, we were like, why are people still first phase banning this? Like, what is the thoughts behind it? Ooh, the games look, our sample size has tripled. It went from 1 game that we got to see it lost. Now it's 3 games that it's lost.
I mean, like we were saying backstage, I feel like this tournament is gonna reveal the weaknesses of Naga and kind of almost destroy this hero a little bit. I don't think...
It's inflated. I feel like the stocks of Naga were inflated where now you don't have to first base ban it. And now it's like, do you even really want to pick it up? Or is it this 5 that has just kind of been pushed to the side since it's got its nerf to its facet? That was the main one, right? That Deluge not being as good as it was previously.
Yeah, obviously this series we saw it get picked up, or this game we saw it get picked up in the second phase, so they're not just prioritizing it as first pick material. Maybe in the future we'll see it even later. I don't think you really want to save your supports for that far down the line, but maybe she fits there. It seems like people are really understanding how to draft against it, making sure you have at least one hero that's able to be effective through the song. This game you have Pangolier on GPK. He gets a Blink Dagger, right? It's then very easy for him to say, okay, you song whatever. I think we saw it even in that clip. He just instantly came rolling through and disrupted everything. So even though Magnus had a BKB, it didn't really matter because they were covering each other. Again, like you said, Naga being so weak, so little damage, you're going to buy these Greaves or Solar Crest or buffing items, but if you can't utilize your song properly and you're not giving any damage and you're not ahead, I think she's probably better when the game is even or ahead. When you're behind, when you're playing as effectively as they are on BetBoom to shut you down early and pressure your towers and group up and just kill you with early blinks, seems terrible.
I think also just the Naga before was paired up with like Shadow Fiend in lane, right? Maybe Luna, like heroes that actually offer a lot of damage constantly in the fights. So she didn't have to do that now. But now I feel like the supports are all dealing a lot of damage. Like you need different things from supports right now than before. Before, when Naga was strong, everyone was buying auras, grouping up early. Naga's great at that, right? Everyone is deluged. You can song and get out if necessary. You can song away the aura timing, stuff like this. It's like, it fits much better, whereas now, I don't know, heroes needs to be doing other things.
That's true. I didn't think about it beforehand. You wanted to drag out these team fights, right? You wanted to reset a little bit, but now, you know, especially in the Drow and the Lina, when we see it for this draft especially, you want to just be able to put out as much damage as quickly as possible, right? And in the later part, Morphling wants to do that too, but it takes some time. But this Drow Ranger especially, where you said Morphling, not that strong in lane, isn't able to dish out that damage, but now Drow Ranger, with a facet of sidestep, practically unkillable, right? We saw Pure be able to play around having this facet where he could engage, disengage a little bit, and just be able to live on a sliver of health. And then towards the end game, my goodness, look at him. This man was practically 1v4ing when they were able to decide, do we base race or Morphling? How exactly do we want to play out this end of game? Because you're in a tricky situation.
Dude, the Drow was so massive. there was no fighting her. The fact that in that moment as well, they had split their resources. They had heroes chasing the Lycan down to stop him from being able to TP out or go back. You had Morphling threatening the base and someone wanting to go back and deal with that. So you literally just had Drow and Pugna in that one situation, and Drow's like, go ahead, man, try. Bam, bam, kills everyone.
It did help that the Magnus caught out the Lycan as well, right?
Yeah, I think something else we talked about backstage is the fact that at level 20 you have this gust move speed talent on Drow, which makes Drow hasted.
I feel like you should explain that talent to everyone, because Drow has only recently risen in popularity.
Yeah, because I didn't even know this until we just watched this game, that Drow has this talent that makes you hasted, effectively, when you use it for 50, like 5 seconds. 50% move speed, which makes you the same move speed as Lycan, right? So Lycan is very fake counter in that aspect, right? At least if you get to that point, then you're not even going to be able to hit the Drow. So Lycan as a counter Drow is really a snowball factor that you have to hit some certain timing and almost close out the game. Otherwise, it's just not good enough.
Well, was fun to see something quickly, Ray, if you wanted to add on anything.
Oh, it was literally just like an old thought about the Naga. I was also, I was just thinking like they don't even have anything to follow up on the song anyway. No, like even if you hit the best song ever, it's like you have Lycan, Morphling, Lina, like okay, sure, maybe you hit a Light Strike Array if they don't BKB. Just felt like.
I think another thing about this Naga hero is that the BKB, the importance of BKBs right now in Dota is like every core wants to buy a BKB, and that is the counter to Naga, right? So, and I think everyone's just kind of farming. So Naga doesn't really offer that much in that. She could farm too, I guess, but would she really be offering anything noteworthy in terms of items, right? When auras are nerfed and stuff like that. So I just think that the meta has simply just thrown Naga off a cliff, you know, in terms of what she can offer in the game.
All right, well, we won't be looking towards that hero anymore, but we will be looking towards a game number 2. Our grand final best of 5 continues just after this break.
Our team is ready to play against anyone. It doesn't matter who we're gonna play against, some Prime OG, Prime LGD, doesn't matter.
Team has evolved very good. I'm like satisfied with everything that we have. We're not struggling right now.
We're growing fast, we're learning fast, and I think we're just a good team.
We came up with similar ideas of how we see the game. We have our own play style, our own Dota understanding, and we try to do it every game.
For me especially, like I just want to win the tournament. Like I haven't won a single tournament yet, and I really want to do it. It's gonna be huge for us.
DK.
Welcome back. Misery just welcoming you back there with the Dragon Die. He's trying to run the numbers. He's crunching it, right? I mean, this man, your brain never turns off, especially in the midst of a best-of-5 grand final. Tundra and BetBoom. We were discussing, right? BetBoom, they had that first pick, and that was what they wanted themselves. So they had priority for game 1. They chose first pick. This time around for game number 2, Tundra had that priority, and they've gone for first pick.
Yeah.
And that is what you were listing heroes off for, because we want to see 33's hero picked up a little bit earlier. He was left until that very last overall pick for himself, and he got really banned out, very targeted for himself. And so now that you have that first pick, how do you change it up? What bans do you let through, and where do you place the priority of picking your off-laner's hero?
Yeah, so what I was thinking is that I don't want to give away Magnus to Tundra. I also don't want to give 33 Doom. I don't want to give Sax the Shadow Demon. And then there's the
That's a lot of options.
And then there's the Dragon Knight, right? And that you also kind of don't want to give because it's Dragon Knight after all. And I feel like
But could you open with that?
You could ban those heroes, and then you would leave up Pugna perhaps, maybe Alchemist first pick. We've seen them do, but that seems like a reasonable option for BetBoom. I don't think that would feel too bad about that. So that's what I was thinking that might happen. But we'll see. I just definitely don't want to have Saxa play his Magnus, right? I feel like we saw that yesterday. It's too much. We even saw it last game. This hero just seems too strong. Like, you don't give away Mag.
Yeah, Miara's Mag's great too. So let's remove it from the equation.
Yeah, I feel like with BetBoom not getting first pick, I feel like they have enough priority on this hero that they're going to want to see it first phase banned, right? They know that it's not going to get let through at all. But then, what do you open with? What's left? There's so many different options still out there.
Yeah, I'm thinking I don't know if you want to give away Pugna either. This hero looks so strong, right? But I think it's either DK or Pugna.
Okay, all right. Any last thoughts for you before game number 2 kicks off?
I'd just like to see 33 play his off-laners that he's been so effective.
Right, we wanted new heroes and we wanted fun, but the Lycan was just that little bit too far.
The Lycan was good. He played it amazingly well. So it's not like he's a bad player and looks bad on Lycan. He looked great on Lycan. It's just, I think the Lycan made things a little bit awkward for the team. Like we just talked about, they didn't have that much team fight. They didn't know how to really bring their fights together, and he prioritized so many other items. He wasn't able to get that BKB. So in that big team fight where they got the second Aegis, you just saw him get Atos up and then die and explode. So maybe something else.
Well, what just in, guys, our draft for game number 2 in this grand final. It's coming our way, but first, our casters.
That's right. Synderen, looking back on that game 1, when they were talking about shifting the draft in some way, what player do you need that hero to change up for? Is it Lorinoff? Is it 33? Is it the supports? Who's going to give you more of that team fight and that catch or that initiation, whatever you felt was missing?
I think I want to switch up Miero if I'm Tundra. I don't think you give away Magnus again.
Okay.
That is my answer to that
fair
question.
answer, yeah.
You took the trade of, you gave the enemy team first pick Magnus, which BetBoom have shown plenty of times that they want to run first pick, because for them it's a 3-hero flex.
Yep.
They played on all 3 core players, so you can't really target it that well. And then your response was Alina first pick. I don't even think that hero counters Mag. I think it's the other way around.
Yeah,
Magnus has BKB piercing stun. He has displacement, which is Lina's worst nightmare.
Yep.
And you're totally telegraphing your mid lane too, so you give the enemy team time to think. So I would say ban the Mag, and clearly BetBoom have made it clear they're not rating Naga particularly high necessarily.
Yep.
Maybe you can just play a game of chicken. See how far into the draft is it going to go. Maybe it will be unpicked.
Yeah, honestly, that is kind of my gut feel of it too, that the hero's probably going to get lower and lower down the priority as we head into Game 2's draft.
BetBoom arguably winning the draft there, but ultimately winning the game. What do you think Tundra needs to change up going into this game number 2?
I think, like we also talked about a little bit on the panel, the 33 hero might have to come up earlier, so they don't get forced into this position with a last pick Lycan. We do actually see from the draft here that Mag is actually available. I did not think that was going to be the case. So I'm sure that Tundra will pick that up. The question is what they're going to ban. What else is in the pool? There's Pugna, which is a very strong hero for BetBoom.
Not anymore.
Not
right,
anymore.
So they'll leave the Magnus again, and I'm sure this gets swooped up right away, the Magnus. No surprise here. This hero has looked absolutely amazing on pretty much most every player who's played it at this tournament, especially on Soxa, adding the support role. Miro looks, he was MVP for me in the last game on this Magnus as well, so no surprise this will be the hero for game number 2 here. So yeah, moving on from here, how do you counter this? We saw the Lina, that didn't work, so like what's the next options?
I mean, the question for me right now is that, is there a little bit of a weakness in the sense that you kind of know it's going to be Soxa playing it? Like, it might be 33 playing it, but the chance is pretty low, I would say, at this point.
This is a Lornoff hero, that's the other question. We'll have to see on that one.
I feel like it's just going to be Soxa, and
probably,
and like most likely, right? And you're also going to see it because you have the ultimate last pick, so the flexing is kind of tricky to pull off.
Yeah, for sure.
So maybe they have something in mind, countering the 4 mag in lane, and then making it harder for him to play the game. I also think Shadow Demon is a hero that's a bit underlooked. This hero has looked insanely strong, both for Tundra and BetBoom throughout the tournament. We don't talk about it much, but yeah, this hero is absolute bonkers.
Yeah, he's been in the meta for so long. The patch has not really knocked him down a notch at all. Strong laning, I think, is one of the big things he has. Of course, the save, top of that, and a meta where you can potentially buff up your allies a lot. The purge is very useful for locking heroes down. I do definitely think here that like this Magnus hero is putting him more in a comfort type of situation, but the problem I had with which Naga is completely ignored, by the way, and I think that's the right call. Right?
I think so too.
I think this hero right now like does not fit into the meta. It made a lot of sense for me where all the ranged heroes are in the meta, like these Wind Rangers and Shadow Fiends, where you could use the reel in to bring them a bit closer to these ranged heroes to do more damage, but right now it's not really favoring the type of heroes you want to pick as a carry right now.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I would be surprised to see Naga anymore in this grand final, to be honest.
Agreed, yeah.
But yeah, I'm interested to see what BetBoom picks up here as a 13 pick. See the Drow ban, actually. That's kind of interesting, considering... I mean, last game Drow was an important factor, but would they really pick Drow if it wasn't for Morphling already?
Perhaps maybe they want the Morph a bit later in the draft?
Maybe they want to pick Morph again. Maybe they also want to set up for a 33 hero like Tide again, like something that...
Tide's banned, and they took the Morph?
Okay, cool.
So that's a little interesting, actually.
Yeah.
So they do read this Drow pick, being like, okay, they kind of want it. There's no Doom, right? There's no Drow, so what other carry-to-carry matchups can we possibly pick to secure a late game against Morphling? And they even banned the Tide Hunter, something 33 is very good at and can use against the Morphling too, so it is showing your hands here, but like...
But most carries are actually banned, right?
Exactly, yeah.
The popular ones at least, like you have Dragonite banned, Alchemist banned, Drow, TA, Monkey. So what's left for Nightfall to actually pick as a counter to Morphling?
The Nightfall PL.
Maybe. Or maybe pull out Anti-Mage, old school counter to Morph. Ursa perhaps? Might we see a Ursa in the grand final?
Tundra Esports.
I think they'll hold off on it for now here.
Interesting. Back to the roots of 33 here. Probably going to be a Mag 4 with a Visage 3, right? Sounds strong. And another bird, teamfight hero for Tundra.
Another bird.
Another bird. So basically now you are back to what Tundra has been doing the entire tournament, right? Picking massive team fights.
Yes.
Classic 33 hero on Visage. I think this is probably something they've been talking about in the break, right? To bring back what they're supposed to be doing.
I feel like Tundra kind of got into their own heads a little bit in that last series. I feel like they were the first ones onto the train of like, oh, Naga's not beatable, let's start giving it away. They left it for BetBoom Team. BetBoom Team didn't take it, and they're like, oh, Naga's still in the pool.
Yeah.
And they fell into their own trap, it felt like, in that game.
Yeah.
And their whole draft composition kind of suffered from it, because it wasn't their identity. Like, normally we look at the Tundra games, they've got these Phoenix, these Mags, these Tide Hunters, these overwhelming team fights with a hard carry, and they had like every answer to like every stage of the game, where that last draft just didn't feel like them. So I feel like that game one, yeah, they got into their heads a little bit. This game is going to be completely different from Tundra.
Yeah, maybe game one, the plan was to give away Naga, get Mag for free kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's definitely wishful thinking, considering what happened yesterday. And Invoker, cool. That's something we haven't seen that much recently, at least.
Yeah, he was very popular towards the beginning of the tournament. Always in the first phase bans, actually.
Yeah.
And then slowly, as the tournament has been progressing, people have been lowering the priority on the Invoker. I mean, he is a strong laner. Laning stage is pretty nice. There's nothing here that particularly counters it, but...
So, puck. Cool.
Yeah.
It looks like a good puck game on paper. But one thing I was thinking about it with them picking up Invoker on the 16-7 team is that now are you ending up picking Miro 0 last, right? Could that potentially end up being a problem like it was last game for 33, right? Are the popular offlane heroes gonna get banned out, right? We already have Doom banned out, Tidehunter, Beastmaster, like, and then 2 more of the potent ones. Like, what are we gonna be left with there?
That's the hard part about last pick sometimes. Like, you do get in a situation where a lot of the good heroes are banned, and it's very difficult to find the right hero for the game. He will see his matchup, so it's going to be Tundra's job here to pick something to make that last pick even more uncomfortable, right? Make it so you can't get some easy last pick like Brood or whatever it might be that can just destroy the lane. So if I was looking at the side of Tundra here, I'm looking to try and pick something that's a bit strong in the laning stage, because you are likely going to be just laning with a Phoenix, who is not a weak laner by any means, but definitely not like the strongest as well. But without the Alk, without the DK, it might be a hard thing to ask for as well. Like, the big ones of the carry pool as well are also getting banned out, and you have 2 bans from BetBoom here to remove 2 more carries. So I actually think both sides don't have an easy pick here.
Yeah, we might see some unorthodox heroes here as the last picks. What do they actually need? Like, so Tundra needs to not lose their lane horribly, right? Their safe lane, and but they also kind of, their heroes do scale, but they do need some kind of physical damage, I would say. Visage doesn't really cut it eventually, and the rest is kind of magical. So maybe some. What could Nightfall be playing here? I mean, we might see Ursa, because then it would sort of shut down the...
It's a little hard, though, I think, because you are playing versus Shadow Demon.
That is true,
and you are playing versus Invoker, and, you know, these dispels are... Most of your damage comes from your overpower, right? So I wouldn't love to see Ursa. I mean, when I see these heroes, I'm kind of thinking you want something mobile. I mean, the anti-mage suggestion you said earlier.
Maybe.
Like, it's good against these 4 heroes.
Yeah.
However, there's a lot of, like, lane matchups that could be really bad on that last pick, and you don't have the overall last pick. So I don't know if anti-mage is even pickable unless your overall last pick of the game and you see 5 heroes and it's a perfect anti-mage game. Then maybe...
You do have a lot of stuff to help out. If they were to go for Ursa, for example, they do have the Phoenix to go in. You have the Mag, you have the Puck. He has Empower. I think there's definitely...
Oh, he's just gonna pick Sven.
They banned it. Sven is an option, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's Nightfall's hero, right? Like, whenever he doesn't get either Morph, Alchemist, or DK, he's just picked Sven so far. So that's likely the route he's gonna go. There's a Gyrocopter as well, but not against Morphling, I think. That's a good idea. What else can he potentially go here? I mean, just looking at his hero pool, it's the high percentage pick is probably gonna be the Sven.
Yeah. It's banned out, so maybe we're gonna see something crazy.
Terrorblade time?
Could it be... What about a Faceless Void?
I mean...
Now you have the
Giga
teamfight everywhere, right?
I mean,
the games always go late. I think Faceless Void could easily make a comeback in this patch.
All right,
think about it.
Yeah, if you really think about how the games are going late, teamfight's important.
Could you pick Spectre?
The lane isn't as bad. It's possible, yeah.
I think one of those two look pretty good here, honestly. And then this is it sounds a bit crazy, but the patch has been moving in a different direction where we might see these type of heroes come back.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at Nightfall heroes, his most played heroes are the Faceless Void. It is the Terrorblade. So those are potentially in the cards here for this last pick for Tundra. So Tundra do have their last pick coming up here after this ban, and BetBoom Team do have the overall last pick of the game for Miro to try and counter what Nightfall is going to put down here.
I would love to see Spectre here. I think Spectre is super cool with their draft, and I think it's actually pretty hard to, it's pretty hard to counter the Spectre with the 4 heroes they have right now. They don't actually have that much burst damage. They don't have... It's not obvious to me how they're gonna like shut him down from farming.
Okay. Viper Band, getting rid of some of the strong laners here.
Yeah.
Is a break for Spectre too, potentially.
Yeah.
And it is, all right. They will go for it.
Shit.
That is a really good call there. The Spectre does come out. This has been popular in high-level pubs, but we have yet to see it on the professional play here, so...
Very cool pick. I think this is a hard one to counter with BetBoom. I think, I don't know, are you gonna go like Underlord, then you can't deal with the Puck? What do you even pick here? I think it's very difficult, actually.
I mean, I would have went with Tide, but that's out of the pool too, right? So like some of the good heroes, Doom is also very good versus Spectre. That's out of the pool.
But
so
you also need to deal with the. You also need to deal with Puck, right? You
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Do they go the route of what, some Legion commander or something? That sounds bad too, right? Like, how do you deal with Puck and Spectre?
To be honest, if there was a Legion game, right, he doesn't exactly counter. It's hard to do all the puck, I guess, but actually you stop the Phoenix spurts in early game. You can remove RP. Okay, you just go casual point Centaur.
The casual Centaur here.
That's fine. I mean, actually, this is a good pick. Forgot about this guy. He's gonna have a very, very happy lane now against Spectre, which
I think everyone does, right? And
yeah,
that's not the strength of Spectre.
For sure not.
So I think that what's going to happen is, generally speaking, Spectre, he loses to pretty much everyone in the safe lane. Not much you can do. Just kind of tank up and take the punishment. But when you get level 6, then you really want your team to start being active, right?
Yeah.
And they've got a puck. They've got a Visage. They have heroes that want to get active. But he doesn't want a slow game. So he wants to get out of that laning stage and start going for kills across the map here. And he's got some great heroes to do so. Centaur on the same foot here. This hero can get so tanky if he's so farmed, right? Of course, you do have some percentage-based damage in the Phoenix, but I feel like, what if it's ultra late game, right? There's this Heart Centaur running around. How do you kill this guy?
Yeah, it might be. I mean, Spectre can kind of do it, I guess, with Desolate, right? But I do see that two things basically. What you were saying about the Tundra's draft is that when they all hit their level 6s, right? They're gonna be so strong on the map. The Visage hits level 6 in the offlane, with the Mag helping out and Phoenix coming through and then the Spectre horned in, it might be really hard for BetBoom to fight early on. So if Tundra has a really, like a decent early game, like not even that much, not even that good, but just a decent early game, I think it could be really hard for BetBoom to fight back at the first like 10 to 15 minutes. Now moving on to later stages of the game, I do think they're very tanky with the Centaur and Ogre, but yeah, I don't know. I kind of like Tundra here. I think the Spectre is highly underrated.
Well, I'm definitely excited to see the Spectre. This is something that we have not got to see a lot of. Centaur, we've seen a ton. I'm not as excited for that one, of course, but it's still a good pick overall. GPK, he gets to play as Invoker, something that he's very good on pure with his Morphling. But we'll have to see, as they said in the pre-game interview, we're going to see some new picks this series, but something new is not going to be on the casting couch, as we will definitely be seeing Cap and Synderen again.
Which is a good thing, right, Fear?
You sounded so unexcited. Oh, well, I guess it's the same casters. All right, well, what can you do? We'll try to entertain you, Fear. We'll do our best to win over your cold, old heart.
Yes.
Yeah.
Spectre. What a hero. I love that Misery brought this up. I mean, he called it.
Great call.
He said that meta-wise, we are going later and later in games. In this match in particular, maybe that's going to be a trend for the finals as well. How do you feel about it, though?
I think it was the best pick.
Yeah?
Actually. I was thinking of alternatives, and I didn't come up with anything better than this spec. I really like when you play Spectre with a superior team fight, because the way this hero usually works, now that it got changed away from Haunt to the Shadow Step, is that you initiate somewhere and start a fight, Spectre joins, and usually what Spectre falls into a trap with is it jaunts, and then, or reality's in, takes the fight, and then the overwhelming team fight of the opponent kind of just makes you weak, but you've got that covered. So if you're initiating with a Coil, or you're initiating with Visage going in, or a Skewer, and Spectre joins the fight, and the enemy team tries to solve that outnumber problem by bringing TPs, they're not even favored in that aspect either.
Yeah.
So I really like this from Tundra in this game.
Pure already taking a healthy amount of damage, though no first blood is on the tables with this little interaction. Ogre, Morphling, that's going to be a tough lane to beat, but Mag, Visage, we'll see how it goes for them. I found a player. Let's look at their Dota 2 Pro Tracker, because obviously we haven't seen many professional matches of Spectre. And there are some players out there playing it. There's definitely some experimentation, you know, like, oh, I've played it 5 times the last 2 weeks. There's a player who's played it 39 times.
It's Nightfall.
It's not Nightfall.
Oh.
It is an Eastern European carry, though.
Oh, it's Badman.
Hey, that's good. That's a good answer. It's Kiritich, the carry for Virtus Pro.
Of course it's Kiritich. He loves that hero more than anything.
He has a 59% win rate on it in 39 matches.
That's very high considering he plays super high-rated games.
Yep.
Got
the first blood. You have to be careful of the 33 Visage and giving away early kills, man. So one thing you just cannot afford to happen. This guy rakes in the gold with this facet and then uses that extra gold to win the lane.
Morph is not happy. He's 1-0. It's definitely not a good start here for that bottom lane for BetBoom. And if you're playing Ogre and you can't play aggressively, what's the point? I think that's the biggest problem here is Kataomi finding purpose, but Ogre's biggest strength is hitting level 2 and then being able to do stuff, but level 1, with Learning Curve, you're not doing anything. So this Morph Ogre is an extremely underwhelming lane until the second point.
Oh, we got him! He has no TP!
Oh my god.
What a disaster.
The good news is he's got time to chew his gum. There's nothing is going to interrupt him from enjoying a nice pack of Wrigley's.
Shout out to Wrigley's.
Now that would have been sick if it was a sponsor.
Well, I hope Pure is enjoying his 1v2. Most experienced Visages. 33 is third on that list. 96 games and has the highest win rate.
That is an insane win rate. Wow. Dude, way too sexy is on there. What a name. Ooh. I have not seen that guy's name in a decade almost. That's wild.
Been a while since I've seen Kuroki too.
That was not necessary.
Pure does... Oh, he does get it. Kataomi gets the Lotus. I'm sure he'll give it over to Pure, so... Happens all the same. How's this lane going? Save and Miro, Shadow Demon, Centaur versus Phoenix Spectre.
They're drawing currently. So Spectre is not even losing its lane, which is the biggest weakness of this hero historically has been the laning stage. And accelerating to that later portion of the game. Especially, Spectre is weird, because a lot of the times you will lose your lane by a decent margin. Sometimes you get crushed, but a lot of the time you lose like 60-40, 65-35, whatever. Yeah. And then you cover your bases by finding kills with Shadow Step. But if you're already drawing the lane, this hero's win rate has to be incredibly high in general. So you see the replay here of a nice skewer. Oh,
and you're drawing the lane when the Phoenix is the weakest, right? Phoenix level 1 Fire Spirits, not good. Level 2 Fire Spirits, now you're talking, right? Yep. So you're about to get, like, the lane possibly gets easier, though obviously the Centaur is going to get a healthy amount of burst damage. We'll see Disruption into Stomp into Double Edge, and it's possible that that is able to get a kill in this lane somewhere. Our mid lane matchup is Invoker versus Puck. Cinder and GPK is stirring. 21 and 10.
There's so many denies.
Oh my god.
I mean, this guy is a laning master. It's not surprising to me that he can pull ahead by a decent amount of denies in a lane matchup like this. The question is, what's he going to do with it? Are we looking at some sort of a rotation before Puck is 6 so he can't counterplay it, or knowing GPK, maybe it's just going to be used as a win more situation where he just stays mid and keeps building up for himself?
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, this has got to be one of the better heroes for GPK to play, right? If he is such a lane dominator, because the passive, right, from Invoker, where he gets the experience on denied creeps.
Yep.
So he's got a significant experience advantage over this Puck right now. It's almost 3/4 of a level above him. So he is killing it. Cold Snap to try and get the last hit on the ward, which he does manage to get. So that's even more experience going into GPK's pocket. Meanwhile, saw another attempted skewer. Sox is getting real cute over there in the bottom lane.
Ooh woo.
Ooh woo.
Welcome to the grand finals of Blast. Sorry, we got infected a little bit by the secondary stream.
Ogre-chan, I'm stuck on high ground.
All right, that's enough. That is for the chill stream, I think.
That's true. Good shout out to that.
Oh,
you got
ace for GPK. He could just run him down, maybe.
Yeah, it was a thought. He wasn't level 6, so it's not. There was no danger of like getting coiled underneath the tower or anything. A little bit surprised GPK didn't try and push for more. He's going to use the last remnants of this haste rune to go to bottom lane. Now, Soxa does have a skewer, tried to make it up to the high ground so he could TP away out of sight. Doesn't make it. So that'll help Pure out a little bit. Recover as he is bottom CS of all the cores at 28-7. But I guess they haven't given any more kills to the Visage yet, right? So
I guess that's something. I suppose Pure's game this time around is also better than Nightfall's was last game on the Morph. Despite the skewer on the Ogre and the First Blood, Pure is still staying afloat, which is a good thing when you're a water-based hero, of course. Oh, we can give the experience over to 33 here rather than Soxa. So one support on the side of Tundra will not be having that good levels, which will be... I guess the Phoenix is doing well enough that it's okay.
is it important for a water creature to stay afloat? Isn't it important for the land-based creatures to stay afloat? Because they can't survive in water.
Anyway, Soxa actually didn't manage to skewer across, so perhaps a waveform could have made that interesting.
You sounded so exasperated.
I'm done with you.
Well, this is the last tournament we're going to cast together, Sindred, so...
Yep. I made sure of that. I talked to Blast. I said never again.
Never again. 8-minute power rune is coming up, and we're about to get level 6s on the side lane. So ultimates, we've got obviously the Spectre one, big one, though he's pretty far away. Nero's about to hit his Stampede level. Fight over the power rune, amp damage picked up. Kataomi naps that away from Lorinoff, but he may pay with his life.
Oh.
And Soxa couldn't get the skewer. They needed that extra damage to try for the blood grenade kill instead. Lorinoff commits for it. Shockwave pull him back, and they get him in the end. 33 sad that he will not get the bounty for it, as his nuke came in just a bit too late.
That's Birds online. Visage has evolved. But the thing about the Morphling versus Visage matchup is that Visage doesn't like fully morph out of lane. I think Pure can still just sit here and farm, not be all that worried compared to other carries that might start needing help and struggling. So it remains to be seen whether 33 on his Visage, which is his favorite thing to do on these kind of heroes, will be able to take that bot tower quickly.
Right, because he usually takes a bot tower and then he sweeps into mid. He takes that tower at some point in time, usually hoping to get a couple of kills along the way for the Facet Gold. But that 1, 2, 3 may have a few extra numbers thrown in there as BetBoom, with a slight laning phase win, and a rotation coming through the gate from Pure is going to make things awkward. Whitemon, he's got to dive.
Oh, he's got to dive.
He will indeed.
And Nightfall, double trouble.
Tries to dagger, does have a lot of stick charges, 10 to be exact, but Save has a lot of shadow poison stacks. He'll take the kill and get himself an illusion of the Spectre to help him farm. Meanwhile, Pure, he is able to morph up strength. Are they going to run out of damage? Stampede to get him away, just in case.
He's morphing down fully, just showing off.
It really is.
That was unnecessary. But the efficiency, now he doesn't have to wait for it here. Soxa trying for a Shockwave. Not going to get him, though.
Still have Lorinoff coming in. Waveform's going to be used. Try and get him out of here. Nightfall has respawned. Can't get the kill on the Morphling. You correctly identified that they were just not going to be able to at least kill the Morphling. They kick him out of lane and might be able to take the tower now.
That's good enough. That's what you want to see for the side of Tundra, is that bot tower taken out. Start forcing Pure deeper into the jungle, taking more control. And despite the fact that Morph will be a tough kill for their team for the foreseeable future in this game, everybody else is very much vulnerable to getting Coil into Shadow Stepped On.
Yeah.
The tower will be taken by the creeps, of all things. All right, a little missed timing there from side of Tundra. Oops. BetBoom, however, looking to respond in turn with the 10-minute Siege Wave mid. Bloodlust and Invoker. Haven't got around to talking about that just yet. Their cores are really good with Bloodlust. All three of them. Invo, Morph, and Centaur. However, it is not a good Fire Shield game. So that is Ogre's second timing in some games. Doesn't feel like that's going to matter that much. Spectral Haunt in, pop Manta, and then immediately remove all those layers of Fire Shield.
Of course. The many drafters, I've heard them many a time say, got to pick up Ogre for the Fire Shield. It's very important. Very important shard, Syndrome.
It has its games. Not this one.
A smoke from the top lane to go through the gate and gank the Visage. Do they have the Blink Dagger on the Centaur? They do. So they're going to be able to hit this Stomp. Do they have the damage, though? With Demonic Purge, it's going to be made a whole lot easier. He's not going anywhere. Pure gets on top of the waveform. He tries to resummon the birds and go for a double drop again. Doesn't get there. Meanwhile, GPK, he's spotted by the dust, but he already got the cold snap and the fire blast on the puck. The tornado, though, it helped him live, I think. Okay, he's still dead. Looks like he wasn't able to jaunt to the orb.
We haven't covered this just yet, but the puck matchup for Morph is actually super interesting. It's one of the best ways of catching Morph is coil into silence, but if he gets to turn into you, he counters you super hard. Pure just hit a clean silence there onto Laurenov, and he will be rewarded. Okay, I guess we're just not last hitting towers today. Whatever. Not necessary. Those 2 creeps were way stronger than the level 9 Morph. They'll win the battle. But now, a nice early advantage for BetBoom. We both like the Spectre in this game, I think, at least. But if you can start building this this type of a lead early on BetBoom, perhaps you can itemize yourself out of the teamfight issues. Especially Sux is level 4. Okay. What? Oh, he's stacking the hard.
Yeah, he was stacking and accidentally hit Soxa. Invis isn't dispellable, the rune.
So it may seem.
I thought he was going to come back down and be invisible.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
I think it's the only source of invisibility that is not... No, Shadowblade isn't either.
Yeah.
I think they follow the same rules, but Glimmer and we believe Trickster Cloak gets removed, right?
That's what we thought.
It actually, I checked it last game, it didn't say on it whether it was dispellable, which is classic Dota.
Kaitomi gets a level 6, immediately gets a multicast. That's what you like to see. And that multicast is going to help set up the kill onto the Phoenix, because there's just not enough stuns coming from the Visage to protect the egg. And I think they're going to try and kill the Familiars.
Summon here.
Yeah, he'll get one of the birds. Oh, win for more.
Yeah, he'll get both. So 33. Oh, he has to resummon. He just got it up. We will expend it immediately. Head over to the right-hand side.
Really feels like Tundra is not getting what they... I feel like in some ways, both times, 33 is not able to have an impact in determining the tempo of the game. And that has slowed down Tundra a lot. Maybe part of that is just not winning the lane as hard as Tundra's usually used to. Some of that could be the heroes.
And we've only seen one assist on Spec. I think that's the biggest concern. Is Nightfall's game is relatively slow. He'll go Blade Mill, Radiance. It's quite standard. The Blade Mill is nice on this hero. It's multi-value. You use it for farming jungle. When you jump in, you do extra damage in the fights because enemies kind of will naturally do some sort of residual damage on you when you connect.
I think like 90% of the games on Spectre have Blade Mail, Manta, and Radiance.
Yeah, it's
those three items.
Pretty common build for sure.
2 cores and a support stacked up together with the coil on all 3. A 2-man RP. Sage does what he can to dodge some of this damage for himself, but it's cores left high and dry. They're going to get burned down as Miro tried to go for a desperate TP away. Does not work for them. Tundra, what a big turnaround that was, and it's thanks to Lornoth's coil.
Yeah. That's the kind of moment their lineup needs. They find an opening like that. That's when everything comes together. And BetBoom have to be very careful not to get multiple heroes coiled like that. It looked like they was trying to spring a trap, but the enemy team realizes they can stack you up. They'll take that fight easily. No supernova even needed.
And that just pushes Nightfall closer and closer. I mean, the fact that it was like Invoker, I think, was Ghostwalk sitting on top of the other 2. Not great for them. Nightfall, who just picked up his Blade Mail, is pretty quickly getting up to that relic category.
And 33 gets 1 billion gold with Death Toll.
Yeah, true. Also
that was 3 Soul Assumption kills, 2 of which he even got the last hit on.
He got all 3? Wow.
He got 2 of them. He got 2 last hits, and the third one I think was under the influence, as we say.
Yes.
Of the Soul Assumption. 3-second duration. He rich. All of a sudden he has a Veil and half a plate mill.
Pretty good. Ether Lens for save. What do you make of the Orchid build for GPK over, we've seen a couple different right-clicking builds for Invoker. Do you like Orchid?
It's interesting to see over the Witchblade. That's stock standard Witchblade Dragonlance.
Yep.
I think this is specifically targeting the puck, but there's the added benefit of it also being good against Phoenix and Mag.
Sure.
But I think if Phoenix and Mag win the game and it was a different mid, he would not go Orchid. So it's a way of forcing Loronov's hand into a defensive item relatively early on, which sometimes pucks have to just do, and he's got the Yules already. But the dream puck game is one where you do not need to buy an item like this. And probably wouldn't have had to if it wasn't for the Orchid. Then I actually think he can play without any defensive items.
Yeah.
In this game.
Well, the penultimate dream is you have to build it, but you're so far ahead in net worth that there's no timing that you get caught by the Orchid. At least, you know, you have an option for it. He's got the Yules already. He also has a shield rune in his bottle. 12 games of 7-3-7 professional matches. 8 Orchids is interesting.
It's a lot of Radiance Blade Mail Manta, though. It's about half of all builds of that. And the Axe was mainly pioneered in Pro Dota by, I want to say, Ame. Went for that on the carry spec as a first item in some of their games.
Yeah.
But that was back when Axe was the Shadow Step, right?
Yep.
And the regular ult was the Haunt. Oh, they find GPK.
Pull back in. They have Whitemon sitting on the side, ready to go with the Supernova. So this is going to be a hard fight for BetBoom to be able to take. Oh, he popped the egg right in front of him. Didn't hit any Fire Spirit, so the egg dies quick and easy. They may have lost their Invoker, but they're still going strong. It's a beautiful jump in from Pure. Got him on the silence. Hit Lorinov with his own winning rift. Got the kill there. Didn't jaunt to his orb, though, in time, but Miro is still able to catch up. Hits the stomp on a Nightfall. Trying to finish him off, pull him back in with a Raining Rift, a waveform over the top, and he can't get away. Fantastic performance by Pure. 2 different team fights now, using the Morphling and turning into the puck.
Yeah, that's something we did not account for when we were talking about how we envisioned this game going. Can't really forget that Pure is just godlike on this hero.
True.
And he will find the necessary opportunities. This was even, keep in mind, early adversity in the laning stage. His Ochre died level 1, then he got skewered on a cliff afterwards, and Pure is still way ahead on net worth, minute 20.
Skewered back. Miro intercepts, though. Quickly punished Soxa for making a play like that. Still, the outside is getting burned up a little bit. Whitemon, who no longer has the egg, has to turn around Fire Spirits instead. Tundra trying to surround save. Will be able to get that. BetBoom trying to keep the momentum going off of a successful team fight. Get too aggressive in the end in the top lane.
Damn, he almost has butter. Yikes. It's going to be a strong timing for the BetBoom side. It's not just the Pure Morphling, it's Pure Morphling with Bloodlust and Alacrity.
Yeah.
A nasty combination later down the line. Feels like the carry-to-carry matchup will never truly be Spectre favored in this game, even when we're looking at 5-6 slot territory just from those raw buff-ups.
Speaking of that 5-6 slotted, what items are going into that? Is Conda going into this mix? Because we've seen some Morphlings go for this, where they go early Butterfly, but they'll go back for the Conda as a 4th or 5th item. Do you believe in it?
I think there's a case to be made to not get it this game because you have all these buffs and you just want to stack up stats and become a monster, right?
Okay.
Conda is not very, how to say, staying power efficient. It's like I need to assassinate this one target approach. But more than likely, the way these team fights are going to play out is Tundra are going to pop all their big ults, and if you can stand through them and just fight back, you have a much higher chance of winning. So I would like to see something along the lines of BKB, Satanic, and Scotty, or maybe a Daedalus or whatever, and just becoming an absolute hyper carry with the backup you have.
I'm with you on that. I do kind of like the Kanda idea against Phoenix and Puck. Right, you do have some squishier heroes that high burst damage is very effective against. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see what he feels like is important in these team fights. As you said, if it's just, okay. A little bit of break mechanic required for the Spectre.
Yeah, I guess there's both Spectre and the Visage. It's all right against. It's obviously great against Spec.
Yeah.
But
it also could be really good at catching the puck, right? He Shadow Blades, finds the puck, morphs into him, quickly waning rifts him.
It's good. I like this a lot. I think it's a great choice to get the Shadow Blade or even the full Silver Edge first before the other items we talked about.
Yeah.
Seems pretty stable.
GPK didn't go back for the Witchblade, has gone Orchid into Hurricane Pike, which we talked about is part of the core build of Invoker nowadays. Shivas is almost done for 33. That's a big team fight pickup. Very important against the Morphling.
Do you have the damage to kill him, though? You have all this really strong team fight, but you don't have single target damage to really write home about. So can they deal with, especially with an Aegis? I think this upcoming fight is extremely difficult, actually, for Tundra's side. What their lineup is riding on is catching supports and Invoker and just building the fight and snowballing it. But if the hero presenting itself as a Morphling hitting you a tower, how do you initiate?
Yeah.
I struggle to see that with the Manta as a solution to the Puck Silence. And you can also Manta dodge the Skewer if you're clutch. It's not easy.
Yeah, the way I envision most likely the team fight is won by Tundra is because Orchid still got the Yules, he's got a regen as well, so as long as there's...
Oh, nice timing. That was more or less a frame perfect EMP.
You're still maybe gonna get caught here as he's gonna run to the smoke and Miro got him on the stomp. That is good enough as Pure follows it up with the Waning Rift once again. A pickoff on Lorna works wonders. And with that hero gone, that kills the way that Tundra could win a team fight. I think the most likely way they win a team fight is a coil skewer back that breaks the coil into a supernova.
Yeah,
right?
But he has Aegis, so then you use everything on the first life.
Yep, 100%.
And I genuinely don't think he dies if he gets off attribute shift before they skewer him. I think he'll still live through all of it.
No, I think you're totally right that the problem is going to be if Morphling presents himself as an isolated target and says, you have to go on me. That is trouble.
This map is falling apart really quickly. I know it's only a 2K lead, but the writing on the wall here is that Morphling is going to run the show. He's going to find... Well, actually, he's going to farm the Ancients instead of fighting Nightfall. Don't know whether he could have killed him anyway. On his lonesome with a Sunstrike, but...
Would have been interesting to see that damage test in action. Soxa has his TP canceled. Now he is...
Found a courier.
Got the way out. Courier. Take my life, but I take your courier. Yeah, how are you, even if you do manage to stall out the game through this Aegis, nice pickup.
Found Whitemon.
Even if you do manage to do it, how do you get farm? When there's a Morphling that, Vision inside the base leads to a pickoff on Nightfall as he's gonna try and use his ultimate to jump around, but it's not good. BetBoom lock onto their target. One pickoff turns to two, turns to a third, two supports down, and a core Pure up to the high ground with 2 minutes left on the Aegis. They just cannot eat through his health pool.
Yeah, shifting down for round 2 here. I wouldn't blame BetBoom for trying to turn this into a bait where it seems like they fake back. They have a good ward in the Dire base that could give them some information about what's coming up. If they see a smoke move or if they see any sort of split of heroes, they could pounce on that. All right, it will get removed now. So they place their own ops defensively here. Interesting. Might have been a mistake.
I think it was a mistake, honestly. Yeah.
It's a pretty unusual ward to place.
Whoops.
And the sad part about that is Tundra really need wards right now. So burning that one, in their base does not feel great when the one avenue of coming back into the game is to find the enemy team split and setting something up with Shadow Step.
It's wild to me that it's only a 3,000 net worth lead for BetBoom. It feels like so much more. It feels like they are farther ahead.
That's what it's like when there's a hyper carry that's uncountered. Then that hero just makes the game seem like a 10k lead right now.
Right.
Because Pure can just do almost whatever he wants, and what he wants right now is to find blood. They'll find. Oh, Larinov just got caught by a melee stomp. Didn't even play.
And Fire Blast multicasted off of it too.
Oh boy.
Larinov. Gotta wake up. Oh, and as they try and cut the way from Whitemon. Not even an opportunity to use a Supernova. Gets sandwiched in. The bottom lane is pushing. Mid is over the river. Good opportunity for BetBoom to take another objective.
This is an oddly similar game to game number 1, despite the lineups being completely different. It's kind of the same recipe. It's somewhat quiet early on. BetBoom make a couple of good moves, and then they just control the entire map, and Tundra are scrambling to put up any kind of meaningful fight. Aegis will expire in 4.
They're trying to get him on the Aegis. No! They did too much damage.
Early.
They can still stun him. They still have... No, they don't have a chance. Stampede's going to come in, and BetBoom are going to run to Pure's aid.
Oh, man.
Rescue him. They had 3 seconds left on the Aegis.
Stay in school, kid. Learn to count to 3. One day, it could make you $200,000.
Well, unfortunate, and you're not going to get another opportunity like that.
That was worse than not killing him, because now you used RP on nothing.
Yeah.
So...
The BKB is now complete.
Honestly, this is way too early. Like, he dies with 4 seconds left. That wasn't even excusable. Like, it was close, you know?
Yeah. They would have had to chain stun with the birds, and then you probably would have had to Waning Rifts, but he has Manta.
Oh, this could maybe lead to something. I don't know.
Supernova is going to successfully go off, and Miro's taking a lot of damage. Saved by the disruption, at least momentarily. Birds are going to drop on him, and they finish him off. Do manage to get that 1 kill. Pure's looking a little bit low. Turns into the Magnus. Skewers back on Nightfall and rips him a new one. With BKB for him, Tundra can't touch him. He gets that kill and gets out. Core for core, but it's the carry of Tundra that dies.
I guess the good news for Tundra there is, despite trading that 1 core to 1, which isn't maybe the best, this was without RP, so conditions are likely going to be better next time around, if you were to look for that. But again, that was just another play that Pure has in his arsenal. It's turning into Mag and skewer him back.
Yeah.
So as if the puck one wasn't enough, there's more options that are good.
So Shadowblade into BKB, then back for the Silver Edge.
Yeah, I really like his itemization in this game. I think every decision he's made has been the right one, more or less.
Agreed.
Just an exceptional play from him. And yeah, that silver is about to be done. He just needs to farm the triangle. 1 cycle.
Another BKB now for GPK. So the coils are becoming less and less effective. More and more reliance on Saksa to make a big move. The right RP skewer could set up a Supernova for success. There's always that possibility, no matter how far Tundra get behind in net worth, which is not very much right now. 4K. It is insane, again, that they're only up by 4K. When you've got the difference between Pure and Nightfall is 8K.
Now, considering Gabe loves Spectre on Dota Plus.
Yeah.
What do you think the win chance is right now?
I think it's gotta be still like 65-35 to BetBoom.
Okay. That's not that far off.
What is it?
75.
75-25? Okay. I got baited by the Spectre.
Yeah.
I would agree.
It surprised
I think it's
me
75.
because I think this is where we're at.
I agree.
Or maybe even better for BetBoom. But I just know that Spectre's track record on Dota Plus is extremely skewed. But I do feel like Tundra are significantly behind despite only being 4K because of the relative distribution of gold. If this was a morph who was like 2K ahead of the spec, and then the other 2K is spread among the supports, it's a totally different ballgame.
For sure.
But Pure, with all this amplification and the 1.5 item advantage over the enemy carry, it's not fair.
No.
And maybe he'll even get an Aegis now. They're setting it up.
Roshan up. Now remember, big team fight potential out of Tundra. They actually have a pretty good lineup for fighting around the Roshan pit. This is dangerous for BetBoom. They're putting themselves in a corner with the potential for the Supernova to be extremely impactful.
Oh, I love this from Pure, though. He's out scouting in that Silver Edge, trying to just make the fight fragmented, break up that option of getting stuck by just starting it out somewhere else.
Got a spot 33 here. He runs in with the Shivas, spotting the Morphling. He's forced to waveform back.
Yeah, now they might think he's out, but he's actually on his way in again, potentially.
Spectre's gonna pick up a Haste Rune for this fight.
All right, he's gonna spot him on the sentry.
Yeah. All this stall is giving a lot of time for the Spectre to push in lanes and farm, which is nice. Sox up, blinks backward, instant side, put onto the Morphling, but Miro gets the jump in on Whitemon. He dives away, half health on Miro, slowed down by the Demonic Purge. Nightfall commits for the kill, does manage to get it, Gem is on the ground. BetBoom resetting back to their side of things. Skewer in from Soxa, another pick off perhaps, as the disruption is just going to set up the bird stuns, instant drop. Trying to jump after another side device, put on the Morphling, just no opportunity to be able to get in there. Pure, he goes after it, Supernova's going to be used, anything to stop Pure, pops the BKB, kills the egg, 2 supports dead on the side of BetBoom. Nukes are being thrown out by 33. They're finally going to focus on this Vicious. He used the Stone for it. Blade Mail, RP, they blow up the Morphling. Pure, he does too much damage to himself on the Blade Mail, and it turns the whole fight against them. Kataomi will be cleaned up, tries to do some damage to Nightfall before he dies. It's not good enough to get the kill. 4 dead on the side of BetBoom. The game has shifted entirely, Cinderin.
That is big for Tundra. Gonna get the Aegis to boot. Don't know how long they're gonna hold on to this banner. It feels like high grounding for their lineup is a pipe dream. It's gonna take forever before they can siege. But yeah, as you said, the hexes, absolutely instrumental here from Whitemon. And the fact that they kill Centaur for free effectively. This was a 4v5 fight after this.
Yeah.
So BetBoom choose to reinitiate at a disadvantage and also getting compromised on Save's position, trying to recover the gem.
My question is, where... I just don't really see much of an impact out of GPK in these fights. You know, I just see so much of the support, like the jump in from Miro, it fails. You know, we've got the jump all around for the like supports getting skewered in. Pure's in the middle of it. Didn't really see much of an impact from GPK in that fight. I don't know what he's supposed to do, but maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's a great fight for the Morphling and a great game for the Morphling, but maybe he's not able to have the same kind of impact you would want.
It's kind of tricky for him because one target is the Puck, who he can't really go on. He's just going to Yules off the Orchid and reset the fight.
Yeah.
Visage Stone forms, and the Spectre isn't even there.
Right.
So your 2 targets are Soxa's Magnus, who was a 1500 range behind the fight waiting, and eventually got in there. And the other one is Phoenix, who was all the way off to the left, throwing out the hexes from the tree line. So honestly, I just want to give massive props. I think Tundra's formation there was pristine, actually, and that's why GPK looked weak.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that both of them managed to kind of get jumped on and got their mobility back to the back line of Tundra that they had set up. Whitemon gets stomped. He manages to dive away, resets, even, you know, getting out the Supernova. Even if he dies during it, he got the BKB out of Pure and a lot of his focus.
Do you think the Kaya Sange on Centaur is good this game? I think that's my biggest question mark out of all itemization here is I don't know if I'm sold on Miero choosing this.
Okay, what would you prefer?
So you saw the fight that just happened. He blinks in, goes for the catch, gets coiled, and then he just...
Oh, instant scythe! Baiting the ward. Is Lorinoff going to die for it, though? Got out the phase shift. Nightfall's going to jump in, try and clear some room for him, but a jump in, immediate scythe once again from Whitemon. The follow-up, an RP, a supernova. Disruption safe, though. He's going to come out instantly blown up. Tundra was ready for that moment. My goodness, as soon as the Morphling pushed forward, Whitemon hits the scythe and the whole team follows through.
That Hex has actually just flat out won the 2 last fights.
Yep.
It's been insanely impactful coming out of him, waiting for that moment, waiting for that key item. You can't really ask for more than your position 5 to win you the whole game, right? I think that's a pretty good result if that's what he manages to accomplish. So far, though, Whitemon with the 2 of the most game-winning plays back-to-back. See if he can find a third one. No buyback here on the Morph, but as we already established, the high ground potential of the Dire, not the best. Visage can get to work, but Spectre, one of the biggest weaknesses of this hero is its inability to push towers.
I think this is one of my favorite moments in Dota Syndrome when a team is winning and a single item turns that game, and it turns it so drastically that they can't buy an item to counter it, right? They've just been hit with back-to-back team fights. The Morphling hasn't been able to itemize out of this whatsoever, and Tundra, back-to-back team fights, taking a Roshan, taking a lane of barracks.
Isn't it ironic that they're sieging without the carry? How often do you see that?
Oh, yeah.
The carry's farming top. Like, Nightfall doesn't even want to bother, so he's just going to ramp up further. Top side of the map on the spec, and this will be a completed Scotty coming his way in just momentarily, or Ags. Which one is it? I need to see his courier. It's the Ags. So Haunt unlocked.
Okay. Pretty cool, especially considering the fact that you've got this really important save mechanism. I assume he's just going to be hunting down save. Pop Haunt, jump on him, Orchid it in, pop Manta, let the illusions kill the Shadow Demon.
And you can see the prioritization, right? He's holding onto a dust in his inventory over a blade mail. So this is a very clear indication that his job is to assassinate the backline. And if he does manage to take out save, or even force him to disrupt himself, Pure is a lot more vulnerable. And there's that BKB. So this was my take on the Centaur. I think the Kaya Sanj did not really offer what he was hoping for, and had he had BKB in a couple of these fights they lost, instead, he could have got a reset and found one more stun.
Found an opening. BetBoom.
That's a good one.
Finally get a little win here.
33 out in the middle of the map, more or less alone.
Didn't try and stick around to kill the familiars. Surprising.
Yeah, Pure's holding on to Vampire Fangs mid 39.
Yeah, and he wants Satanic.
Don't they have tier 4s already? Oh, do they have enough? Considering everybody else has tier 4s, I would think the carry also has the option, but...
Apparently,
Okay. I mean, Vampire Fangs are good. I'm just saying. Oh, now they got a bird.
Well, I assume he'll replace it as soon as he has Satanic.
Yeah.
Soxa's looking for an opening. He doesn't pull the trigger there on going after Pure. Looks like maybe Nightfall wanted him to. It's a hard call to make. That single familiar stun. Soxa could have gone after it, hit the RP, skewer back.
He also has Axe, so...
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he could have tossed him.
But can he do all that faster than Save gets off the disruption, right? Gets it here, goes for the Ogre. Stampede trying to get him out there, but it looks like he'll probably be run down by Lorinoff. Wait, Fire Shield Synderen.
Yeah,
oh.
Did something. Not enough.
So just an Ogre death. Or some ultimates thrown around. Coil, Stampede. Demonic Purge, Tundra. seems like they feel better about the situation. They'll keep the pressure on, take a tier 2. BKB now for Nightfall. So if he wants to kill save, he can kill save. That BKB, he does have the ability just to commit.
Yeah, he still needs the detection slot now, though.
Yeah, that is true.
So,
drop the treads.
Guess so.
If you get to be able to teleport onto him, what's the point of movement speed?
Now, what is Pure going to choose? What do you think is the best tier 4 from Morph here? It might just be Ancient Guardian?
Yeah, I wonder if the status resistance item is in consideration at all, considering the way he's been caught a few.
Yeah, aesthetics cap isn't the worst. I guess the
Havoc Hammer. Whoop.
Okay, that was not on my beat.
No, it was not.
Oh, nice try. But
Good attempt.
Wait.
Good attempt.
Who's is who's? Level 25 on Lornoff. First to get it. We'll unlock the Dream Coil Pierce.
Now that's a big one when you've got a way to force the coil to be broken, like Skewer.
Yep.
Pretty insane talent. Overwhelming Blink as well.
I was wondering if Nightfall was going to do this, and he is. He's going to synth up his Ags to make slot for Dust.
Yeah, smart.
That's not a common situation to find yourself in as carry, as you need to upgrade your Aghanims to have detection. But there we go.
Especially funny since we have a Roshan coming up soon. It's available. It's a Radiant side Roshan, though, so it's Refresher. Ooh, Shield Rune. With an Octarine and an Overwhelming Blink, he has so much HP. My God.
They can purge it off with SD, but that is quite unlikely to happen in the fight.
Yeah, especially given the fact that, I mean, save positioning-wise, he's going to be playing way in the back. Even then, could get haunted on, in which case it's going to be important for Miro to save Stampede, perhaps, just to save people from the haunt play. Bloodthorn next for GPK. So if they can get some hard lockdown, Bloodthorn could make short work of them. Does Tundra want to try and force this at all by doing the Roche, or are they going to push out into BetBoom? Seems like it's the second option here with Lornoff. Continue orb. No, they're actually going into the pit now. Now, they can do this pit play, I think, in part because they have a Phoenix, right? You have to go into them. You have to go into their Supernova around this awkward pit corner. Lornoff trying to intercept them, trying to make it so that they feel like they can't go into the Roshan pit, and they won't be able to in time. Now the Haunt's going to be used, and BetBoom have to retreat. Tornado's going to be used, as will Stampede. Trying to get these heroes away. You can see Save was the target for Nightfall. Wasn't able to get the kill right away, but they still are in striking distance. They got the coil. It's going to be on GPK. GPK, turn around, throws down the Meteor. Waveform on through, goes for the Phoenix. BKB committed, but an RP interrupts him. No chance to be able to kill the Phoenix right away. He's going to get out the Supernova, and it's all gone wrong for BetBoom now. Refresh for Lornoff chasing after. The Morphling got him locked down and dead.
Dude, how good is Whitemon?
So good.
He Yule dodged the Centaur Blink Stomp, and it ruined the entire fight. That was the play call from BetBoom, was we're going to pile on the Phoenix and take him out first because it's the best and easiest like damage to health ratio target we can get.
Yep.
And he insta-Yules as the Blink Stomp is coming out, and that sets up Soxa to have plenty of time to find the right two-man RP and just more than likely finish off this game. No buyback on Morph. Tundra. They had a game plan that took a while to come online, and we were worried that the Morph was just going to be able to close it out. But that was not the case at all for them.
They can go for Megas, they can go for the throne. Tundra have plenty of options here to be able to even out the series. Buyback from Katomi, buyback from GPK. No buyback available for the other two cores. And with the throne now exposed, I think Tundra knows his game is theirs to win. The Scythe goes out with the Orchid, but they can't finish off Lorinov thanks to the Aesthetics cap. They hit him with a Fire Blast multicast. That's nice. They've got so many heroes to get through, and all they had to do is focus on the building instead. They want Saksa hits a beautiful skewer to close it out. GG is going to be forced. Series goes 1-1 now.
Yeah, we were talking about after the draft how we really liked the Spectre pick and what it could accomplish, but I still think BetBoom did a very, very good job in this game of looking like they could have repeated the game one. When we were 30 minutes in, they were starting to build momentum. They had an insanely big morph, but all it takes is 2 missteps, or 2 rather forced errors, I guess you could say, coming out from Tundra's side. When they killed Pure those 2 times, he just ran out of steam and didn't recover the game after that.
What a fantastic turn from Tundra. We heard from the players. Comebacks are going to be the name of the game for this finals, and game 2 has already proven that.
It was a very enjoyable game at number 2 there. Tundra showing just what they're able to bring here, not only in the draft, bringing out a new hero with this Spectre, but being able to execute it, because I feel like that's the 2 biggest differences. Lacoste, you can come to the table with new ideas, sure, but are they really going to work out for you? And I mean, this Spectre making it a show for itself, making a case for itself.
Oh, absolutely. I think Spectre, like, slightly underrated as a hero. Nobody wants to touch it, but in the grand finals, you know, the weird heroes are gonna come out. And also, we talk about the games being relatively long. It also means that there is always gonna be a comeback potential. Post 30, post 40, we saw a lot of these like 1 hour long games. Some of these old school carries, they are gonna shine.
Well, then let's break down the Spectre a little bit more. The item build that we expect to see from a Spectre, and then just exactly how Nightfall played this one out for you.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think from the laning stage, it was always going to be a hard lane. You're laning against a Centaur, but as far as itemization, it's as old as it can get, right? Blade Mill into Radiance. I think the new variation is typically just by the Orchid after that. Okay. From there, he was kind of playing around with the idea, do I go BKB? Ultimately got an Aegis, so decided to go for the Aghanims instead, which helped with even more team fight because they already had overwhelming team fight. But the hero just really fitted what they wanted to do. I think Puck Spectre is a classic one where you can just go in on Puck, find the supports, go in with the reality as well, get that kill. So it fit their lineup incredibly well. And it was one of those picks that you'd have to have good foresight to kind of like find it, because there wasn't many good carries to be available. We're talking in the draft as well. What are they going to pick here? There's not much that's super like used right now, because already the DK, the Alchemist, and the Morph were all taken or picked. So it was very creative for them to find it, and it was really good for this game.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Spectre in a lot of these situations, especially once she picks up the Aghanim Scepter, she gives you the full vision of what's going on in the team fights. Before Aghanim Scepter, she's played slightly different, where she's jumping the target, but she needs to have the vision for it. And you have pretty good heroes to secure the vision. You have some Visage Birds. He's also super tanky. I really like the build that he did go for, picking up Bongo Boots straight into Shiva's Guard, just to allow him.
It will get me every time, by the way, that you say Bongo Boots, because I'm always like, what?
Because I have to think that in my head, this is how I pronounce the item, but what's the official name?
Boots of Bearing.
There we go, there we go. But it's...
Never thought I'd hear you say that.
Boots of
Bearing, the actual official word.
Yeah, and also, like the Roshans. These are going to be the big fights, and I think... coming into the grand finals, we expected that Magnus is going to be highly contested as a hero. This hero just does too much. Like, you can see that the hero is becoming the hero of the whole series, because in the first game, they played it from the off lane. Now he's been played as a position 4, so whoever doesn't have the first pick, I think you need to address this Magnus and ban it out.
I was actually a little bit surprised that it got let through. Like, a bit more willing to let it through, knowing that Tundra had that first pick, that they love picking it up on Saksa and playing in that position 4. But it felt like everything just worked in their favor, what they were able to get. 33 on that comfort, on that Visage. You loved what he built and how he played that one. Obviously, the Magnus on the 4 there. This Puck going in the mid lane as well. Lorinov, it's an interesting one, because I felt like he was doing well in the game, and then there were so many moments where we saw him just get picked off, and I'm like, okay, what is this Puck doing for Tundra right now?
Yeah, I mean, this puck was definitely pucking around a little too hard in this game, and we actually have a couple clips to show that as well here. He gets caught in the middle lane here, gets orchided, gets a phase shift off, and like, okay, he's fine. He has the regen. There did become a good stun coming through from the Centaur, but he's like talking, maybe he's not focusing on the game. He could have Yuled there. He potentially could have got out, and then again, they find him. Lornoff gets caught out a couple times in this game, but luckily for them that it didn't matter too much because they had the overwhelming late game advantage. And this is kind of what this patch has been about for the entirety of this tournament. Whoever has the team fight, whoever has the late game, how many mistakes can you give your lineup? And yeah, they had a lot to give because they had way better late game with the Mag, with the Phoenix, with the Spectre, comparatively to like a Shadow Demon Ogre supports. There was no contest.
Yeah, and also to point out the mid matchup where they had the Invoker. I think a lot of people would agree that when Invoker's picked, you want to see Puck being banned out because it gives you way too much. In, I would say, 90% of the fights, you would see him getting coiled pre-BKB, and there's not much you can do about it. You have Centaur Stampede, but that's not going to help you out. So they need to commit pretty heavily with some like Shadow Demon Disruption, and they also need to use Stampede right after to be able to bail him out of the trouble.
All right, I was gonna say, I don't know which one of you guys asked for this clip here, but I'm gonna choose no one.
Yeah, it's just a good clip of Dota showing the late game power of Tundra here. I think we did buy back the Magnus for this fight, which you see the refresher being used. I think this game just really goes to show you, like, you have heroes like Phoenix and Mag and Puck and Spectre with the Aghanim Scepter, and you're playing against, what, Shadow Demon, Centaur, Ogre. These heroes don't bring anything to the late game whatsoever, so it just became a point where Morph just couldn't carry the game at all.
Well, that's the thing. Morph, we've always highlighted, and what we've seen over this week
Do it
is...
again?
What?
Highlight the Morph?
Yeah, a little bit. Because...
Sure, we can highlight the Morph too. Like, he had a great high ground play this game too.
Well, that's what I was saying, is he's normally perceived as that late
Here
game,
it is.
right?
Like, look at Morph right here in this clip here. He's sitting on the high ground. He's playing very patient. This was early on in the game. There he is. He's positioned perfectly for this team fight, and this was very early on in the game. The egg goes down. He didn't see the Morph at the time when White Mom pressed egg. He kills that, instantly turns into the Puck here. This is pre-Yules, by the way. Silences the Puck, kills him off. At this point, if you're a BetBoom fan, you're thinking this game could go their way. But unfortunately, the longer this drags out, the less opportunity you have to make plays like this as a Morphling, and it just wasn't enough.
So what I was going to say, right, is yes, we're seeing this Morphling being very active. I love what you showed there at the 18 to 19 minute mark there. But Morphling, when we get to those later games, the ones that you've even seen go past 60 minutes, Morphling has been able to still be very effective. He's been able to be that carry. And now, is it that carry-to-carry matchup, or is it...
The problem was, in this one, he needed to do everything by himself. You had all of this...
the eggs in the Morph.
Yeah, pretty much. You needed to use... Solar Crest, Bloodlust, Alacrity on top of him. The rest of the team is not really doing much except for buffing him up, whether we need a Stampede, whether we need to use Cleanse on Shadow Demon, just because everybody's playing around Pure for a good reason. This guy can carry. Problem is, in this one, he's getting out-carried because this is pretty much for Protect 1. Invoker has been shut down, and I also want to point out that a lot of the times, eggs would just disappear in the middle of a fight. He's focusing it down. Sometimes he will pop a BKB to kill it, and then for the fight after, he doesn't have it. And also itemization coming out from Whitebond, getting that Hex to have instant initiation. This guy had a couple of deaths. It looks like it's a really bad egg, but when you see what happens afterwards, it's really not that bad.
He's sacrificing himself and the egg for the greatness of the rest of his 4 players and what they can do in a team fight.
Yeah, it's a lot of the times you would see these, because Whitemon is not a greedy player by any means. This guy will always play for the team, and I really like that, you know, a lot of the times you would see him go for these smaller items, but he understood that he can go greedy, he can still be like has high impact before he can get to that big item.
Someone that's flying on the radar right now that we haven't really mentioned or talked about is this Centaur, right? It was that overall last pick for BetBoom there, so what was it bringing to this lineup here, and what sort of impact did he really have in that mid to later part of the game?
I mean, I feel like that Centaur was trying to plug like one of the holes in the sinking ship there of the draft, unfortunately. He was giving him a good laning stage, right? It's a free laning stage against the Spectre. He was supposed to get incredibly farmed and be able to just be that tanky frontliner. I don't think there was any pick, because if we looked at all the bans, like the Tides are already banned. Most of the good heroes are already, that gave Teamfight rather, were already just banned out. So they had limited choices on what they could do. They needed something that could punish the Spectre in the laning stage. So I think that's mainly what they went for. We're going to punish it. We hope we snowball the game. It did go well for one moment or so, but once you lose that one team fight or two team fights in a row, there's not much a Centaur can do to help your team get back into it.
Yeah, he also did feel like they need a little bit of extra damage, so he did go for this Giga Chad build, Taya Sanj, he did pick up the Shard, he also did have Pipe to tank up the whole team, but also wanted to be able to deal damage in the fights, which can work, but problem is you're not getting too close to a fight and you might be deceptively tanking coming into a fight, especially when you're playing into Sunray. This is also something that Morphling struggles to fight into when he's shifting, and also being max HP as a damage, percentage-based damage, is something that shuts him down completely.
So there's still a chance that we could see more.
There's always a chance, yeah.
But this is, you know, this Spectre, right? Let's say we could potentially see it in the upcoming matches in this best of 5. How do you draft to dissuade people from picking it, or how do you play against it to really shut it down? For maybe those who are like, oh, I'm afraid to see this in my pubs in the upcoming weeks.
My favorite counter to Spectre has always been like Tide. Like being able to ball up is really big and have like better team fight than your opponent, because like the moment he presses Haunt, if you have some ability like whatever Pit Lord or Tide, he haunts in, you just pop these big team fight ultimates, and now all of a sudden she just can't join you. She wants to play the scrappy fight, she wants to join the backline initiation. So if you have a big ball with a lots of like healing, for example, like mech, maybe a pipe, and you can just stay there and she feel like she can't enter the fight, that's for like how you deal with it the best. And it's generally pretty easy to get there as well, because typically you have a free lane against Spectre. Yes. This hero does not stop your offlaner from getting any farm in the game. The problem was, it was a pretty late Spectre pick, and I'm starting to like dislike Ogre more and more. I see this hero compared to like these Murta Pugnas we're seeing, Phoenixes, these Magnuses, all these like team fight like supports right now. I feel like Ogre does absolutely nothing the later the game goes, and it's starting to see these games are going to go late, so you kind of need to pick right heroes for it.
Yeah, I would also want to see something different other than Ogre. I'm looking at potentially ET that could come out, something that provides you with a good lane, gives you a lot of control, gives you that overwhelming team fight, because the games are going late every single time I watch, and we had a couple of the games that ended at like 30 minutes, but every single time it goes to 40, 45 plus, and that also means that eventually you're going to be able to scale, and I'm going to go back to my Magnus point as well. This hero, it has to go. You don't have the first pick, ban it. It's very simple.
Well, you're saying it, and you're saying it loud enough. Maybe the teams will hear, because they have come back to their PCs. It means that we want to get this series moving along, as it is tied 1 apiece right now. But this best of 5 grand finals continues after the break.
You like always have to be confident in yourself and your team if you want to win.
We would like to win. I think we can win. You know, there's 10 teams. There's only going to be one winner. The main thing we want to do is really make sure we play good.
For playstyle, I think it's a mix of both efficiency and aggressive.
This tournament is a bit different because obviously every game is really important. Not only us, none of the other teams are used to it. That you have to like already come into the tournament at like maximum level.
The goal is growing and improving as a team, tournament by tournament. And I think all of us here for a W, not for third place, for like fourth place.
I don't think that there's like some burden on our shoulders or anything. If anything, we are coming in a bit as the underdogs because our results in the last 2 tournaments have not been great. So it would be nice to just prove that we can do it.
We're having a lot of fun in this best of 5 grand final between Tundra and BetBoom. Game 1 going the way of BetBoom. Game number 2, though, a massive comeback from Tundra. And that's the key thing. When we spoke to them, Lacoste, they talked about it's going to be all about the comebacks. These games are going to be very close. It's going to be a lot of back and forth, and ultimately what happens in that late game and who's able to close it out.
Yeah, the reason why we are seeing some of the comebacks is you have repositioning tools as well. I think that's still a key part of some of these drafts, especially Magnus. We're going back to this hero because it provides you with everything, gives you empower for your carry, gives you team fight, gives you repositioning tool, and then again, Batrider as well. Both of these teams, they like to play it. Maybe some mid-tiny, there is a case for it. I'm not a biggest fan of the hero, but yeah, having the high ground defense and having something that can always scale and having a better overall team fight is, I think, it's the key in this current meta, because as we've seen, like as the games developed and as tournament progressed, we're seeing more and more of that.
Is it more important to have the repositioning tools and the repositioning abilities in your supports rather than your cores?
Not necessarily. I think it's just a cherry on the top. It's not necessarily like we must have it, but when you have it in the draft, it makes your draft to play like so much easier, and also to have a way to start a fight, always have these BKB piercing abilities. These are all the BKB piercing tools that we talked about, these Beastmasters, having Batrider as well, Magnetar. These are some of the strongest heroes right now.
Yeah, you just made me think about Tusk as well when you said BKB pierce. I'm like, we haven't seen him. He was so good, and then it's just like kind of falling off a little bit. And
yeah, but we also haven't seen Tusk going for the Aghanim Scepter. A lot of the times the Tusks after picking up Blink Dagger, they did opt to go for a BKB instead, so that they have like a little bit more and get those multiple punches in. But you know, I think a lot of the times Tusk will also leave a lot of the farm to his other position 5 to get some extra farm, like Phoenix, maybe something like ET, so that he can get to his items. So yeah, I want to see what's going to be cooked in this third game.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts. Who's going to go into what sort of item build, what exactly they're going to be able to pick for their drafts. But here on the broadcast, there's a lot of moving parts too. And a very important part is our casters.
Well, we're a small part of the broadcast, but I do think I am interested, Cinder. We said at the start, we both felt like probably 3-1 to Tundra. Now that it's 1-1, and it could have been 2-0, right? BetBoom definitely had the lead in that game 2 at some point in time, right? Are you reevaluating that for the coming best of 3?
I think I'm going to stick with my prediction, actually.
Yeah?
I think they might have figured something out after game number 1, which is what, you know, that was what you would hope to see because from my perspective, the game 1 was Tundra's worst draft of the tournament, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think it had a couple of holes that they didn't manage to pluck, but now in these coming games, especially based on the second game we just played where they handled the team fighting aspect much better and managed to get to that part of the game, I think that's how you handle BetBoom. Don't lose your lanes too hard, and then if you can match them in fighting around that mid-game portion, that seems to be the key, I would say.
Let's see if they can pull that off as we head into game 3 draft.
I think I made up a stat, but it could be true, right? Entering a grand finals, game 1, unpicked hero Lycan, they pick it, they lose. Game 2, unpicked in the entire tournament, Spectre, they pick it, they win. But to go 2 games in a row, picking a different hero in each one that was completely ignored in the pick phase at least, that's pretty bold, right? And I can't remember the last time in a grand finals, at least the first 2 games, where you're instantly dipping into a pool of heroes that no one's even cared about.
I mean, I feel bad. I was clowning on Kataomi in the pregame. Like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. New heroes and the grand finals.
Exactly.
He was probably just sleeping, but no, he knew it was up here. We already got 2 brand new heroes. I wonder if we can go for the hat trick here and get the third one.
Tundra Esports.
But luckily, not the final one. We're going to have to see a game 4 minimum.
Exactly.
And of course, the adaptations here, right? We're talking a lot about Magnus, a lot about Naga Siren. Naga Siren has easily become ignored after game 1 into game 1 picked, game 2 ignored.
Right.
Now Magnus is banned, which means
it had to be, I think, at this point.
Yeah, one of the key heroes then gets shifted into the pick phase, and Alchemist is the one.
We talked about, certain heroes getting picked and winning because they're new, but let's put it this way. Magnus won every game. That's the other way of looking at it too. Magnus has won so far every game is played in this grand finals. I should
Okay, I was going to preface it. It has a 55% win rate, but yes, you are.
So far in this series.
There we go.
The only one that matters.
Perfect.
The rest of the ones, they're out. Who cares?
Exactly.
We only care about the future here.
Dota only remembers the final winners,
right?
You finished second, forgotten.
Indeed.
Hence why Mag's now banned.
It's a sad fate. But they end up picking Beastmaster into the Alchemist. This is a matchup which kind of wants to play the tempo, right? Like the Alchemist, he wants to play fast. He wants to go jungle. Guess what? If you go jungle, Beast gets hard, he takes your tower, right?
Yep.
And he can kind of like control the tempo of the game.
Yeah, so with the Helmet Dominator, very strong. I'd argue though the lane is actually not too bad for Alchemist, right? Like Alch with the Acid Spray, the Concoction. Like you can play into the lane depending on your support, but
it's not a lane counter, I don't think. I think it's definitely like a tempo controlling that Alch is going to be AFK. It's not like going against like a Weaver or something where he's just going to keep pressuring you.
Yeah, but that's why I want BB to make sure that position 5 can bring the Alch into the Beastmaster lane. Like try and take that fight.
Yeah.
Because if you delay that Helmet Dom, then Alch's not rushing away to the jungle earlier, right? Like he's always thinking, I can get a couple kills on this hero.
Yeah.
I can force him to have to, play defensive himself. And it kind of hurts Beastmaster when you're playing catch-up. Like you always want to play from a positive lane into this is my jungle that I occupy, and you hurt the farming areas for your opponent.
There's 3 supports I'm looking at then. One is going to be the Morta as far as the Beastmaster. You want to deal with that?
To pair with the Beastmaster or against?
It's both. So you might want to ban Inch here so they don't get the Inch against the Beast, right? That is something that is very strong and very annoying, especially if you do want to go for that Helm build. But there is a Phoenix in the pool that could be with the Beast. And there's also a Morta that could be really good with the Beast too.
Oh, nice SD ban. I was going to mention
too. And I forgot Bat Riders. I actually forgot those 2 heroes. But yeah, they're still in the pool.
There's so many in the pool.
There's so many good supports right now, actually.
I mean, that's what happens in a mini meta of a grand finals, right? Like you see the development of Mag going to a first phase, even Brood going to first phase.
Yep.
All the other heroes that we've been praising in the tournament are available. But no, I think Shadow Demon's going to be a big hero for me for BB, but of course, Tundra very quickly banned it out with their only ban in the second phase.
Right, and I wonder at this point, do you still go for some of these other heroes? Morta, not surprised. Is Inch worth picking versus Beast anymore? That's the other question. That's one of the few heroes I can just kind of stand there when Alch leaves.
I'd like Tusk 5.
Tusk 5?
Yeah, Katomi has played it a couple times. It has that kill threat on Beastmaster. You got the shards. You have the snowball save against the Raw later on in the game.
Save is nice, yes. But they're going to go for not Inch, but they're going to go for something that does what Inch sort of does against Beastmaster. You can deal with the boars early on. One Frostbite kills a boar, so you can't really summon them. And then you get the Hod. He Frostbites that. It becomes like a way of slowing down his tempo. However, not a fan of seeing this patch. Not a fan at all. This hero does not bring the team fight that we like to see. Sure, maybe if you're Giga farmed and you can get in there with an Aghanims, perhaps with a Blink and a Beaky. We already see the problem already. That's a lot of items.
It's a lot of items.
You need a lot of items, and if you can't do that, you're just going to die very easily.
But depending on how you itemize, right? Like going to lane, if you get Stick, some Mango's Blood Grenade, go 1 point Nova, 1 point Frostbite, and you really emphasize the kill, utilize the Alchemist, and your Alch's going to have a very good time. Like that is such an aggressive lane. And I'm hoping, at least for BB's sake, picking the Crystal Maiden, that's the main reason for it.
Yeah.
Because you're not picking Crystal Maiden for what you're saying, like getting these items, they don't really come into play. It's like you have to have a good lane, and then you kind of fall off. Like even if you reference the game, what was it, against Paravision, right? They had CM, the Hoodwink Storm. They were losing the early game heavily, but then they just found those opportunities. And an Ursa, a hero that was popularized by Extreme on low.
Yeah.
Nova team, I don't believe, really kind of wanted to play it too much, but now Nightfall's going to go for it. Against Alchemist, you eat him alive. Once
you do.
At some point, farm, right? At some point, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think the big timing for this matchup is actually when you get MKB, which is really late down the line, but you can't hit the tempo. You will eventually be able to kill him. And I think the other bad thing about the CM as well, you don't have a save, right? You can't really save him from anything in this particular game. The line's going to get picked up. This is a very strong hero with the Ursa. Probably going to be their safe lane, right? I mean, it could be either or, but they do have lots of disable here. Ursa loves to have heroes stunned. That way you can eat them alive, as you were saying. But we talked about it before. Like most of the drafts that seem to be prevalent in winning, and this is my gripe right now with BetBoom Team's draft, is they're lacking the scale right now. And we talk about the scale as in my carry is better than yours. No, not really. We're talking about like collectively 5 heroes against 5 heroes, as we saw in that last game. Morphling might be the hardest scaling hero in the game, but he cannot do it all by himself. You need every player and every hero to be contributing to that. And I feel right now, unfortunately for BetBoom Team, they're a little all in on the laning stage with the Morton, the CM, and they're lacking that team fight prowess.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to think with the offlane. Like, what is the offlane hero that can take the fight to an Ursa and a Batrider? Like, Batrider provides the containment with a Flame Break knockback, so Ursa can lock onto them. Murta is a pretty good support at doing her own damage, but
Maybe that's what they already thought about this Ursa. It already shuts down most of the team fight offlane. It's like, you don't want to pick Tide anymore, right?
Nope.
So like these Underlords, other team fighters we haven't seen yet, but you could bust out. They're not really great against Ursa. So you're typically thinking now, okay, they have Ursa. How are we going to deal with this? And they go with the middle ground here, a Pango, who in lane
is just the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, probably.
Yeah, I mean,
I would imagine.
I'd prefer it to be mid, right?
Yes.
I think you're very susceptible to getting punished against a Batrider as an offlane Pango. Earthshock slow, Batrider and Flame Break. So I'd like to think that GPK wants to take it to mid lane, wants to try and be a bit more of a tempo setter. The bans from BB will kind of identify that a little bit, will show us that. But does the Pangolier, I mean, it doesn't really deal with the scale issue, but it does really kind of compound into you will be able to face so many early fights, right? Diffusal Pango with the Blink Radiance of Alchemist, like that's a lot of, enter the enemy jungle, try and take down that farm. But do they have enough to consistently do against Ursa? Like they kill heroes, but they don't really progress the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Pango is pretty nice for them overall. Like, sure, there is going to be one big hurdle in this game is you just roar the Pango and Ursa just kills them, right? And that is definitely going to be an issue. It's nothing that you can really itemize against. You can try and get the Lincolns, I suppose, but there'll be lots of ways to break that. However, it does help them a little bit with that team fight. They get some more AoE control to help see them and more to land up their spells.
I'd like to see like a Storm Spirit or something for Tundra. I was thinking of Puck as well. So I was thinking of Puck, I was thinking of Storm, I was thinking of Tundra. I was combining all of it into one, but no, I think the idea for Tundra is like, again, they have last pick in the draft, but all they need to do is start the fight, right? Like Beastmaster will walk towards an objective, and then if you have your mid and carry that can be explosive in how quick they play, it'll be very useful. And okay, they banned the Dawn, the Enigma. These are strong offlaners that can somewhat be independent.
These are like team fight answers too. Like they don't really have a big answer right now to the Black Hole. They have some answers, but it's not necessarily the best. Ursa doesn't like playing versus illusion units. And I think the Dawn was a great ban here too. It does make it so whoever you roar, you don't have that instant and counter initiation rather to deal with like so he'll come into the fight. So now they're gonna have to find something new here. BetBoom Team, they need to decide. Likely they're offlaner, but it's not unheard of to see Pango go into the offlane. Could be a potential decent answer as Ursa if you do get the double jump and crash onto him and try and take the fight that way. But it's truly up to them here. But looking at the bans here, I think they might ban a couple of the range heroes just to let Pango get out of the laning stage.
Have we thought about, okay, how much do we care about the team fight scaling for BB? Because if we're going down
at this point, I don't know, but overall, there's a trend on the team fight scaling ultimately winning the game. So yes and no is the answer.
That's why I'm talking. So right now, I want to see team fight based on the tournament meta, but then heroes like Viper are old school, like we hate you in lane Ursa, and then Pango and Alka are gonna be able to enter the game, right? Especially with like the Lina band for Pango farm, like they could very easily all in on the stop Ursa getting to jungle as early as possible, like 30-minute Battle Fury, make it 16, 17 minutes.
Sure.
But I'm also afraid that it's too all in. We've already said that their draft does feel relatively timing based, and like an Enigma or a Dawnbreaker, it gives them that flexibility to play later into the game. My suggestion is really going against what has worked well in the tournament. But 6 seconds left on reserve time, not a lot of time. They are going to go for a hero here. Go for a Brewmaster.
Okay. This is what we saw Tundra actually do to Extreme, right?
Yep.
Against Ursa. So Ursa has a very difficult time dealing with Brewmaster. Pretty much all stages of the game, but definitely early on when he is very hard to hit because of his passive. You just miss all your Fury wipes on it. Later, you will get MKB, which is a must this game. You're going to be playing versus Radiance, you're going to be playing versus Brewmaster, then you'll have the ability to burst here. Now you have your chance to try and counterpick the Pango. You know he's going into the mid lane. How are you going to deal with this one? A lot of the big ones are banned. Like I used to see TA Monkey, first phase banned, Timber, Lina, last phase banned. So that's 4 heroes already that traditionally are incredibly good versus the Pango mid, not in the pool.
I mean, I still like any of the fight starters, a Storm, a Sand King, a hero like this.
Storm's good.
Yeah, like these are the heroes that kind of sit nicely on my mind. Like you already know that your front line.
That's the only downside, but if you're farmed enough, it shouldn't matter.
Yeah, and like an early Orchid to punish the Brew could be really good. Reference again the Storm Spirit. At this point, right, you just look to Lauren and go, okay, you see the draft, what do you want to play? I think you're agreeing with me in the kind of the archetype of the hero. But
I mean, Storm Ursa is a classic, so if that is something to go for, it fits like the best of both worlds here. It's strong in the lane. Outside of that, Ursa, he has like a blink dagger, right? He wants to blink and he just wants that cheap initiation that Storm can provide. Typically with those two heroes, you can kill just about anything.
I've been saying Storm for so long that if they didn't pick it, I would be a little bit sad, but okay. Luckily, gonna stay happy there, but again,
I mean, his only other options were like, do I play a hero that's good for the game and pretty good in lane 2, or do I all in and do like a Huskar or something, right? Yeah. And try to just completely destroy him. And I like this approach much more. You don't really need to go all in. So far, all-in has not been beneficial for most of these teams. So Storm does a really good job in this game. I am, as per usual, a little afraid for the Ursa's lane. Morta plus his Brewmaster is an incredibly strong lane. Ursa doesn't do much at level 1 and level 2. If you survive that phase, you get to level 3, 4, that's when you really start to come online with the boots. Maybe you get a casual Orb of Venom. That can help you a lot, but that lane does look a little hard.
I mean, BB's lane look very strong, right? Outside of Pango, you've got Auk and CM against the Beastmaster, the Brew, the Morta that you already mentioned. Tundra, once they get into the game with items, they're going to be very happy to play it. But the journey there, I think BB's going to be, they have to play on that. Like Alchemist in the late game against an MKB Ursa, Storm with like a Hex, the quick jump, he's not going to be able to play out the fights. So I do feel like there's a bit of a timer on BB, which is very contradictory to the, the winning formula of this tournament.
Maybe. I don't know if I can completely agree with that one, actually, because like this game, I feel like BB team did a really good job at fixing their issue of having scale. I think this Pango can scale pretty well into a game. You get a Basher, you can roll in there. Okay. And at some point, this Brewmaster, yeah, you can eventually burst him if he's stunned. However, if Nightfall doesn't get a lot done and within 1 BKB, he's going to get thrown into the air. He's going to get chain stunned by a Pango. It can be very annoying for him. But if they do find the proper initiation from Nightfall, they go right away. They're going to get the kills.
Yeah. Unlike the last game, Pew can't be the only core that's scaling into the game, right?
Absolutely.
The other cores need to step up. Like if we see a repeat of game 2, then I think my concerns come to light. But if not, if they all scale, then I agree. Sure. These drafts can go toe for toe. Whew.
But yeah, we'll have to see here. I think going into this one here, Pure, his game should be pretty good. Nightfall may struggle. I'm really looking at these mid laners. Can this Pango make some work happen on the map? Can they deny their runes? I think we're going to see a lot of supports rotating early to get these runes.
I mean, the fact that we are seeing a game 3 with a known game 4 after that is exciting. Maybe a game 5 down the line, but again, I'm getting carried away. And of course, the casters will take it away.
That's right. Welcome, everybody, to Game 3 of Tundra versus BetBoom in this best-of-5 grand finals. And we are going to start things off with a 5-man smoke that clashes into each other immediately. A 4-man flame break from Whitemon, but he's in trouble. Unstable Concoction put onto him. Shield crash, slowing him down even further. That's going to be GPK getting the first blood. They do get 1 kill in return and looking like a second. Both the supports are going to be run down on the BetBoom side. Synderin, which would you rather have, first blood or 2 kills?
2 kills.
2 kills.
The thing that's so powerful about the 2 kills is the faster level 2 in your lanes.
Yep.
So by virtue of getting these 2, now Tundra might be able to find an additional 3rd kill in either of their side lanes where they hit level 2 before the opposition, and then they can convert that into, a more meaningful advantage. The first blood gold is good, but I think also when you look at the breakdown, 2 kills compared to first blood is pretty much even.
Sure.
So you just won experience.
There is more gold funneled into the mid lane hero for BetBoom. GPK was the one who got the last hit, got that first blood gold. Bounty rune, not going to be able to steal that one. Tundra will walk away with 3 bounties. So 2 kills and 3 bounties. That is definitely going to be favoring them, as that puts Lornoff in a much closer spot in that mid lane matchup. Yeah, he's starting off 100 gold behind the Pango. That's not bad at all.
And obviously your Elk lane, you would have loved to get bonus gold. Right.
Oh yeah,
you don't have that much to start with, so where your hero usually starts with a big advantage, now that's another one that's just about 100 instead of the facet plus bounties.
Did you agree with their analysis that the mid lane matchup is going to be the most important lane to watch?
I don't know if it's going to be the most important lane to watch, but it's going to be the most important rotations.
Okay.
Because I think the lane itself is usually kind of a wash. Like, maybe Storm can win by 55, 45, 60, 40 is the ballpark we're talking. But it's about, well, when both heroes hit 6, who has the resources? Do you have mana on Pango to go and make a move on the side lane, or you're going to get a power rune at 6? And equally important for the Storm Spirit. But yeah, the lane itself should never be a kill, right?
Yeah.
It just shouldn't. It does happen, though, occasionally.
Waibon being hyper aggressive in that bottom lane. He's going to need to, because Muerta Brewmaster, I have to imagine, is a pretty dangerous lane for that Ursa. So in this case, offense is the best defense. Make sure there's no pressure on the Ursa by putting your body on the line.
How much evasion does Brewmaster have level 1 on Drunken Brawler?
So he gets 15% and then an extra 5 when he's brewed up.
All right, so he's definitely still killable.
Stun on the Lion. Has a Fairy Fire, though. Will be able to stay alive. BetBoom reading that and not overextending for the kill.
Yeah, so... I mean, I think all in all, there's actually a real possibility here of Tundra winning all 3 lanes. I don't think it's out of the question.
Yeah?
I know that this Muerta plus Brewmaster lane is strong, but until Brew has, like, level 5, I don't think he really holds that much of a candle to Ursa plus Bat. Like, that lane combination is so scary because if you start committing into trading with Ursa, the Bat kills you.
Sure.
So you have to be very cautious. And of course, as we established already, Nightfall came into the lane with a meaningful lead from the first skirmish. He's put it to good use. 13 for 3 against the 9 and 2. And the mid is more or less a wash, so as expected.
Yep, GPK pretty close to the CS of Lorna.
You can see Whitemon actually just being a really big issue down here.
Yeah.
He is burning a lot of mana for it, but he will get the Lotus as a reward for his aggression.
He is giving them a lot of stick charges. I wonder how much they're in turn able to throw spells at Nightfall. You can see him. He's actually got 11 magic wand charges. Jeez.
Whitemon's even going to get a pull here. Assume he will grab the half pull.
Very nice.
3/4. 3/4 against ghosts.
With a flag bearer being one of the creeps.
Yeah, I don't think that was intended. I think he only wanted 2 of those.
I think that the camp dies and maybe one creep dies, maybe 2. Oh, it's actually going to be 3. Man, the ghost is so strong.
Yeah, specifically because it's a ghost camp, I think this is way more... Oh, okay. Well, we'll get it. Yeah, if this was any other camp than ghosts, I want to say the 3/4 pull was a mistake, but specifically this camp can kill the creeps well enough. So nice.
GPK, Lornoff. Battle to the death? Not quite. Both of them will back away, lick their wounds, and get a bottle to ease the pain of that matchup. Save, gonna get run down underneath the tower. Nightfall's gonna take some serious damage on his way out. He has a Fairy Fire, he has a Lotus, and that is enough HP to survive.
When's the last time you saw 2 mid laners both use high 5 and then run away from each other?
Yeah.
It's like, well, I'm not coming to you. I need my water rune.
Katomi, he will be run down way behind the tower. Saksa is just going to kill himself on the easy camp so he can get the reset.
And I feel like it's starting to come true what I was talking about. The triple lane win is on the cards. I guess mid is a draw. So let's call it what it is. You win 2 and you draw 1. Plus the early advantage, plus the overall outlook on this game. I think Tundra should be very, very happy with the current game state. And especially, above all else, 33 having a good start on Beastmaster, for me, is like one of the best hero-player combinations you can have in Dota. When this guy has a good start on Beast, he sometimes just flat out carries games from the offlane. And I can't say he can have the same game-winning impact on the Lycan in this patch. I don't think it works the same way.
No.
In the way he puts pressure. And I would also say the Visage is a little bit more of a wild card, whereas Beastmaster can make his own game if he has a good start.
Sure.
Then the secondary circumstances are not as important as they are to the other heroes. Nightfall, get out. Very early phase boost plus raindrop. He's a tough kill.
So it may just come down to the rotations of the mid laners, particular GPK's rotation and his first use of the Rolling Thunder. Where is that going to happen? Is that going to help these side lanes as they struggle? Or is he going to play for his own game, which he did in that earlier Pango game? Power Rune's going to go up. If it's top, Lornoff will be able to get it, but it's not. It's bottom lane. Instead, Lornoff will get a kill, which is still galvanized stack, so quite nice.
A little bit of a pseudo bottle.
True.
Getting kills on this hero. The constant bottle effect aside from the health, of course, which is 3/4 of it, so relax. Regen for GPK. And the Crystal Maiden Aura. So plenty of spam available. See what he wants to do with this. I'll put up a ward to give him info about the future runes. Now heading to bottom. But this was scouted by a Radiant ward, so it should come as no surprise to Tundra.
Chasing after Whitemon. And GPK comes in to collect the last hit.
Is this kind of a almost nonsensical rotation from the Pango? You're like overcommitting 4 heroes for this kill. You had it without him.
Oh, but look at the play he's making. He's going to go through the gate. Now, Tundra made a perfect read of the situation.
Yeah. This is too telegraphed when mid is under fire, right?
Yeah.
Larnoff has already pushed this out and saying, hey, GPK is not coming back mid. Well, he just went to bottom, so process of elimination demands he must be heading top.
Blank break pushed him back into Firefly. Larnoff helps get the kill. And another galvanized stack for him. Another bit of bounty for Nightfall. And his quest to try and get level 6. Because we're closing in on level 6 for both sides here. Miro's level 5 right now. And obviously his ultimate is particularly dangerous for most safe laners.
Ursa isn't the best hero at recovering. Oh, let's see here. The most experienced Beastmaster player, Skylark in first, 165 games. And would you look at that, the other 4 guys won TI.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Maybe being good at Beastmaster is good for winning TI unless you're Greek. Whitemon. It's a side effect.
Sorry, Skylark, you're just doomed to never win a TI.
Well,
no matter how many Beastmaster games
how about this? How about
play.
you name a Greek TI winner, Cap?
There has never been one, Cinderin.
Oh. But
Pop quiz for the European. What country is closest that has won a TI to Greece?
I think I know this one.
We're playing a little, what's the Wordle version of this?
I mean, I'm horrible at geography, but I'm going to say Macedonia.
Yeah, I think that's a good guess, I think. 33.
Oh,
the dead shot! Save.
Sniped him.
Comes through again with the Muerta. Now a second kill. Attempted, got him in the calling, hit him with the unstable concoction, and a shield crash is not enough. A dead shot. Saves like, fine, guys, I'll take this last hit too.
All right, Cap, how about this? What is closer to Greece? Bulgaria, which is mind control, or Macedonia, which is Soxa?
I don't know, I'm American.
Don't ask the question if you don't know the answer. If you
That's why I said in a pop quiz for the European. Of course I'm not gonna know.
I'm pretty sure Bulgaria is probably closer.
Yeah.
I guess it depends where they live.
That is true. That's a good point.
It's time for doxing at the Blast Live.
Somebody call Skylark. Find out where in Greece he lives. Miro, he does have his ultimate. One thing he is going to have to worry about, there is a lot of single target. A lot of single target on Tundra. They can catch you and stun you for a very long time.
What is this deal with GPK and getting mega farmed on Pango? This is just like game 1.
Yeah.
Like seemingly out of thin air, he's just building this really big lead. He has the 3 kills. Does that account for... I mean, Storm is only 1-0-2. Yeah, I suppose. That's probably a 900 gold difference right there, roughly. All right. Will be a fast diffusal. Diffusal Blade, a nice item against Ursa. Low mana pool, hates being slowed.
Yeah.
Well, Larnoff also hates being slowed, so he'll use a haste rune. That'll do it.
Gotta go fast.
What hero is most like Sonic in Dota?
Darkseer.
Okay.
He's a little purple dude, kind of like Sonic's a little blue dude. And he goes fast.
Yeah.
That's his whole shtick. He's kind of got a weird shaped head, just like Sonic. You know, Sonic has the spikes like a hedgehog does.
No need to get personal.
Supposed to be a hedgehog. Well, hey, Darkseer, take it as a compliment. He's proud of being cone-headed. for he calls us round skulls, which I find very offensive.
He's projecting. Let's see if the Primal Split will be put to good use here. Or not. Miro has backup of a couple of heroes bought. It does look like they have the intent of getting something done, but not going to find an opponent. That's for sure. They're very far away on the Tundra side. And Whitemon's also being a little bit of a nuisance here, just chasing the Alchemist. Blocking off his camp with a little dig. Very nice. Kobolds.
Nice.
Yeah, you guys think these guys don't decide games, but... Speaking of weird heads...
God, look at that pixelated mess.
He's beautiful on the inside.
How much gold do you think that denied him?
200?
Radiant's middle tower is
Right? Depending on camp.
Yeah, if it's obviously, if it's a 3 creep camp.
150 maybe? Maybe 200 or something.
Yeah, my gut
Probably
is saying
150.
somewhere in that 150, 175 range.
Yeah.
Miro is going to be Russian Radiance. Not terribly surprising. Feel like Brewmasters don't really have too many options for skill builds nowadays. I heard Misery in the green room. The last time this Brewmaster was picked up, he said, this hero's trash. See how Miro is able to put it together.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Almost Fury complete for Nightfall.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What is a respectable Battlefield timing on an Ursa?
With the laning start he had, probably about now. So I think he's a little bit behind par with the first kill he got and the lane advantage.
Yeah, yeah.
I think BetBoom have done a decently good job at maintaining a presence down there and not letting him totally free farm.
It's funny, they turned the laning phase without GPK's rotation, but Pure, he's in need of a rotation right now. They're trying to burst him down. The Unstable Concoction is going to go off in his face, but he's still alive. Instead, GPK, he'll try and find a kill, and he gets the angle on Soxa. Heavy rotations. They do get a kill out of it, and they'll actually pick up the support on the other side of the map as well. Miro and Save run into Whitemon in the jungle. Larnoff trying to take advantage of the situation as best he can. Side lanes are full of heroes. Mid is empty for the time being, so he hits that tower, does some chip damage.
What you saw right there is, in my opinion, one of the biggest reasons Alchemist is an S-tier carry. You're good in lane, if not at least stable, but you're so hard to kill. Yeah. That was a mid plus Lion level 6 with Finger 14 minutes in, and they couldn't do it. He has 1500 health on the Alka raindrop and the region of Chemical Rage, and they can't take him down. That was kind of a disaster. They ended up spending so much time. They lost their Lion. In the meantime, they lost their Bat. And sure, BetBoom used a couple of TPs, but they protect their carry and they get a grand reward. So very nicely done. We've had this. I'm not going to say this is true for all the really great carries this patch necessarily, but I'm not sure if you would agree that a big part of what has made many of the S-tier carries S-tier in the last half a year to a year has actually been that factor of how difficult are they to gank when they get out of lane. How inherently tanky are they? Luna is a little bit of an anomaly there, but like Morphling has been outstanding. We had a phase with Sven being very popular. He was tough to kill.
If that's the case, then just how trash are Juggernaut and Lifesteal?
They're bad, right?
Right?
They are not good heroes. That's why they don't make much of an appearance.
Scan.
One of the X factors of Ursa, of course. He also is a tough kill for some lineups.
He's the most. I've always liked the description. He's the most strength hero of the agility heroes.
Yeah.
You know.
Soxa.
They read that one pretty well. BetBoom had the successful scan on Lornoff. They made a rotation over to try and catch him. Instead, they get Soxa, so not the target, but still stopping another attempt at Pure's life and getting a kill for it. They are heavily rotating for these kills, so it's not like they're getting up by a huge net worth lead. Lornoff's going to be rushing a BKB, though. Miro is rushing to take this tower. Not quite the deny, but at least got the creeps to take the last hit instead. And of course, Tundra, they're chilling. They're big chilling. They're waiting for 33 to get his Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, it hasn't really been the domination show from 33 that we've been used to seeing when he gets off to a good start with the Ags. And now he's on the receiving end, but he's pretty tanky against this.
Okay, just straight up roars him, tries to kill the Earth Panda because his drums is doing so much damage to all the other pandas. One of the pandas is gonna get away. He's okay for now. His Ursa is in trouble. Bursted by GPK, and the Bat Rider's gonna die too. GPK with a double, chasing after more. The dead shot's gonna speed him along his way here. Lornoff goes back in, tries to get the quick kill, and they do manage to get it. Kataomi dies. Now Lornoff using mana to zip away. Doesn't have too much more to work with here. Deadshot hits him. No stuns though. Saksa, he runs interference, he'll die instead.
This is kind of getting a little bit out of control now. BetBoom's team fight seems like a struggle to deal with for the Radiant lineup. They don't really have any meaningful team fight heroes with the exception of the drums of Slam on Beastmaster. But he had to commit the roar when opened upon by the Brewmaster, and that didn't lead to a kill. And guess what? That means GPK can just do whatever he wants. It means the supporting cast can come in. Heroes are tanky on the BetBoom squad. Oh, they're gonna find the Atos.
Oh, Rod of Atos into the silent save. He's got that one on lock. What a great pickoff. Lornoff dies, and yeah, momentum. Full swing for BetBoom. They are hunting down Tundra heroes. And Tundra, I mean, we talked about the difference between Game 1 and Game 2, drafting-wise and such, but the one thing that has remained constant in these 3 games is BetBoom walking away with an early game lead. Even if the laning phase isn't necessarily theirs, it seems like they have good control of the game by 15 minutes.
See if they can maintain that. Smoke. They saw it.
Yeah, they saw that ward planted. And they saw the smoke on the other side. So both teams are aware of each other's movements here. The smoke is going to go up the top, though. Miro's going to get caught by it. No primal split, so he's dead. It's not the smoke that kills him, it's the roar.
There's still 2 heroes under the cover, with the Lion and Bat not being a part of that play. But they will just collapse on top.
BetBoom probably figures it's not worth defending that tower. But what about the Roshan? It is an Ursa lineup after all.
They're already too late, I think.
Yeah, the damage is built up too much. They might be able to fight outside of it, though. It's going to be a Blink Dagger, Aegis, Ursa. Are Tundra going to try and fight afterwards, or are they going to TP away? And if they TP away, how many heroes are going to get caught? Blink out, TP away, Nightfall with his Blink Dagger is able to get away from BetBoom as they just surge inside the pit. 5 seconds too late.
Really nice hit and run. No casualties. Nightfall was a little bit concerned about maybe getting jumped when the Roche was about to die, so he used Enrage. And it means that they're not interested in any sort of follow-up fight with their Aegis carrier not having the ulti, and they will just resume to the plan of getting bigger. But is it going to work? Oh, hang on, what's this? Yeah, that's true. We didn't talk about that. They have double Radiance. 12 times pre-40 minutes had this ever happened. That was Shakespearean.
Yes. Doth it was. Is one of them going to break it apart for Nullifier? That would be my assumption if you're going double Radiances.
Yeah, I think Pure should split it later. It's harder to use the Nullifier on Miro.
Sure. And then that way we could still keep that obnoxious mischance from the Radiance in team fights. Yeah, I don't hate it. It's just like, it's going to allow both of them to farm. They're going to be on 2 separate sides of the map. Maybe it makes their team fight a little bit worse, but it's not their team fight that's the problem, right? Because I feel like their team fight inherently with the heroes that they have is almost, it's going to be better than Tundra a lot of the times.
Yeah. What Tundra have is an insane ability to burst with items.
Yep.
We saw the Beastmaster and Storm fail to kill the Alk, but when Ursa starts coming online and becomes a part of the play, nobody is safe. They could burst any single core on the side of BetBoom within 2 seconds. So the positioning of the supports has to be on point.
That's why I was also kind of curious. Who is it that builds early Aghanim Scepters for his team when he plays Alchemist?
I think sometimes Nightfall does, but obviously he's not in the one playing Alch this time around. Pure, I would say, mostly finishes his own build.
Yeah, I think so too. I was just curious if it would be in consideration to build a fast Ags for GPK to replace his Ags and give him money back so he can get Lincolns, right? Because it's so much single target stun. That way he can focus on getting the Ags and the Diffusal and the Basher and all that jazz and still have a Lincolns at some point.
Yep.
Smoke up the mid lane, and they are headed in the right direction. Tundra has smoked out to try and interfere on the Tormentor and the Wisdom Rune play. Despite having a tier 1 tower up, this move would have come as a total surprise. But instead, Tundra are going to take that Tormentor, and I assume... Wait, they don't have TP.
Oh, that's the dream. He got free shard on Storm. I guess it got nerfed.
Oh, yeah.
But still.
Yeah, that's true.
It's still very, very nice for him to not have to buy this.
Didn't get nerfed, Cinder, and it got fixed.
Yeah, that's...
Smokes are going to break. Tundra are stuck in this corner. They know they took their Tormentor. They know this fight is coming, and they don't have TP on the Ursa. So they have to fight for this situation, and it's already started bad. A support dead. Whitemon on the high ground here is going to be picked by the Calling and the Rolling Thunder, so 2 supports dead. Honestly, I think they're kind of lucky that their cores are seemingly going to get out. Maybe not. Lornoff is caught. He's out of mana. I don't know if they had that plan all the way thought through.
Getting the Tormentor for this is... It's not tragic, but it's definitely not good enough, right? Losing the 3 for that, especially the Storm Death, really sucks. For the side of Tundra.
Yeah.
Now Pure will be approaching an Orchid, so he will be going for the Bloodthorn. I think for Pure, the dream fight is just finding Lion. And just killing him instantly. I think that's the best thing that can happen. Because you are going to be working against multiple Dispels on Ursa as well as Storm. The Beastmaster will also be able to dispel it.
Do you like the Orchid BKB build-up that he's going right now? No AC against an Ursa? Is that the right play? I don't know. I'm not a carry player.
Yeah, good question. I guess the overall team fight plan is just to Cyclone the Ursa as much as possible, I would assume.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
when he's in BKB, then obviously you don't have that luxury.
Can't disjoint the unstable concoction. It'll follow you wherever you go. But Whitemon, it'll be too annoying to try and chase him down, so.
This is a random boar coming in here.
Surprise.
Huh. Bacon.
Boar bacon. Well, we certainly have kept the little Pangolier facet stat. No jump. BKB done for Nightfall.
This is the biggest item of the game for Tundra. This is when things can actually start coming together. So if they can take a fight on their terms, where Ursa and Lion, or Ursa and Storm, or Ursa and Beastmaster get to combine on a hero, nobody is safe.
God, if they could kill the Pango, look at him. He's 9-0-4.
Yeah.
He is worth so much gold. Well, I think they know the Alchemist is here. They've got some defensive vision. They know, no, he blinked away before the Earth Spike landed. Now they have to really stretch out, go out far to be able to get this kill, but they caught him while the Chemical Rage is down. He is going to die for that. Now, the Rolling Thunder is a really nice hit. BKBs have to be used by Tundra defensively here. And even still, 33 may end up dying. And as he works his way through the trees, got an instant hex on GPK, but he has so much shield behind him. Lornoff, not much mana to work with here. Enough to get back to his base. He still has mangoes. He's going to pop those, and it's going to be the Primal Split a little wasted as a result. A buyback use from Soxa, though, so it's
got a lion
worst.
buyback out of that split. I think it's okay.
Yep.
You force the enemy team back to base, and you can just full-on disengage and reset here. Of course, Tundra got 0 use out of their Aegis, which was a nice snipe earlier. But not much to show for it.
Not much to show from their first BKB usage as well on the Ursa. We do have a Roshan fight coming up, though. Nightfall. Doesn't want to go for save. Save's got his ultimate, so it's not a good target for him to focus on. Miro proven to be too tanky, at least right away. Another Earth Spike is going to be off the mark as Save gets the force staff forward. Now going to pop his ultimate as he's afraid of the jump in. Turn around, tries to kill the Lion. Finger of death, a little bit of damage. Oh, Whitebot goes for the kill instead. Save's not dead yet, but he walks into the fire. Either way, Lornoff would have killed him, but Lornoff committed all of his mana to be able to get that kill. He used the haste rune to try and run away, but it's not going to work. A 1 for 3 save.
He could have not possibly squeezed more out of that situation on save. That was flat out perfect.
Yeah.
Like, insane how much he gets away with there. Avoiding the initial go, getting a nice force staff angle, getting off the ult before he gets killed by the storm.
Still has his BKB. Rolling Thunder's gonna be put on him with the threat of the Orchid. Oh, the roar! They're gonna kill the Pango! That's the danger of the Pango versus the Beastmaster Ursa combo. At any time, you can and will be focused down.
Biggest kill of the game right there. Over 1,000 gold into Nightfall's pockets. He's gonna need it. He is meant to be the solution in this game to the Alchemist. Ending that godlike streak will be a big help. Now he's also gonna be able to take the Wisdom Rune, approach that level 20 faster. His talent is really, really good. He's going to be able to unlock either the Earthshock 2 Fury swipes or the Radius. Probably just going to take the swipes. You'd imagine that's the most popular one.
God, if they knew that Roshan spawned early, I wonder if they would have just bum rushed the pit.
Yeah.
Just gone straight to it after getting that Pango pick off.
Just don't get TA banned, dude. Then you know when it's up.
Out TPing in. Whitemon sees some of these heroes. Will not be caught. Got a very nice combination of wards down, but they get spotted by the gem. So never mind. It is looking like Tundra is going to give them this Roshan in exchange for farm. Like, you already have Lornoff hard pushing in bottom. He seems very committed. The call for Tundra is not to fight. They say now's not a good time to fight. The next 5 minutes, I assume, is not a good time to fight. They will farm. Tundra definitely taking a very late game approach to this series against BetBoom.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
33 spots heroes. Deadshot almost accidentally hit him.
Dire's structures are
You know what? With how many save is hitting of those, I'm starting the whole accidental thing. I don't know. I think he's going where he thinks there's the highest likelihood.
Yeah. 4 daggers at 28 minutes, 196 times. There's a lot of daggers for Tundra, and it's not all about initiation.
Yeah, it's a lot of net worth to expend on that, right? When the fights break out and it comes down to just standing your ground, that's a lot of gold that could have been spent on something else, so you better get clean initiations off of it to offset that cost.
Or use it really well to move around the map.
Well,
which right now, not working so well. Trying to focus Pure down, that's never going to work for Lornoff. Lornoff will zip TP.
They're not... It's eerily similar to Game 2 with how good control they have on the map and how Tundra seemingly can't do much, but they're not really losing on gold very much.
Yeah, yeah.
And then last game, they did manage to do the comeback play against Pure's Alk. Could we see a repeat in the same story where Pure is doing well, but maybe at some point Tundra find an opening or two on that Alk and blow the game wide open? The 1 kill on Pango should give them some confidence that they are able to. That was just the Beast in the Ursa, not even a Storm in the mix for that.
feel like these sort of split pushy games, there's a certain kind of tenseness that builds up because it only takes 1 or 2 pickoffs, right?
Yeah.
On these side lane cores, the Storm Spirit and the Beastmaster, or an aggressive smoke play that finds the Ursa. 1 or 2 of these kills, and you've got potentially a free high ground. And they've got 33 dead. Maybe. He's got BKB, actually. He might be able to BKB and TP out. Ah, got the bash from GPK. He roars and makes a run for it. He can blink.
Blink, okay.
He's at least going to cost some time here. Spotted, hit by the unstable concoction, and a dead shot to follow it up. That buildup of slow from Pure's passive really did him dirty there.
Yeah, not really a part of Alchemist we ever talk about.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Corrosive weaponry always seems like an afterthought on this hero. It's strange.
Yeah. So there's one of those pickoffs. That'll help with the pressure in the top lane. They'll deal with mid. Lornoff is still hanging out bottom, though. And he could go very aggressively, knowing how many heroes TP'd up the top. He's getting a lot of that in the situation, and he will be a big part of their team fight at some point in time when he gets Aghanim Scepter. He wants Linken's next, which is fair enough. But I do have to imagine Aghanim's is a consideration after Linken's.
Yeah, it's gotta be. I can't say with confidence it might not even be the best item now, to be honest. If you pull 2 heroes together for the Ursa and the Beastmaster to go to town, that could set up a nice fight, but if you're worried, you're not getting caught outside or inside of your BKB. There's no BKB piercing stun on BetBoom that's gonna mess with you except Basher, but you can't itemize your way out of that one.
Yeah.
So the Linken's is effectively kind of a solution to the Alchemist concoction. And that's more or less it. You can also block Cyclone from the Brewmaster, but I don't think that's happened this game.
So, Tundra have gotten all 4 Tormentors.
That's probably why the gold isn't bigger than it is.
Yeah, seriously.
That's a massive swing. Ursa will do this if you let him.
I have, my fall was probably so sad that last one didn't go to him.
He's put in all the effort and got none of the rewards.
Seriously. It's a thankless job being a carry, right, Synderen?
That's right. Wait.
Hold up. That doesn't sound right.
That's a good sound effect for that.
Lornoff only has 8 galvanized stacks. Not terribly surprising, considering the fact that Tundra have mostly been playing a keep-away game.
And he's died a couple. So
they've been playing a keep-away game, and Lornoff has been losing.
Yeah. Still just the 2K because of the Tormentors, but that does mean that in terms of raw items.
He has BKB. He doesn't want to use it. Will he be punished for it? He pops his BKB now. Long zip away, TP out. He's good. Trying to work towards that Linken's. Meanwhile, a smoke up on the other side of the map. A 3-man smoke. Thing is, BetBoom have very rarely separated from each other too much. And I feel like every single time that Tundra have tried to go for a pickoff, it has gone against them. The only time it's worked is when they killed the Pango, and that was them being jumped on.
Yeah. Pure was anticipating a potential attempt there from Tundra, so he blinked out and charged a concoction, hoping that the Bat Rider would try to blink lasso him or the Beastmaster would blink in. You get a turnaround play. Didn't happen though. There's just 1K. Really, anything could happen here.
I mean, what are you gonna do if you lose this game as BetBoom? Right? It's like 3 games in a row they've played a game where they're just dodging fights. You're getting kills, you're taking the early game, you're getting pickoffs, you're getting momentum. A lot of times you're getting things like Roshan. Is it your fault for not trying to close out the game sooner, for you not trying to hit high ground? Or do you need to change your draft, right? Is it a player or draft thing?
It's stupid hard to push this game if you don't have a teamfight win to lead in with it.
Yeah.
The Radiant lineup in their base is insane. Blink Lasso, Storm Spirit Jump, Blink Hex, Roar. Ursa burst. I think maybe BetBoom would have tried a little bit more for that style of play if they had a save, and that's what the panel was talking about. When you're drafting Muerta and Crystal Maiden as your support duo, these are two heroes that largely fend for themselves. You don't have Disruption. You don't have Repel, even though Omni hasn't been popular this tournament.
Yeah.
But that archetype of ability is not there.
They're getting to full 6-slotted Ursa pretty soon. He almost has. So he's just going to be like Octarine jumping around non-stop clapping with the shard and stuff.
Yep.
That Ursa starts getting real scary. And it almost looks like Tundra's maybe going to give up another Roshan. The way they're positioning, not anywhere close to the pit at all. They're pushing mid. They're pushing the opposite side of the map where Roshan's going to be.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They do have a bit of a potential bait here with this OBS, but doesn't, like you said, doesn't really seem like there's going to be many moments of opportunity where you get to jump on BetBoom's heroes isolated, and Beastmaster Lion kind of can't do it either. Oh no, they showed. Uh-oh. Oh, this could be bad.
Turn around, break through the Lincoln's try. Oh, he got silenced before the Finger of Death went off. That might have been enough. GPK lives with not much HP to go.
All right, they didn't get a bash on the Beastmaster with that Swashbuckle, or that would have been big.
Yeah.
But at the very least for Tundra, they do escape. But no successful moves in what seems like forever.
Yeah. Wait, for BetBoom or for Tundra?
For Tundra.
I would almost argue...
Well, the Tormentors have been successful.
Yeah.
But
do you feel like they need successful moves? I almost feel like the fact that they're only giving away supports this last like 5 to 10 minutes, I would argue that kind of is successful? Question mark? If the late game comes together and they're stronger?
Stupendous.
But are they stronger late game?
It's a very good question. I think Brewmaster can be a total wild card in ultra late. The insanely high duration ult against heroes with low duration BKBs can make for extremely chaotic and difficult to navigate and plan out fights for the enemy team.
Sure.
And if you take up any of the cores in a Cyclone, you have a pretty strong power play for a while.
Yeah.
Out now 25 talent as well, so he's ahead of the curve there. But the next three are on Tundra, so 25 should be coming their way before the others.
You're gonna smoke up. Roshan is going to be contested by Tundra. It's a late Roshan, so they can actually get here in time.
Now keep in mind, Ursa does not have Basher. So the heroes that get jumped by him do have a chance to react, and that could make a big difference here. BetBoom supports will be able to get up
the extra
force
damage.
step.
He runs into the ward. They're gonna deal with that with the boar. Start circling down the right side with the rest of their smokes. Meanwhile, BetBoom holding closer to the pit. Miro putting himself way in the front lines with a pipe, an AC, and a Radiance, and an Aeon Disc ready to be assembled. There should be zero chance that he dies without getting off the Primal Split if he executes perfectly.
Yeah, just right-click. Assemble your disc, pop pipe, and press R. Should be good enough. We'll see.
Tundra, are they going to get baited going for this one? Pure, he goes for the initiation set. Actually managed to get a stun onto the Storm Sphere. No follow-up stuns, though. GPK, Lincoln's gonna be broken. Look at that. Lorna breaks the Lincolns. 33 gets the roar in, but they didn't have the damage. No Ursa. Meanwhile, Lasso on a Pure. Nightfall, he got him low, but again, no bash, so there wasn't the control necessary for him to finish him off. Now he's in trouble, stuck between all these heroes, and Pure's able to finish him off. Tundra, they're running out of steam now. Lorna doesn't have much mana to work with. He's trying to finish off Save and then get on out of here. Stunned up, not able to finish him. Save, given away. 33 will collect the kill. Lorna for the rest of his mana, bashed up, not able to zip away. 33 goes for a TP and is denied in the last half second. Kataomi catches him on the frostbite. 5-man wipe.
What a close fight. But the biggest difference maker in all of that is Ursa is not hitting the roared target. And that is what you need right now for Tundra. This has to come together in a better way. it's just not good enough. You're playing against no save, so you kind of, if you just weather the storm a little bit and set things up, you should be able to possibly find that if you arm yourself with patience. But that was Nightfall initiating the show there, jumping in on Ursa. And then Beastmaster found Aurora off to the left with the follow-up of Laurenov, but not nearly enough damage to kill off the Pango.
And Pure is always going to do this to you. Once he gets the win, he puts the pressure on, puts the screws to you, forces the buybacks out of you. It's not just going to be a lane of barracks. It's going to be certain buybacks forced. Do as much damage economically as he can, then the backup for Roshan.
You're going to see the replay here. So Ursa's in, chasing the Alk, gets immediately forced to ult and run away. And that roar, this doesn't work. There's not enough damage. So effectively now you've burnt your roar. Now you're burning your lasso on the Alk, right? So you used your 2 BKB piercing stuns to find 0 kills. And then you run out of options. This was a fight that numerically was extremely winnable for the side of Tundra if things came together a little bit better. But BetBoom are not giving them the opportunity, splitting around nicely, covering each other. And this bash is actually quite fortunate because I think he lives. I think he could have jumped north and TP'd.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh, it's the Quinn. The Quinn play-by-play. I love the Quinn Southern Comfort play-by-play. Hootin' and hollering.
I guess we're talking about Ursa. I don't know.
All right, refresher for Pure. You're 100% on the mark. This man's just gonna complete his build before building an Aghanim Scepter. He's gonna build his 7th and 8th item first.
There's
but
no
Tundra,
team.
they immediately go back and try and take a team fight. The smoke doesn't work right away. Are they going to be able to put together the pieces for a better team fight this time around when the odds are even further against them with an Aegis, fresh items on the side of BetBoom like that refresher? The smoke doesn't work, they back away. And now it's BetBoom. Mass Rainbow TP back. Oh, wait, the catch! They didn't all make it out! Oh, 2 heroes left behind, and one of them is Pure. BetBoom. What was that? Cinder and Dota is a game of mistakes, but even Bob Ross would call that a fuck up. Yeah. What was that?
I mean,
oh my god, man, what?
Did they just 5-man TP on the outpost?
They 5-man TP'd on the outpost.
What? How long does the 5th TP take?
A long time.
It's like 9 seconds. Oh boy.
Oh man, well, I mean, I don't know exactly how Tundra had the read of that situation, but man.
I mean, look at Pure's reaction as well. I'm not, okay, we didn't get to see it in the highlight there. He was kind of just hand to his forehead, kind of chuckling at, all right, guys, that was really stupid. That is essentially the conclusion there. That's almost their entire lead down the drain for what? Like, what even was the goal?
I don't know.
Like, there was no Roche, there was no threat.
Like, the smoke recently popped near them, and they had some information that they were close by. Maybe they thought, like, okay, they backed off and they're going to go split and we're going to catch them on the other side of the map where they're not expecting us to be. I am super curious what the play call was there, because I can't see it.
It was the good old say go A, but then go B. They were all bottom, and they thought Tundra would expect the hit there, so they all TP to the other bottom side. But it did not quite work. Left a couple of soldiers behind there. Unfortunate. That was a 13,000 gold swing, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that your Quinn?
Close enough, right?
And now we're back to almost a 50-50 game. With Tundra having some confidence now. Oh, are they going to push into the Alchemist here? If they spot him...
Oh, he started farming?
He started farming. Oh. Nightfall sees him. He goes for him. BKB immediately used. No disables going through just yet, but now the lasso. Lasso put in. Now he's dead. GPK rolling in.
Bro, what is happening to BetBoom? What's going on, man?
They don't know,
such
but...
a good game for like 30
go to mid, Beastmaster.
minutes.
He might be able to catch a little bit more if he sees Miro here.
He will live.
He will live. Doesn't spot him on the other side of the river due to nighttime vision.
Misplay after misplay after misplay. If anybody had the Boxy voice line, now would be the time to use it.
Yeah.
BetBoom with the opposite of a power hour here. What rhymes with minute, Cap? Help me out. not quite in it, minute.
Not quite in it, minute.
I don't know.
That's good enough, man. That's good enough.
That's not exactly what you want to see in a 45-minute game. Just really, and it's the stark contrast for me that really makes that look this way, right? Because they've played so good. Like this last 30 minutes, I think both teams have played exceptional Dota, and then just a couple of head-scratcher moments back-to-back for BetBoom are extremely costly. And Tundra, finding those moments of opportunity will maybe secure this game for themselves off of it down the stretch.
Whitemon?
12k deficit to a 5k advantage in the matter of 3 minutes.
Level 25 talent for the Ursa. I do want to point out that Miro has continued to hold on to his Eon display, and Tundra have continued not to jump him when he's put himself in the position to get jumped.
Yeah.
Trying to bait the Aeon display, and Tundra just have never bid on it.
It seems like their approach to Brewmaster is pretending he isn't real.
Yeah.
It works with ghosts, so maybe it works with, oh, I was about to call it Panda, but that face is a tiger. Pretty sure you could get sued for Kellogg's for that skin, actually.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to complete the Octarine and then say, oh, okay, well, whatever, I'll get the Aeon disc later?
Is there a point, really? Has there been a fight long enough where you would get 2 ults off?
I don't think so.
I mean, and we're talking Octarine, not Refresher, right? So, I don't know. Maybe the plan is to start split pushing. And just go to the enemy base, pop your ult, hit the buildings a bit.
Refresher, Nightfall. He needs it. And it makes him all the more of a menace. Just the constant enrages to BKBs. Smoke up from BetBoom. They need a good initiation. They might just be able to find it. 33 is a little bit isolated from the rest of his team right now. If they stumbled into him, it would be perfect. 33, he might throw axes here. He's going to go for it. He actually goes for the initiation on the Crystal Maiden. Lorinov zips in, long range. Primal Split does go off. They roar up the Earth Panda. That's not going to be good enough for them. Meanwhile, the Lion is going to die inside the river, and it looks like Save. He's going to be in some trouble as well. Pure, he gets lassoed. GPK trying to intercept it with his Rolling Thunder. Refreshes, rolls up again, keeping the chains on onto the Ursa. Refresh on him. Now he pops the BKB. He's in range, but he's too low HP. He's not going to make it out of here. He hasn't put his claws on any of these heroes. Not long enough. BetBoom do find the team fight win this time.
Dude, this game is insane, actually. That was the same problem again. So this was just like the last fight Tundra lost. Nightfall jumped in on the Alchemist alone, had no follow-up, pops his BKB, his ult, everything, doesn't kill anyone.
Refresh, activates a BKB, he has a roar and a TP.
He's not getting out of this.
He's gonna roar, Pure, TP out, no bash, no bash, no bash, no bash, got him.
Like, the Ursa and a hard lockdown have to combine. I don't like Nightfall being the first initiator. I don't think it's his job in this game. You're gonna see the replay here, right? So Beastmaster's in, look out to the left. Alchemist is approaching together with Pango, and here comes Ursa. BKB pops everything, hits twice, runs around in circles because Muerta's ultied and the Alk is invis. Now he's used all of it. Gets cycloned by the Brewmaster, comes down, and he's out of juice. Like, this guy needs to kill with Beast. He needs to kill with Storm. He needs to kill with Lasso. It's not like they're lacking opportunities or other heroes that can set him up. He just... I just think he needs to chill a little bit and let the fight develop. His teammates are super tanky, right?
Yeah. He nearly got like, dude, the chances of him not getting bashed there had to have been like less than 5%. With the swashbuckle,
yeah, that was like
the shield crash.
I think that was 4 swings and a swash, right?
Yeah.
So that was 6 hits.
At the same time, you did list a lot of heroes that can work with Nightfall.
Yes.
Why, like, you know, I feel like in some ways, isn't it everybody else who should be playing around Nightfall's moves, you know?
It's always hard to say when you're watching who's making calls, right?
Yeah.
You can only assume, but whatever the call is and however this is the way fights are playing out, it's just, I will stand by, that's just incorrect. Ursa should never lead in this game because he can't kill anyone. He doesn't have a reliable...
Yeah.
He doesn't have a reliable kill.
Particularly with this build, which is a no basher.
He's playing like he has a basher, right? That's the problem if you want to jump and start on pure and you have a basher, you can relatively likely hit a bash in your first 4 swings, right?
Yeah.
And then maybe with that bash, your teammate gets to react and gets to get there. But if you don't have the basher, whoever you jump on will just 4-staff away. This is a very awkward situation. Lorinov is hiding. He has no backup, so he needs to not get caught here. I'm not sure what exactly he's hoping for. He could just TP back if he wanted. He wants to kill the wave.
Cuts the wave.
And he stays.
Oh, he goes to the Crystal Maiden kill, but a dead shot from across the way. Gets off the BKB, long zip, TP. There's no way that anybody can catch him. Cute move, though. Trying to assassinate the Crystal Maiden after killing the wave like that.
Ags Alk. The time has come. Who will be blessed? King mid. For a second, I thought it was Kataomi, but he will have to deal with 3 banners instead. That's his grand reward. Pure is trying to catch up too.
Yeah, he's giving it to GPK. GPK will get the money for a refresher. Because last fight, that refresher did come in really slick, right? Like, he had the Rolling Thunder refreshed, and then the second Rolling Thunder that hit the Pango over and over again was massive.
Lorenov's under a ward.
He is. They have to break through a Lincoln, so this needs to be clean. They try and lead with a bash instead. Lorinov.
He's going to get stunned.
He is, but it's going to be so far away.
Oh, maybe he won't. Let's see. It's going to get there.
Or...
Okay.
Look at Saksa. Shoving out the top wave. While he's under the effect of his ninja gear, he's just spiking the waves. I mean, BetBoom, it's just constant, man. You feel like you can't push high ground because, you know, the threat of all the single target, it's very difficult to go high ground. But your lanes are always shoved in. Tundra is just making this game hellish. Lorinov having a poke at the Brewmaster here. Don't think this is a serious attempt.
Just a prank, bro.
Just a prank. Just
not
a prank.
This
is not a prank. This is a full-on scale attack from Pure, and it got him. Nightfall this time makes the commitment, trying to go for the Brewmaster. Looks like they're going to be trading out carries, though. Can they play this without their carries? A blink away after the Brewmaster Cyclone. Lorenov's going to jump in. Goes for save. Tries to blow him up with the finger. Refresh. Oh, and a cheese goes off. Save. He's good to go. Puts damage and puts down Saksa. Another Cyclone, this time drop down into the Rolling Thunder. Catch the Pat Rider as well. They are cleaning up on the side of BetBoom. 33 though. He commits. Roar goes out. Wait, they're trying to get a dieback on a Pure, but they do not have the damage. Lorinov doesn't have much mana to work with. A little zip. He has a TP. Can anybody save this man? No. Buybacks are up on the 2 cores. Tundra. They try and make a move there, but without the Ursa, just did not have the damage.
So, as a recap of that, they went in with Bat plus Ursa, and that managed to kill the Alk. So they only did the 1 BKB person stun, but Nightfall didn't BKB after the kill. He had BKB, he got jumped, ends up getting it off at 5% health and dies instantly. There was a potential there to just get that kill, pop your defensive stuff, get the hit and run, and take a nice win. But that one cost him big time. Going to be a buyback now on the Beastmaster as well.
GPK does have the Aegis. That's why he's playing so aggressive right now. Stun, put onto Lion. Soxa in some trouble. No Force Staff, no Ghost Scepter, no chance for Aurora. He's being chain stunned. He's dead as well. That's a dieback. Nightfall, he can't do it alone, but all of his disables are gone. How does he put the damage? BetBoom, they're just going straight for the throne. They're taking out this game. It's gonna be a 2-1 for BetBoom.
And in the least predictable fashion possible, both teams were, I don't even know who was leading. That's the funny thing about this game. Usually you have like a feeling 30, 40 minutes in, okay, this team is controlling things, but Tundra definitely were set up in multiple instances to get this job done, and I think the key deciding factor in this is just clutchness. BetBoom's teamfight execution was just better. They cast their teamfight spells better together, they played better around each other, the right heroes combined for the bursts on the heroes they needed to find, and they forced the cooldowns correctly and kited around it with the Brewmaster and the double Pango ult. They got it done.
All right, BetBoom will take the lead in this best-of-5 series.
They will, and Cinta, I couldn't have put it better myself, honestly. The fact that I didn't really know who was leading at any one point, it felt like the initiations for these team fights, that was going to be the decider ultimately for this game. Tundra going for that late game, that's what their draft really wanted to hear, but it just didn't work out, all right? There were those moments where you thought they were going to be able to get it done, but even the late game isn't secure for them. They're still not solid when it gets past that 45-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, this game had a little bit of everything, right? Like, we have the early game dominance of BB, and then eventually we get these like awkward moments of the mid to late game, and then it really becomes down to like the execution, who finds the jump. And I gotta say, I feel like Tundra, for me at least, the first time they really struggled with finding the right targets, like Nightfall and his Ursa in multiple fights. Like, he's jumping one guy, 33 is roaring the Brewmasters, support's jumping elsewhere. Like, in these fights, BB constructed in such a way that it made Tundra kind of look like fools in the late game. Like, so many times they tried doing it, but the execution just didn't seem to be there.
That is the issue with Ursa, is how easy it is to kite him as a hero. Everyone's sort of fallen into that before, but I really thought, Rhea, with the Beast ult, right, the Roar there, the Bat Lasso, the Lion Stuns as well, that would have been enough to be able to lock down targets that you then have the numbers advantage in a team fight. That Ursa is going to be able to dish out some damage.
Ursa just struggled at a certain point because everyone had so many items and ways to kite and defend themselves. Santa just went down in the arena. Just want to let that be known.
We got a little bit distracted there in the coast.
Santa just went down
crazy.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. I think it was just a hard game, especially when everyone was starting to have refreshers, because it meant that there were so many spells and things to deal with. There was a clip I prepared that I guess now's a nice time. You'll see here that like Ursa goes in and he wants to kill this Alchemist, and Alchemist just goes invisible. There's not enough people around him to, give out vision. And then his BKB ends, he's brought up, he's getting kited, there's nothing he can do. He doesn't use his refresher, which is the biggest issue here, honestly. It was a mis-execution.
Until he was like practically
dead. Until he's 10% HP, yeah, and then he's able to pop his next round of spells and he just can't survive. Like, that you saw there, GPK is using his refresher, he's got 2 rolls going on, Ursa is literally just being thrown around, he can't do anything. At one point, late game, Alchemist disassembled his Radiance into a nullifier, and he's throwing that onto the Ursa every single fight, which is a hard counter because it means he can't use his overpower for many hit.
Many hit,
no hit. There we go.
No hit.
Many hit equals 0 hit.
Yeah, it's like essentially the later the game goes, the harder it gets to play because there's so many things that can just deal with you and put you to the side.
He also kept jumping save, and then save would just go ethereal, or like you said, the out goes invisible. It's like in that highlight, where was like the layering jump? I was so confused when they took that, right? It's that was one of the shocking engagements, at least.
Yeah, and then even in the later game as well, Save had the refresher for himself. So that's what you talked about, these items in the late game. It felt like everyone was picking up a refresher for themselves, and team fights really become quite chaotic then, because even if you get the initiation, it is all about that execution when you're able to use your items correctly and whatnot. But do you want to focus a little bit more on the earlier game?
I would love to.
Yeah,
I
think we should talk about it because what has been consistent in the 3 games in my eyes is BetBoom with their early game. It's been fantastic for them in all three of them, two of them giving them and leading them to that success.
Yeah, and I feel like GPK's early game, he's probably posing the question to his team, surely my carry can't throw this game, especially with how good he was. He was breaking open the early rotations, connecting with top lane, getting the Beastmaster kill. He's killing off the supports in other clips. Like the entire early game was GPK just being the more active mid laner, bringing life, especially after that Alk and CM lane didn't go too well. Beast diving very early on. Like it's because of the Pangolier, he created this like unstoppable momentum, it felt like, for the side of BB.
That's consistent from their game 1 win and their game 3 win here as well. Is this Pengo? He hasn't really been looked at a lot this tournament for us here at the Blast Slam, but in the finals, making an appearance, when it came out in that game 1, I really hummed and hawed over the effectiveness of it. If a lot of mid laners aren't placing that priority to even want to ban it, to pick it up for themselves, how effective is it? But it's showing to be extremely effective in the hands of GPK.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they picked Pangolier, they banned out the Lauren off Lina, they protected his lane, and then you can clearly see from the game, like, he is just leading from the front, right? Like, he's finishing the game with 11-1, 22 in this game. Like, if he was a different hero, he's not being this active. He's not being this controlling. So, yeah, I think GPK Pangolier, that is going to be like a must respect now going into the next game.
Helping them in the early game, and Tundra maybe hoping to draft to have a stronger early game, because that's what I want to see shaken up for them. It's not necessarily a hero thing that I want to see different from them. Have stable lanes, have better lanes for yourself, because right now they've been having to play from that deficit. They have to have a comeback, and they have to have good team fights to be able to get a win.
Honestly, it's hard to specifically say the draft, like the heroes isolated or issues, because Tundra have played with this sort of draft before. Like a Batrider and a Lion, right, are two heroes that are extremely effective at rotating and trying to make moves on the map. But like in certain situations, we saw Sax's Lion come and gank out in the top lane, and they go on him, they use Finger and everything, but he just has so much health that he actually just lived through it and survived enough and had enough time for other people to rotate.
Yeah, three BetBoom Team players come in, they rotate up to the top, and you're like, all right, we just have to back out now.
Yeah, exactly. So I think, I'm not sure if it's like a hero issue necessarily, or just an execution problem, or that these heroes are good at the job of playing early, but just not into what BetBoom drafted.
I would argue that Pure needs to be a little bit careful. Since game 1, I think game 2, game 3, there's been moments where he's going a little bit too far on his hero, like he's trying to push the limits. Like again, like we praised him yesterday on his tier game for pushing that hero to the absolute top, like we're praising him. One mistake away, and it's like he's the reason why potentially they can fall flat. In this game as well, like on the Alchemist, like he dies bot when his TP's team's TPing away. He dies again farming. Like there are chance moments. You're gonna see it here. Gonna be asked the question, GPK is like, can my carry through the game? Now we look at it, he tried to a little bit, but I think that
this was just unfortunate. I gotta give it, like you think you're
safety
just
in
mass
numbers.
TP,
Exactly.
You're like, surely there's no way they find us, and even if they do,
I mean, he's all smiles at least, like he was happy this time, but I feel like it's that death, but then it's the second death, seconds, minutes later.
Right.
Like, look at the reaction this time. Like, he's not so happy. He realizes that he's putting the game in a difficult position, and when you're in a grand finals with an organization like BB that has been into multiple grand finals and come second, these are the small moments that compound to them not winning the trophy. They're pretty good this time around because they fixed the problem very quickly, but beforehand, these are the mistakes that we'd be pinpointing and why they've come second, and they're still happening in the same organization. Maybe not the roster, but I think they should be pretty not lucky. They were very good in that fight, but they need to keep in their mind that this isn't flawless Dota. They're not just crushing their opponent. So this is still a very competitive grand finals, and I think Pure might be the one that Tundra can target potentially based on at least the last couple of games with some Morphling deaths, some Alk deaths. They've been something to be potentially critical about.
I don't know. I've been really impressed with GPK, right? I think we need to reiterate that he is a stand-in, right? He took this break off the TI for himself, where he wasn't playing on any team, right? He just wanted to take a step away from competitive Dota. Kitaka, unfortunately, not being able to make it, and then he steps in. He pretty much slots in seamlessly because he has played with these players before. And so now I'm like, they have done so amazing. They unfortunately don't have their coach. They have GPK coming in as a stand-in, and I'm like, I don't know how this BetBoom roster is just meshed together so well, Raya.
It's GPK. It's not like he's a stranger to the he's a stranger to this region or this scene. I mean, he's been a very long-standing dominant player, and he's extremely skilled. So I think his hero pool meshes well with the team, like they were saying, right? You have 2 TA players, for example. I don't know. I think the hard part is when someone can play a hero like Pango and just lead and be covering all of your fights and your heroes. It means you can give your carry, for example, like the safety and comfort to do whatever they want in the fight and cover them. Just in general, I think it's nice to be able to rely on someone who can win their lane, who can make the moves, who understands tempo, who understands his heroes.
Should the priority be
What can you do,
shifted
man?
then, right? Because we've seen the supports rotate to the off lane for Tundra and trying to target Pure in that safe lane. So should we shift it and maybe look at, okay, how do we shut down their mid laner instead? Because GPK is doing a lot to carry them out of the laning phase and be strong into the mid game.
Well, I mean, we already have the answer. It is the Lina. So Tundra can just pick a Lina early in the draft, and in the back of your mind, it's like, if you're picking Pango and instant ban in Lina, you know BB have kind of said, hey, we're scared of this matchup. So if Tundra are afraid of Pango, they're not going to ban it out. This is not a hero that you're suddenly banning in first phase. Maybe if they want to be bold, sure, they might change up for a grand finals meta, but early pick Lina should deter the Pangolier. It did it in game 2, I believe. That is one way to deal with it. But again, banning it, it feels unlikely unless you just want to go, hey, we respect you so much. You've only won with the mid Pango. Try and find something else to beat us. Like that, again, that is the joy of the grand finals. Like every game is a completely different narrative in the draft. And I think coming into this one, Pangolier is now going to be the question that I'm looking to see answered.
It was so nice, especially with that basher. As soon as that came out, it felt like Tundra would never save because there was no reliability of BKB TPing out. There was no nightfalling to be had.
There was zero nightfalling.
I'm a little bit disappointed with the number of nightfalls per minute we're seeing in this series here.
Way lower as soon as he got that bash. He got the Ags as well, so like it was impossible. There was no escape. If you were found on the map, you were dead.
I mean, he's holding his BKB tool, the last minutes now. So I feel if anything, I want him to go back to the nightfalling because then he uses it. Like in these fights, a lot of clips, he's kind of not forgetting, but he's a little bit late, Again, trying to be a bit critical here, but, improvements to be made on both sides.
I think we're allowed to be a little bit critical, all right? It's the grand final. These are the top 2 teams here at BLAST SLAM. In our best of 5 grand final, we do have BetBoom Team being 1 game away from victory, 1 game away from lifting that trophy. And we'll get into that game just after this break. Seeing Saksa sitting there by himself in the break there. I believe he was just watching the replay, right? He's trying to make quick adjustments between that game number 3 and the potential final game of our grand final, because BetBoom right now, they are 1 game away from taking it here, winning and being the champions of BLAST SLAM. But they're going to have to try and get their hands potentially on some same heroes, try and repeat the success that they found in game 1 and game 3. But for us viewers at home, we want to see this go all the way to game number 5, all right? We want to see it go the difference. So Tundra, they're going to have to make that quick adjustment right now. And what could, looking back at the replay, it sucks to potentially find out for his team and changes needed?
I mean, he wants to play Magnus. He's probably not going to get the Magnus,
In the draft, let's make sure they don't ban out Magnus.
Yeah, maybe they walk across and go, pretty please, you want to play game 5? The fans would love it. You know, we'll give you Pango, you give us Magnus. Maybe there's some like bartering happening. Yeah, a little gentleman's agreement. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it happens too often in Dota. Maybe at BLAST SLAM, it could be a first, but no, I think, yeah, realistically, it's going to be the points that I'm mentioning, right? Like, there's Pugner, there's Pango, there's so many prevalent heroes, but again, like we were talking during the break, right? It's the idea that, you know, BB, they're 1 game away from breaking the organization curse. 8th of December 2022, they formed the star roster with Pure, GPK, Save. Like, they expected what Falcons did, right? When Falcons formed and they won all those tournaments, that's exactly what they thought they'd do from the Eastern European region. But it's been 2 years of like nothing. It's been absent. So maybe
not nothing, but no wins for themselves, right?
In Dota, we only care about the wins.
No trophies in the case.
Exactly.
Which we shouldn't care about. We should be supporting people who come second over and over again every single tournament, because they might win a TI one day. True. They might.
Oh,
they might.
Yeah, and the organization might do that.
So next TI, BB confirmed TI winners. But again, it's the idea that they've got a trophy cabinet back in the offices. It's empty. They're a game away.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that you could, in GPK's shoes, right? You take this break off the TI, you come back, and all of a sudden you guys are in the grand finals. You're like, dang, we could win this. You know, it's been 2 years I've been on this org, and then now after a small break, I come back as a stand-in, and they could do it. They could potentially do it for themselves here, Rhea.
Well, they could. I hope they do, especially after hearing them talk about how difficult it was coming into this. In Kataomi's interview, he was saying the absence of their regular mid, limited practice time, the coach's inability to attend has impacted our preparation, they said. I'm like, oh, well, that sucks. Like, that's like a lot of things, right, that you have to deal with that's impacting your play, but you couldn't tell. They have been stomping games. They have been looking so dominant. They have been looking so tight and clean. Could fool me. They look great. I absolutely want them to win.
It feels like teams get.
I'm not biased.
It feels like teams sometimes get better when they have kind of their loss of their structure, right? Like when they lose a player or a coach or something, and it's like they have that freedom. Where suddenly before it's like they listen to that guy. Now it's like, wait a second, we have to think of new ideas, and they try. So I feel like if anything, if they are to win this tournament, when they get back with the full roster, they are going to have just even better ideas and become an even stronger team because they've had to adapt in very difficult circumstances. So it kind of shows the strength of players who maybe don't have to be as vocal compared to the ones that they're missing. So I think it's just kind of testament to how strong they've built the team around multiple players being able to step up to kind of the high pressure.
You pretty much took the words out of my mouth. I was like, is it people having to finally step up, put themselves in a position that they don't normally? Because, you know, I did get to speak to Pure as well just a little bit, and he goes like, yeah, I normally have freedom and choice and influence as to what hero I'm picking, but he's the one predominantly doing the prep and the drafting. It's Pure and Save. They're the two that are doing a lot for the team. The rest of the players get to just enjoy their pubs and just kind of show up to scrims, and all that hard work is done for them. And so it does feel like Pure having maybe, even if it's just 10-15% more say in it, has really brought these drafts together for them.
Yeah, I think something that was interesting was when Whitemon talked about the difference between Pure and 33. If we just want to bring Tundra also back into the conversation.
Yeah, of course we do. Because they're not out, you know, they're not out by any means. It's not like it's grand finals, but yeah, it's still a best of 5.
His points was just that Pure was the leader in-game, but for him, 33 is a leader both in-game and out-of-game. And like when they're having a bad day or something that's amiss, and he keeps them grounded. Like if they're having a bad time, he will lift them up. If they're having a great time, he will keep them grounded, which is a great thing to have. But Pure was definitely more just leader in-game. I'm like, I kind of respect it. You're just all about the game. That's all you care about. You're like, let's get your shit together, guys.
Is that you? Is that the coach talk you're doing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
now?
Yeah, he steps in. He's telling everyone what to do. He's taking control of the draft. Good for him, honestly.
I mean, you can see from their faces right now, again, we have the ability to look at the players, right? Like the fact that they aren't...
Stare at them all individually.
I it's not really going to work.
Staring directly at Pure.
Okay, we'll see if they react, but no, we'll let Rhea do that. But the idea that, they're not joking around, they're still kind of like thinking about their HUD around the PC, they still look very focused on what they need to be doing right now, and that's exactly what you need to do, right? Like, we're already talking about they're a game away, right? They've been in that position before, they've been a game away from winning a tournament, getting a trophy, but against 33, against Saxa, those type of teams, you already mentioned how Whiteman in the interview said that, 33 is the comeback player, he always thinks of ways to win. Of course, that's going to be in and out of game. So there's no way that BB can just be, you know what, we finally cracked the code. We're just going to do it one more time and we've got it. Like, they're going to have to make sure they really enter the next game with all the thought, because Tundra in their break, they are just going to be pinpointing like the one hero to try and like exploit in that kind of opening phase of the draft.
Yeah, I do wonder if we're going to get some more of these unpicked heroes cropping up as well. In that game number 1, Tundra, they were willing to pull out this...
hard, yeah.
Yeah, they were willing to pull out the Lycan. It still had impact and it played well. Obviously, they didn't win that game. Game number 2, though, a Spectre last pick. I really don't ever think anyone would have had that on their Blast Slam bingo card, but it was there if you were lucky enough to have it. And Spectre did amazing. It was phenomenal. This game number 3 was a back and forth. It was extremely close. That one, you could a little bit chalk up the draft, but it wasn't all in of like, oh, you just had a really hard to execute draft.
If I was BB going against Tundra on first pick, I've banned, again, I'm in the shoes of BB right now. I banned Chen.
Wait, we do know Tundra have first pick.
There we go. All right, cool. Okay. So this makes sense. Thank God. All right, so BB, they're giving away the first pick to Tundra, of course. Tundra's going to draft, right? I banned Chen, DK, Doom, and Alk in game 1. I give away a Magnus. If anything going into the next game, I'm going to put that Magnus into my ban list. So I now have to pick between Chen, DK, Doom, or Alk to give away to my opponent, right? And it's like, the argument is like maybe giving a Chen allows for the script to be quite obvious. Like, Chen's in position 5, there's no flexibility. So that is like one option they go for. And then maybe you could say you give away the Alchemist. Like we saw how Beastmaster was able to do some work. It was, I think, coordination was the problem. But I think if I was BB, it's like the Chen or the Alk, they're the ones I'm going to give to Tundra in the opening, to then go, okay, this is my perfect, anti-Chen strategy, or my perfect anti-Alk. Again, we'll see where they go. They might just think differently and give a DK or a Doom, but I think there's 5 heroes they need to ban. Obviously, one can go through, but I would be surprised if Mag's the one that goes through. Don't know if you agree, disagree, but...
Sounds solid to me.
All right, fair enough.
The main thing I'm thinking with Alk is just that when we talk to coaches, they mentioned that it's just a fast-paced carry, and that's like the biggest thing about it. Is as long as you're able to match their pace, as long as, or at least you have something to secure your late game, and you're not going to lose the game before then. I'd be down to see like more Drows potentially. It kind of bothers me when I see them pick. Okay, so there's 2 ways about this. I had this discussion in the back room. I assume we're killing time right now.
A little bit. We wanted to give the players.
I saw Cat walking around,
Yeah, we wanted to give the players a little bit more of a break, right? It's the best of 5, so between game 3 and 4.
It's just how much am I allowed to waffle?
I'll give you a minute.
A minute?
Not that. I wanted to open a discussion.
57,
okay, guys, relax.
55.
I was talking about this Drow hero because she has an Ags that gives you health reduction, right? And obviously, so does Doom, and that's why that hero is contested.
Yeah.
And people consider to be good against Alk. But I thought Drow would be better. But we were having this conversation about how the Ags provides like no damage. All it does is really provide health reduction, and it bursts. Like it helps your farming go faster because creeps like explode when you kill them. But against heroes, they only explode when you kill them. So it was more like, why would you ever go that when like a Silver Edge gives more DPS? But like, I don't understand why it's not more picked up against Alk.
Yeah, I mean, it's feel like a 4th or 5th item, right? Like, you need to be able to stand your ground. And the thing with Alk is you're always going to have that boiling point where it's like, I have AC, Radiance, Blink, maybe BKB, and I can just start a fight where Drow has to run away, right? Like, she has to force back, turn around, then reset her fight. And I think we've seen some teams struggle drafting Drow. They don't have enough frontline. They don't have, like, that tide from 33 to at least be like, hey, look at me. And Drow's like, hee, I'm in the forest. All this, I don't know why she's suddenly like a weird hybrid goblin gnome thing, but...
I kind of liked it. It was good.
Yeah, I regret that one. Either way,
I loved it.
Thank you. But the idea is, like, Drow wants to be kind of hidden in the shadows, and then when her team steps up, she can then, like, reappear and be like, okay, you now can't reposition again to find me. I will slaughter you. I will delete you from the game.
But that was the nice thing about the Drow in BetBoom's first game, is that she was able to get into that
Exactly,
position, right?
The Pangolier, the Magnus, they're so noisy that it's like, again, it's like you react to the Pango, you react to Magnus, and by the time you've dealt with that, Drow steps up. So I love the idea of Drow, but you need to have those two elements in play. Otherwise, I think, who was the worst Drow team at the event so far? Let me
I don't know if we should be
We can lift it up. We can say we loved it when BetBoom played in game number 1. We can see if it's played here in game number 4. All I know is there is a chance that this is the last game we get to see in our grand final of the Blast Slam. BetBoom, they are 1 game away. Let's get on into our draft by heading on over to our casters.
That's right, going into a game 4, Synderen 2-1 to BetBoom. If you are on Tundra, if you want to force it to a game 5, what do you think they talked about in that extended break?
I hope they didn't kick themselves too much about the draft, because for me that was not the problem in there.
Okay.
I think the execution, and they have a really experienced player in Zai helping them out this event. I think he, watching the game, will be able to recognize what the problems were. I wonder if he agrees with us. I think we were on the same page that you have to combine the Ursa with these single target hard lockdowns, or he has to buy Basher, one or the other. And they kind of played past each other instead of together, it felt like. So that would be my main solution for them. For BetBoom, the panel were talking about what do you give Tundra. I don't know if this is crazy, but I would give them Doom, actually, out of the entire pool. Because I think out of the heroes that Tundra pick, that is the one that is most exploitable. The Chen is extremely stable. The Alka is extremely stable. And what was the third option that T gave? I'm forgetting.
Beastmaster? Is that
No,
one
it wasn't Beast. There's one more. We're blanking. That's unfortunate.
Doom,
you'll see it.
Beastmaster.
Dragon Knight, of course.
Dragon.
Yeah. And I do think Doom is the one that's most exploitable among those 4. It's 33. I know he's the best player in the world and the hero, but you got to give something. And I think that one they can crack. We'll see.
Well, let's see what changes happen in the Game 4 draft after this extended break. We're ready to go into the draft.
And here we are, potentially for the last draft here at Blast Slam. And panel talked about a lot of what's going to happen with the first ban and everything. I think I have to agree with Synderen's point. I think it might be time to give them away Doom. Because Doom, we've seen that it's not as strong. Like, it doesn't put as much pressure early on onto the enemy's safe lane carry. And I would love to see this one go through as well.
Yeah, I saw you nodding earlier. And I mean, I think maybe I would rather play against Chen. But I think it's for sure for me that I don't want to play against Mag. Like that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that's also what we see in the draft, that Mag has been banned out, and they actually have left the Doom. So they kind of agree with you. And let's see if Tundra pick it up. I mean,
33 is one of the best, if not the best, Doom player out there. But the problem is, I don't think the hero right now feels as strong as it did. And they're going to remove Pangolier, which caused a lot of issues, even though they had a little bit of answer in terms of like what they have open with some like potential Lina. They did not want to pick that one up immediately. But GPK, he played it really, really well. It's also one of his Siggies, so not really a surprise there because he popped off immediately in a best of 5. You want to be able to have other options available, but I also think that this is a good option. Leave the potential Doom. I don't think Tundra wanted to take the bait.
No, I actually think this is a good risk. It's good that they took a little bit of time to think about this and actually take up the more stable Shadow Demon that keeps everything open. I agree that Doom is not in the same spot as it was a couple of weeks ago before the nerfs, so I'm curious if BetBoom's going to take it. I think the cool thing about being second pick in this type of scenario is that you can actually hide the pick once more, like by picking some support here that might be more valuable, like the Pugna, for example. They could pick up now and then still potentially get the Doom on 13.
Yeah, I'm definitely fine with one of the 3 options: Batrider, Muerta, or Pugna that you mentioned.
I think I
Pango. It's a combination of Pango and Pugna. Pugna is definitely up there, considering what this hero brings to the table. It pretty much has everything. It has tower push, it has save, multiple of those. And a lot of these carries right now, they mostly deal heavy physical damage compared to previous, where you had like Shadow Fiend, you had Lunas, and you also had this mixed damage. So Cripify deals with a lot of them right now. In the end, we'll go with Muerta.
Yeah, I mean, Save Muerta has been maybe the best Muerta.
Best Muerta in the world.
By far, even, I could say. I do think Pugna is better though, more stable, but maybe for this team in particular, and because of save, it's a good choice.
I think there's a maybe reasoning to go for Muerta, because it is potentially a carry pick, not necessarily, but if they pick Pugna, you still have your ulti to go through the Cripify, so that's something. And I don't think having Pugna plus Shadow Demon as a combo is good if you leave that for Tundra to be picked
I wouldn't
up.
put it past them to pick the Pugna on 13.
Yes.
You want both,
on BB,
honestly.
yeah.
Like, the thing we didn't mention about Pugna is that hero deals so much damage in the fight. The ward put down deals like, I don't know, it's such an underrated spell that you don't think about much, but that deals so much damage. And I think Tundra should actually consider banning the Pugna still, even though they already picked their one support. I think it's also an easy way to sort of, as second pick, if you already secured two really strong supports, maybe two strongest support in the game right now, like, it's much easier to pick the cores on 16, 17 later on as second pick without getting punished for it.
You're lacking a little bit of control, I would say, if they go for both of these, but a lot of the times you would see Miero play a lot of these blink initiators, anything that has any kind of a stun. He's also very familiar with playing Centaur. I really like that lane if they want to pair it up, because Centaur is definitely up there because you're playing against Shadow Demon and a lot of value on your ulti. You can't get slowed down. For now, they're just going to remove Beastmaster from Miero.
Yeah, so actually quite a lot of the tier 1 offlaners has been removed now. And I think maybe the offlane hero pool is a little bit small right now.
Yes.
Compared to some of the other roles. So you are going down a little bit in what you can get out of the offlane pool. I mean, we're gonna potentially see another Brewmaster game. We're potentially gonna see Tidehunter again at this point. We might see the Centaur. I do think Centaur had a little bit of a rough game in the game 2. It didn't.
He had a great start because he was playing into Spectre, so that time around it was like, what is Spectre gonna do to you? You know you're gonna get the free farm from that lane, but was unable to deliver. I think they put way too many eggs in one basket when it comes down who's gonna be dealing damage in that second game, but I just like Muerta. This hero has pretty much everything, especially when you have Save Play It, who is landing every single spell. Every single time, he's just like right there. It's a skill shot hero, but when he plays, it doesn't feel like it.
The win rate of Muerta is pretty bad this tournament. It's around 40, I think, maybe 40, a couple of 40s now since they won some games. But it's good because it's been first picked in a lot of games, and all teams don't have a save, right? So, yeah. But anyways, they go for the Doom, and now they have the Muerta secured already, which means Doom is gonna have a, you would assume, really good lane, right? And Doom with a really strong lane is a different hero than Doom with a weak lane that has to catch up and doesn't get good item timing. So I think this looks pretty good for BetBoom.
And you also mentioned a lot of these tier 1 carries have been removed from the game. There's still Morphling, but after Doom being picked, that kind of shuts it down. Most of the time, you don't want to go for it because you're not rushing the Lincoln Sphere. It's not the 2020 anymore or 2017 back in the days. So they might need to stay away from it. If this was some other team, if this was some Falcons, I would say that they would pick Wraith King, but I don't know if Nightfall wants to play it, especially in potentially the last game.
Yeah, I don't know too. I don't know how good that hero is. It hasn't even looked good when Falcons played it, to be honest.
It's good. It received 2 armor buff, not even kidding. This is pretty massive.
Okay, maybe.
It was such a big buff that they had to remove, so like they had to nerf his talents as well.
The cooldown is always just so long though. That's the main issue for me. But I think one thing to note what BetBoom did, and this is something that we talked about previously, is actually that the offlane hero pool was limited, right? So they ban out the Tide and pick the Doom for themselves, and now they kind of forced Tundra into this Visage again. And they had success in second game, so maybe this is what they should keep going for.
10 seconds remaining.
But they also had a Mag and a Phoenix. I think the combination of their heroes was a bit different in game 2. I think now they don't have the same amount of damage.
Yeah.
They don't have the same amount of team fight. And I'm a bit worried for Tundra right now that they lack. Tusk doesn't deal much damage, Shadow Demon as well. And after the Soul Assumption Festival in the beginning stops, you actually don't have that much damage within your 3 heroes. So they really need something to deal consistent damage going into mid game.
It is a lot of save. You're going to be playing a lot of long fights. Maybe that's their approach to saying our target is going to get disrupted. Our target is going to get snowballed afterwards. Maybe some stuns with the bird. So our carry needs to have a much better time considering what he's going to be playing into, because playing into Doom Muerta, this is a strong lane, and they are going to take Morphling for themselves. So again, using this Doom that they have, so that means that also they don't have it.
I would like to see BetBoom pick something like Elder Titan. or something that overwhelms the team fight once again. If they get another team fight here on BetBoom with this late game superiority with Doom and Morphling against what Tundra currently has, I think it's a very hard spot for Tundra to be in draft-wise. I actually would have a hard time. Could they go for the Naga? That's actually kind of surprising because I thought Naga was more or less
banned. Yeah, it's always
dead.
gone pretty much.
Well, I thought it actually was a dead hero right now. I really thought that people were not prioritizing this hero that much.
And they will pick Lina in the end. They want to have some kind of a burst damage. Also, this time around, Lina is not going to be playing into Magnus. She's not going to be playing into repositioning tool by any means, other than reel in, which I think she's going to be fine, considering the amount of saves that they do have to cover the Lina. I'm kind of liking this Lina pick.
Yeah, I like the Lina a lot. I think this pick was exactly what they needed, right? Like we talked about the burst damage, the damage that they actually need for their other heroes to make sense together. You also have the double save, which Lina benefits from greatly, and it's really good against Morphling. And yeah, also it's a much better Lina game than what we saw earlier. There is nothing to really get on top of her apart from the song. And I'm also kind of skeptical of this Naga Siren now. Like, we have seen it several times now, and it just doesn't look like it does
It is
anything.
a bit slow. When you're trying to use ulti, it's not like an instant save by any means. And also, they have everything. This is pretty much anti-carry type of a draft, because you're playing with Tusk, you're playing with Shadow Demon, and you also have Magic Lina from the mid lane, who is rushing Aghanim Scepter. So you know that the burst damage is going to be there, and there is no save. Like, there is nothing that you can stop this Lina from. Whoever gets ulted by Lina is pretty much dead.
Yeah. Yeah, if they actually get bursted, if they actually like manage to.
And they do ban it.
The Wraith King. Yeah. Maybe you're right. Maybe that would have been the answer for the Doom. I mean, I'm just looking at also the Naga Morphling this game in comparison to last time. It is a little bit better. Last time it played against Mag Brew. I saw the Morphling. Oh yeah, Mag Muerta, right? Which is a lot stronger in some aspects. Like the Tusk Visage is a strong lane too, but I think Naga Siren is not too unhappy against a lane like that, because the illusions get kind of annoying for them. But we're gonna have to see. I'm still skeptical of the Naga. I think that was a lot better picks. So what do we need? BetBoom needs a GPK hero for mid, and Tundra needs a carry. A lot of mid heroes are kind of still in the pool, except for, I mean, Pangolier was Storm is banned now, Invoker. Could you go Puck again on BetBoom?
Oh, they will pick up Sven. I was thinking about what they want to do, because this is Transformation Hero. It's explosive damage with a lot of backup behind him. Visage is going to be buying Aura, so if you're the one who's initiating, you don't care about Doom. You get Doom, you're going to pop your BKB and ulti before that. So I think this is a very good response from Tundra.
Agree, I like the Sven pick a lot too. I think
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe Puck and Zolina is too rough of a matchup lane-wise, but it looks like a good game otherwise. Earth Spirit. Oh, a quick stat for you, okay? Earth Spirit in this tournament has a 10% win rate. You know
one out of 10 games won. This is. You know what, Misery? After seeing both of these drafts, I think we're gonna go to Game 5. To be honest,
it's definitely possible. I have seen Earth Spirit pop off though, but he's still kind of losing the games, right? I don't know. I've seen no one pop off on this hero.
What's going to be the follow-up? Once GPK goes in, let's say you get disrupted, you get stunned, disruption into LSA, into Sven stun, you're straight up going to die. There is no save other than your ulti from Naga Siren, but I do feel that they got the draft that they wanted outside of Tundra. It is a lot of explosive damage. The heroes are straight up going to die. You're playing into Sven, you're playing into Lina, tag team as well. This is also a team that can easily control Roshans throughout the whole game, because you're never going to be lacking damage. And for BetBoom, it is a bit of a slower draft. We're talking about Morphling and Doom. GPK needs to be the one popping off. I also want to see if they're going to be able to pressure the safe lane, because Sven as a carry is not the hero that's going to be killing enemy offlaner, especially tanky hero like Doom. So I want to see how pressured he's going to get, and if they're going to be able to get, maybe push him to the jungle relatively early on.
I think though that BetBoom, if they like, the Earth Spirit for me is more like a hero that can kind of fight back into Tundra's heroes. He doesn't necessarily need to be running around and creating a lot of space. They can just kind of play on their own side of the map, play reactionary, have the Naga, Elo Scout, have Morphling Doom continue to farm, and then Earthbird and Muerta just be ready all the time. And then whenever Tundra comes into your areas, then you fight back, then you strike back. Because I do think that BetBoom's heroes still do scale better. Like when we hit 40 minutes, if the game is fairly even and everybody has farm, then Naga Siren starts to kick in, Doom starts to kick in, Morphling gets strong, and he doesn't die to Lina anymore. Then we have a problem for Tundra, in my opinion. But until then, I think Tundra has a lot of tempo in their draft.
Oh, absolutely. I think they have, like, laning stage, I think it's going to be won by Tundra, where they're going to be able to put the pressure, use some early twin gates, and try to pressure Pure's Morphling. But I believe the game is ready, and potentially for one last time, we're going to throw it to our casters, Cap and Synderen.
Thank you, Lacoste. That's right. It seems like our analysts agreed that Tundra got the better of the draft, Synderen, but they're going to need it because BetBoom certainly look like the better team today.
Yeah, and I also think it came with an asterisk that from Misery, it didn't sound like he thought Tundra's lineup was just straight up better. It was under the condition that they get stuff done at the right time. He does think that should this game go late, BetBoom will eventually eclipse them, and that's the thing. These games in general have been relatively long for Tundra standards. So can they bring up the pace to the 30-minute victories they had against Extreme? Or are BetBoom just too good to prevent that?
Yeah, Tundra certainly getting stuff done has not been their MO in this best of 5, I would say. So we'll see how they manage with the lineup that wants to be taking the tempo early. Revisiting the Lina again for Lornoff, which did not go the best for them the last time around. But on the other side, it's matched up against an Earth Spirit who has a terrible win rate, as they suggested, and a Naga Siren that hasn't really impressed, frankly. As the hero, you know, was just perma-banned for so many tournaments for so long. But honestly, every single, the last few tournaments, I feel like the hero has snuck out of that ban pool. And every single time I'm like, yeah, I don't actually see why it needs to be perma-banned. I agree it's strong, but like, is it worth one of those first 4 bans?
It's one of the fascinating things where this has happened many times in Dota's history. A hero is so broken in one patch that even after nerfs, teams still ban it because they think the concept of the hero is what's insane.
Right.
Not necessarily the numbers. And this has happened with IO. I want to say 2 or 3 times in Dota's history where teams just keep banning IO, and then at some point, some team gives away IO, they beat it in lane, they run over the map, and IO becomes seemingly worthless. And other teams are like, wait, what? This hero isn't good anymore? And then they adjust. And I'm not saying Naga's in that pool, but there's a possibility that it's not an S-tier support anymore, which I think the pro teams would welcome, because this has been a default ban for like half a year, almost.
I think facets have been normal across the board, except for that one that 33 was rocking. He opted not for the extra gold facet on these kills, death toll. Instead, he's going for the Sepulcher, the AoE Grave Chill one, which we've seen before. 33 has done this before. He does it against like Broodmothers, where you hit the stack of Spiderlings and you get this Grave Chill from all of the spiders. It's pretty insane. Here, he's doing it against Naga Siren and the extra illusions, but I don't really see much after the laning phase that really takes advantage of this facet.
I guess Naga, Morph, and perhaps it's the foresight that he thinks they will not find that many kills early, and then later in the game, when Morph jumps him, it gives him an additional defensive layer, perhaps.
Okay.
But it is indeed not the common one. This is easily the minority facet to take. But I can see the rationale if he's thinking, all right, what happened in the last 3 games we played? There were not that many kills. So am I really getting away with this?
Yeah, that's fair enough. But doesn't that already make you concerned? If you feel like Tundra are rocking a lineup that wants to be making kills happen, and you're already accepting a passive pace? Soxa getting really good shards in this lane so far. It's just, they just don't quite have the damage to actually punish yet, but he is doing good work with it.
Look at Katsumi's courier as well. Is it concerning? I don't know. It's one of those things where I am not a Visage player. So
Yeah,
I don't know how bad it feels. A lot of the times with facets like this that are snowbally, you kind of just make a judgment call at the start of the game. Am I likely to do this? And perhaps what he's thinking is, well, I'm laning against Morph with Tusk and Naga. Are they killing us? Or are we killing them? If you can't envision a kill in the lane, realistically speaking, then maybe Sepulchre is just better.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because most of the times that we saw Death Toll, Visages have been extremely kill hungry in lane and pulled it off most of the time.
Right. Mid lane matchup 18-7. An early lead for Lornoff over the GPK Earth Spirit. And then we see the top lane Shadow Demon Sven versus Muerta Doom.
Should just be a wash, right?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Get some creeps. Sven SD, in order to kill, need to get like 3 Shadow Poisons and then into Disruption, Shadow Poison, Stormhammer, and another Poison. So your engagement condition is more or less hitting 3 stacks, and at this level of play, that does not come about very often.
Both at 29 unique heroes after this draft. That's really interesting.
Look at Heroic. They lasted 2 rounds in the bracket, and they still had the most unique heroes.
I feel like the team that has the most unique heroes is never the best team.
Oh, it was
You know what I mean?
I think it was per 10 games. Maybe we misread it.
Okay.
Oh, Heroic played 10 games. Sorry. Yeah. Alright, I have bad hearing, Cap. I apologize.
Me too. I'm with you on that.
I actually do have pretty good hearing.
Oh, well.
Noxo has bad voice.
Yeah, bad voice.
Noxa.
Bad voice.
Poking and prodding, doing a little bit of damage. I mean, they're both down to half. This is not out of the question that you could make a move. Speaking of,
oh hey,
Larnoff, big damage back. Nobody dying.
Not quite.
Don't eat the Dragon Slave.
Yeah, don't eat the Dragon Slave. Don't get rolled on. Don't get kicked. GPK is going to slip on by and try and go for the Bounty Rune.
Well, he'll eat it with a raindrop. I guess that's fine.
Yeah.
And we'll take. Surprisingly, I think he would have survived it. I thought the Dragon Slave was gonna be enough there with level 3, but not the case. And this time around, Lornoff has gone 3-1-1.
Yes.
Whereas when he was playing against the Pango, he did not. I find that curious, because I think these 2 heroes in Archetype mid are kind of similar. Like, you're farming with a spell, and a lot of the times you do come into melee hit. So, I don't know. Puzzling.
Zuxa, tag team. Lots of damage to Kateomi, and that's going to be your first blood. Catching Kateomi while I assume he had his illusions on cooldown.
Level 2 tag team.
And level 2
so
tag
much
team.
damage.
Yeah.
Opting for that over the snowball. Good choice in that lane, because the amount of counterplay Morphling has to protect his Naga is non-existent.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that's actually another point to the death toll, right? Like, obviously, Tuss is a good killer, but specifically tag team, right? The more attack speed you're getting out of Grave Chill, the better for the lane.
But that said, he did go death toll a lot with Tusk earlier this year. So I don't think that's the entirety of the reason. Or maybe they just didn't think about that tech at the time, but I feel like it's maybe to these players kind of obvious that that would be a combo. Who knows? Death toll also got nerfed. Twice.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
the equation changes over time.
I think it's part of my favorite part of this new facet situation is the guys who specialize in a hero, when they change the, you know, there's always a default facet, and when they change and go away from that, because they are going to be the best people, you know, to go to on when you do make a facet change like that.
They're going to be the best players, at least.
Nice dead shot, back in. The calling, landing twice is just enough damage to bring down Whitemawk.
Nightfall. He's almost level 5. Sven can jungle when it needs to happen. So we see the Wisdom Rune split.
I wonder if that's...
Again, this is the second time he takes it on Visage.
Yes, right?
Getting
Faster
the birds
level 6.
quickly on 33 when he's playing this hero. Once again, that does mean that somebody gets left behind on the side of Tundra in the supports. It'll take a while before...
trying to pull the creep wave. There is Ensnare to worry about. He needs vision of some creeps to roll away. He uses it on Katomi. Sends him absolutely nowhere, so he is likely to die. Wait. Oh, couldn't get the block off with the shard. Either way, GPK was ready to go for some sort of kick or something there. Quick calling. Great reaction from Zabe, but a rare miss on the dead shot from him. And as a result, Whitemon is beginning to get away. Disruption onto the Earth Spirit sets up the LSA and allows them to be able to back away. 8-minute power rune is going to be controlled by BetBoom, and GPK takes the amp damage. Big rune to get.
Yeah, it does unlock the possibility of killing Sven here. I think much easier if he were to rotate up there. It's a little bit hard not to make it too obvious, though, as Lina is pushing the lane so quickly all the time. When you stop showing, it's kind of telegraphed that you are out and about, but maybe with a TP play, Tundra won't get to respond.
It's Lorinov who's going to be in a better position to make these kind of rotations. GPK goes up there now.
This is not going to happen. He's spotted the whole way. This is extremely obvious.
Yeah.
Nice ward from Tundra, and Nightfall will stay all the way to the right.
Instead, it's a question of whether or not Pure is going to be caught. With the Lina backing away, a smoke, Whitemon. He's going to spook him here. Disruption, LSA. Laguna Blade, all the damage coming out. The birds are on their way with the tag team damage. He really just cannot morph strength enough. Not against this duo, Tusk Visage.
In the meantime, BetBoom will take a tower trade. They did not find the Sven. He was, of course, well aware of that rotation, courtesy of the Obs in the river. And things will quiet down. They'll give the tower to GPK to work on his blade mail. Now that's when the matchup against Lina actually gets really interesting. Lina doesn't like when heroes come up nice and close, which Earth Spirit does, and she doesn't have the best health pool, so if you connect her spells and you pop your blade mail, she can't even fight back. She can drop an LSA and run, but then you've already zoned her out of the fight, and maybe you still chase her down and kill her. So they are setting up here with this power rune. If Lorinov were to show, he would be dead in an instant. Playing it safe, off on the right, waiting on the rune.
GPK, he's likely going to roll on in here.
Didn't get it.
Ends up being top, but it is well guarded. BetBoom just having constant control over the river.
Oh, it's a shield rune. Demonic Purge is not available. For a while, to say the least. Whitemon's level 4.
I assume he was the one who got left out on the Wisdom Rune trade.
I think it might have actually been Soxa, because Soxa was level 4.5 when Shadow Demon was level 3.
Oh, okay.
He's just got that little out of the lane on SD.
Wow.
So definitely on the back foot here, Whitemon. We've seen some outstanding games from him this tournament, and he's a player who can do a lot with a little, but there's a limit.
Sure.
It's hard to do a lot with nothing.
Two to two, not much happening. Do you feel like that favors one team or the other?
Not so concerned about the first 20 minutes. I'm concerned about the next 15.
Okay.
That's when Sven usually wins games. I think Sven, despite being one of the hardest hitting heroes in the game. Oh, hang on, maybe.
Pull him in.
That's a travel.
Oh,
Lina.
yeah, Boots of Travelina coming in hot. Hits the LSA. Laguna Blade blows him up, but GPK wants this fight. He's got a shield rune. Nice pickup on the snowball. Where are they headed to? It's to the right. Miro with the wrong direction. GPK is going to have to roll after this one. Hits Soxa instead of the Lina. Lina, the Doom is going to wear off, but a long-range kick doesn't quite hit him. Manages to dodge that one. Now 33 is going to be targeted instead. Doesn't hit the stun there. Gets close. Whitemon should be able to help 33 disengage. That is all BetBoom's going to get out of it. It was just a Tusk.
Yeah, and Sven wasn't involved, so that's great.
Yeah.
For the side of Tundra. Get to farm up some more on Nightfall. But I was going to say, despite being one of the hardest hitting heroes in the game, I think Sven is deceptively bad later in the game. You would think that a hero hitting hard translates to big late game crits, and it does.
Yeah.
But with the amount of items that Dota has right now, Sven is one of the most counterable late game carries. There's so many ways of distancing yourself, there's so many ways of kiting, there's so many things that turn you invisible, you name it. And he needs all his slots. This guy cannot run around with a dust 40 minutes into the game. He needs to be big and bad and kill people in 2 hits, or his BKB runs out and then he just gets kited.
I feel like he's one of the heroes that suffers the most from the trend of like support net worths going up, like more and more utility items are in the game. A lot of ways to be able to counter what he wants to do in team fights.
I agree with that.
So it means when you hit that timing, you got to hit it hard. Otherwise, the kiting begins.
2K ahead against Morph is a very good start, though. So Nightfall, having a good time so far. We'll, of course, have to contend with Doom later, unless that will always be thrown onto Laurenov. It will be one of the two, almost exclusively. They find Whitemon again. Take him out.
So the Blade Mail's almost done, which I guess the slower pace, I'm not loving it for Earth Spirit. But I guess the other two cores are happy with it. Laurenov's building into his Aghanim Scepter again after the Boots of Travel. We're going to have a pipe for the Visage. And obviously Sven is just farming away. At some point he'll get a Blink Dagger and he could be a part of fights. But until then, it's neutral in time.
Earth Spirit has an interesting power curve where you're very strong when you hit 6 and 7. And, well, a couple of more levels, to be honest. Then in the later portion of the mid-game, you maybe have a little bit of a lull. And then when you hit level 25, you're an absolute boss.
Yeah.
And in between that lull and 25, there's also plays primarily off what itemization you choose, whether that's Ags or BKB or both. Shivas. To protect you. The most common build we saw from no one, who I think has played maybe the most Earth Spirit mid this tournament, went Blade Mill Shiva as his first 2 items, not even getting the BKB. I would kind of like that build this game. I think it's really good. You get the slow against Sven and the familiars, you get a lot of armor, and you're going to get Demonic Purged some of the time when you roll in, so you better have some staying power.
Got Laurenov. Got the Doom on him. Got the kicked boulder as well to slow him down with a dead shot. That's enough.
Big find. And a tower. No way Tundra defend this without a buyback on the Lina, and I think they didn't want to anyway. Unless, maybe they spoke too soon. I don't know about this one. They have the song.
33 puts himself in the front line. See, it's a tanky Visage. And the rest of the team, they were trying to make a play in the enemy jungle area. Oh, kicked into the tower, Saksa.
This is extremely awkward.
A very weird situation.
I think that might have been possible to commit to for BetBoom even without their morph. I think the Tusk's position was extremely compromised.
And GPK.
Respect them.
He's too scared to go for it. Oh, that shard. He's still stuck. Pops his ultimate, dodges the punch that was coming in. GPK, he rolls in and gets him magnetized onto Nightfall. Dead shot pushes the Visage away. Sticking on to Nightfall. Demonic Purge put onto GPK, helping Nightfall get away, trying to get this magnetized off of him. The roll comes forward. GPK, a lot of damage put onto him, but he survives. The song comes in, and now it's going to be damn near a wipe. If he could keep the magnetize, he's killed Nightfall as well. The magnetize ran out. He's got Warcry. He should be good to go, but they get 3 kills. GPK went into the middle of all those heroes, re-upped the magnetize, and was barely saved in time by the song.
Nice damage numbers there from the side of BetBoom. Just everybody pulling their weight. Earth Spirit contributing the most, but even the Naga had a decent impact there in terms of output. And that's extremely good news. This was the part of the game, not necessarily the part, but this should have been the beginning of what could be a ramp for Tundra with their Sven strat.
Yep.
Losing that fight is huge. There's really big ramifications for the Sven matchup against the Morphling.
I think the Visage being slowed down is really big, right? Because that pipe timing versus the Earth Spirit, that's one of those valleys for the Earth Spirit, right? When he comes in, he magnetizes, and it's like, oh, pipe. There goes up most of your damage in a fight.
Begs the question, were Tundra in their right minds to push that mid? They already had a dead hero.
Yeah.
And then they forced pretty close up to the tower. And Pure was more than happy to show up on the morph once they got close enough. And what do you make of this build?
Butterfly Lincolns.
Straight butter with Dragonlance.
I'm with it against Sven.
Sven Visage?
Yeah.
I feel like this is one of the most unusual builds. These two. Am I right?
Yeah. I would agree that it's probably one of the more abnormal builds up. But maybe this is just a bit of new meta combination of the heroes he's playing against. Another nice pick off on Laurenov. the heroes he's playing against, it's a good build for, and kind of got nerfed, right? So maybe a lot of people are going to be revisiting this idea on Morphling, more of the right-click build.
Awkward time for Tundra, in my opinion. Visage wants to do something, doesn't have the pipe, can't really fight. Sven is not a strong hero yet. So you have this probably 5 to 10 minute period now where you kind of just have to hit creeps. I don't know if you have the damage.
Yeah.
Kill the cores.
May not have the damage to kill cores, don't feel strong enough to do Roshan.
Well, you have the damage if Lina connects on a stun. That's the one way you burst Morph or Earth Spirit or Doom. But so far, that hasn't really worked out too well for them. And they're being scouted a lot by Whitemon.
Yeah.
These Naga illusions are extremely valuable. Just keep control, keep tabs on the map. Oh, if they were to find Lorne off again. Doom is in the neighborhood. Okay, he's gonna blink back, so they're not gonna try for anything here. They did have 3 heroes somewhat in the neighborhood if they wanted to try for a play, but maybe anticipating exactly this, they're gonna dodge Tundra's smoke for the time being. Now, if this were to break on the Earth Spirit, I think they kill 0 heroes.
Got the Earth Spirits.
Song, hello?
Oh, it's too late!
It was too late.
The Laguna Blade came in just in the nick of time.
Looked like Kataomi was not anticipating this, whereas GPK kind of was.
Yeah.
They just had a little too much spacing between each other, and that's a nice pick for Tundra. Close call. Almost didn't get it against Naga. But this time they're successful. Nice blink out by Niero, but the hunt is on. That's another one.
All right, the pickoff's building up now for Tundra. Eventually getting there. And they're right next to an area that they would love to invade, right? 20 minutes. We've got Tormentor and the Wisdom Rune. Well, without an Aegis, I'm not sure if they're strong enough, but they could at least take this offlane tower and the Courier, I guess. We'll see if Tundra wants to fully take over this area. They're gonna go for the Tormentor. Tundra like taking their Tormentors, man.
Fast.
Demonic Purge, Demonic Cleanse now for Whitemon.
So he can cleanse and snare. He can cleanse Earth Spirit, Silence, and Slow.
Magnetize, yep.
Like, Magnetize is a big one.
I think that this has got to feel really good for this Sven, right? Like, he hates being kited and just dumping on at him in the start of a fight so he can just go in.
Yeah, and if you keep trying to reapply Magnetize, it doesn't matter for like 6 seconds.
Yeah, yeah.
So that is very good. Pure somehow going to get a tier 2 out of this, and
GPK rolling in, kicks him into the Rod of Atos with the calling. He got off the Flame Coat, though. That magic resistance might just be enough that he lives. If they want to go for it, it's going to be hard. Soxa, snowball pickup, perhaps. He needs the target. Lornoff's too far away, and he got the refresh. A Fairy Fire. He brought a Fairy Fire out to him, but it still wasn't enough, and Soxa dies inside the base. Where's the team to punish this one? Nightfall, he comes in, goes for GPK. A shot goes out, and it is enough. They got 1 kill. How much more can they get off this one? Dead shot pushing 33 back in. 33's in trouble. Calling's on top of him. Doom immediately put onto the Sven while they deal with the Visage.
And they get Soxa's buyback, and they get a clean disengage. The amount of space from GPK in that fight, insane. Initiated, set it all up, and just kept running with it. Eventually does get cold in the enemy base, but man, that took so damn long for them to run him down. And guess what? In the meantime, Pure got to have a field day.
Yep.
I'll get the second Tormentor here on the side of Tundra, as usual.
It's so funny how the enemy Tormentor keeps Tundra in the net worth area, but I'm not sure if it's good, you know? Like, is this shard on Soxa actually worth 1,400 gold, you know?
I think the Shadow Demon one is.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Soxa one, not so sure. It's gonna help him farm and push out waves, which is always nice. But look, I mean, look at GPK, no fear. He's just in there. Nice try on the Fairy Fire.
It was really sick that he pulled that off, but still a few steps away from the saving powers of the fountain. Nice stomp through from Miro on that one. Good read of just doom up this Sven. Just make it so with the buyback and stuff, they really can't feel confident about going in. Now with the BKB in this next fight, that same situation could be a lot different. Give Nightfall a lot more confidence when he pops God Strength to commit to whatever fights he takes. Remains at a 2,000 net worth lead, 12-6 to the favor of BetBoom. Roshan is still on the table here, and considering BetBoom's positioning, they're going to do it without contest from Tundra.
Starting to look good here. Lincoln's on the way soon-ish for Pure. And this will probably grab the Aegis as well. I don't know, man. Sven's job is difficult this game already.
Yeah.
I think.
Would you say that Morphling's one of the better Aegis heroes?
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's similar to Storm, right? Where it's like, you have this resource. In this case, it's Morphling being full agi, where he can do so because the confidence that he has in extra life.
And also, if you do get into a fight and you get shift off and they do kill you, when you respawn, you have so much health.
Right.
Killing you a second time is borderline impossible. You get to reset the fight. You can re-go. You can get a nice stun if you want. There's plenty of plays.
While Lorenov pushes in bottom, the rest of the team is going to smoke, go through the gate, and sweep through, hoping to catch BetBoom. A little discombobulated, but... Oh, Miro! He accidentally uses BKB. Oh, God! His BKB's on cooldown now! Oh, was this the most fortuitous timing? Song comes in, it saves him, it bails him out. He's not going to die for it. That would have been so hilarious that misclicking the BKB, if he died there, kills Miro. Tundra, they maintain a very offensive formation.
Oh, this would be a big find. I mean, he has the Aegis. I don't actually know. Maybe they can burst him once.
See if they can take away that Aegis. They do manage to get it. Amp damage makes it look easy.
That was the last second of the amp damage too, right? I think he stopped blowing, so just narrowly got it done. And that was also without Flame Cloak, I believe.
Yeah, that was expiring as well.
All right, well, they get rid of the Aegis.
Roll on to mid. You go for 33. An immediate disruption put on him. Pick up in the snowball. They're going to leave him. Actually picks up the Sven. Goes after GPK. GPK is going to be knocked up by the Walrus Punch. Nightfall popped BKB, but he doesn't want to be a part of this fight. They don't have Lorenov here. Oh, 33. He gets up to the high ground. TP's out of sight. Manages to slip away into the night.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But that was a fight without BKB on Doom and without Doom expended. So BetBoom still get a basically clean fight. They force the Sven BKB. This is going to become a really big difference maker later in the game. Whether Sven's BKB, first of all, whether it's ready, and secondly, how long duration he has left on it. Down to 8. 6-second window sounds like a lot for Sven, but most of the time it gives you 1 jump.
Yep.
And if that one doesn't kill the right heroes, you get stuck similarly to how he did on Ursa in the previous game.
And it feels like there's a lot of heroes he can't kill. Can't kill the Morphling. Can't kill the Muerta, potentially. Can he kill the Earth Spirit or Doom? Hard to say. They're pretty damn tanky. It's rough. Lina is really going to have to step up to the plate.
Yeah, Lorenov's good net worth, and he has the Shadow Blade, so definitely is capable of setting up those game-winning catch plays, but again, it's so much dependent on finding an isolated solo carry in the side lanes. If you find, you can see Pure right now. Look at his stats. He's playing with plenty of strength. He knows what this is all about. Yeah, this is going to cost a tiny bit of farming speed, but the risk-reward of not getting killed by Lina solo makes things a lot easier. I don't even know if he needs to worry that much about this. Actually, Lina can't solo kill him. She needs help, but somebody needs to break the Linkens and you blast him. But I don't think he needs to worry that much about this. Actually, Lina can't solo kill him. She needs help, but somebody needs to break the Linkens and you blast him. But I don't think he needs to worry that much about this. Actually, Lina can't solo kill him. She needs help, but somebody needs to break the Linkens and you blast him. With 2,500 health, perhaps he can live to his BKB off. These mid games in this series are very quiet.
Yeah, they are.
Compared to the rest of the tournament. And I don't know if that's by design by the teams or if it's just because their skill at pushing waves is just that much higher than the other teams. So finding weakness and moments of opportunity is a ton harder.
I think it's more on Tundra than BetBoom.
All right.
If that makes any sense. Do you agree with that?
In part. BetBoom have been largely, most of their kills I feel like have been response plays. At least a decent chunk of them.
Sure.
It hasn't only been them finding.
Tried to cut a wave, but too many heroes from BetBoom are close by. I would say that Tundra are doing a lot more split pushing and stuff. BetBoom enable that by playing a lot of 5-man. They really do not separate from each other. They don't give Tundra the opportunity very often to get picks that allow them control of the game again. And so in that regard, it is, you know, both teams that are leading to this slower pace in mid games. BKB going to be the next choice for Pure.
So what do you think Tundra are waiting on? Sven's next item, I guess? It's on the way, I think, right? It's got it coming.
Yeah, it's full out Daedalus. That is a massive, massive power spike.
This is when you usually win a fight on Sven, and it determines the game. And if this play fails, you lose a ton of steam. And they'll go for it. This was the play. This was the call. Wait for the Daedalus. They're also going to combine it with a Visage Force Staff, so that's another nice utility item coming in for this one. But the challenge still remains. Can you find a hero that does not get saved by Naga?
Yeah.
To open your way into the fight. If you pop God Strength, blink in and stun and the song goes out, you're in trouble. Even if you BKB on Sven and you don't kill the hero, then your BKB just gets burned.
Look what's happening here. They're going to go for the Morphling, but he just farmed the Ancient Camp. He just came down.
Too late.
Whose courier is that? Oh, a courier just flew across the entire space. They know about that smoke for sure. Caught the Tusk on the edge. Once again, the Rod of Atos into the calling combination. Ruins Saksa. Not getting to play too much of a game. The opposing 4 position in save has his number.
They're just not getting caught. They're just outplaying them at every turn. They're finding a little bit sometimes, and there's been a couple of fights where Tundra initiate, but it's not like clean. They always end up paying something for it. BetBoom are always ready in response. There's been like maybe one Lina kill that just eliminated a core. But when you pick this hero, you're looking for more than one kill in 30 minutes.
He's going to have to use BKB. Another BKB charge down. BetBoom continue to whittle away at those. Not even trying so much as just finding an opportunity. Roshan time, 12 seconds.
Uh-oh.
Go for lowering off a second time while his BKB is on cooldown. A bad time to give up a pick.
He actually doesn't have buy. They might guess this because he bought that BKB, but it's by so little. Even a bounty rune pickup would give him his buyback left, or give him his buyback back. Sorry, it's Scatman John remix.
I haven't heard that one before.
Again?
Dude, how many times is Soxus just perma silence, man? First time? No, that's the third time. Yeesh, BetBoom. One pick off got them a tier 2 tower. A second pick off will get them a second tier 2 tower. And a push into high ground.
Well, Morph pushes fast with Solar. Has the BKB to protect him. Okay, he feels very confident just waveforming into Sven immediately to try to force a response.
Yeah,
I get it.
He still has his butterfly advantage against all these heroes. What are they going to do? They jump on a Nightfall. Force out God Strength, BKB, and he can't run at heroes.
cannot do anything about it. Dead shot in, 33, dead in an instant. They just shredded that Gravekeeper's cloak. Lornoff is back into play. It's a 4 versus 5 again. Punch up in the air, try to change, snowball the song. Kataomi, quick on the fingers this time around. What are they going to do off of this one? They're going to go and kill Nightfall. He is surrounded by heroes and LSA thrown out. Lornoff trying to do what he can. Nightfall's in, no way out. The only way out is back to the fountain. A roll in, magnetized, put it on the Lornoff, buyback, snowball. Nice pickup from Saksa. Doesn't get Lornoff out of here. They have the vision. The deadbot out, and he is gone. 5 dead inside the base. And BetBoom might have just made the most emphatic victory team fight we've seen in this whole entire series to close it out.
Was that a 6-0 fight or 7-0?
Yeah, it was something like that. AR gonna take down the tier 4s. Tundra are just not gonna be back up in time, I think. Synderen, this is looking like it's gonna be a 3-1 for BetBoom.
They've wanted a trophy for so long, and all they need to do is attack a tower for 10 seconds and then attack the throne for 20. Let's see if they can do it.
The only man standing in their way, a 2-time TI winner, 33, trying to deal with Pure. A Desolator picked up. GG is called. Nightfall says this is all over, and BetBoom have finally done it. Pure popping off. It is finally time. Save, Pure, Miro, GPK, and Kataomi will walk away with a trophy. What a fantastic way for them to be able to claim this. No doubt in anybody's mind who the best team at this tournament is. BetBoom prove it in this 3-1, a dominant victory to close out the series in this game 4. Just absolutely thrashing Tundra in the end. Synderen, we've seen so many different iterations of this roster. So many times people heralded them as a championship team from Eastern Europe that was going to be able to take first places. They couldn't do it with Nightfall. Instead, they will do it against Nightfall.
Yeah, I mean, what is there really to say? They earned it the whole way. They lost 1 game in groups. They get to the grand finals. We unanimously thought Tundra was probably going to be the stronger team, but BetBoom. They bring it today.
They've done it. Champions of BLAST SLAM, BetBoom. So many exit interviews with you before, but now it is time for the grand finally winner's interview of the event. Congratulations, Mr. Save. How are you feeling in this moment? Long time coming.
I mean, first LAN in my career, so I don't know, like I've been going for this my whole life, so yeah. What can I say?
The team obviously extremely excited, extremely popped off. Anything that you'd like to say out there to everyone that believed in you guys? A lot of BetBoom boys out there waiting for this moment to happen. It's finally happened. What do you have to say to your fans, family, anybody?
I mean, I just want to say a huge thanks to everyone that
no worries.
keep believed in us. Like in the BetBoom team, in me personally, all these years. Like finally,
it was fine. It worked out.
We managed to win something in this game. I mean, yeah, I'm just, I'm just truly happy about it, you know, and yeah, I'm so grateful.
I can absolutely tell. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate all that you guys did here today, and it is good to see you live up to those lofty expectations. So congratulations, Save. I'm going to let you go back with your boys because I need to get this one right here. Sir, grab my hand. The time has come. Rise. Rise, young man. You finally did it. We have been waiting for a long time, and in this tournament, I have to say personally, you're my MVP. The Morphling, absolutely beautiful. Big emotions right now, right? How are you feeling?
I don't know. It did happen, guys. It's finally, like, it really did happen. I don't know. I just want to say thank you for everyone who's been cheering me for this whole time. Like, it's first but not the last, you know, it's just the start of it, guys. I want to say thank you to my family, to my mother, to my brother, father, and my grandmothers, and everyone. Guys, thank you. Thank you for cheering me. We finally made it, you know?
Finally did it. Congratulations, man. It has been a hell of a ride watching you. Go get that trophy. Go talk to your team. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Ladies and gentlemen at home, give it up one more time for your boys over at BetBoom, your BLAST champions.
The first time a lot of these players are lifting the trophy for themselves. The first LAN win under the belt, and in the way they did it. This game number 4. Oh, you still a little bit of confetti there. Is that your own celebration ready for the end?
Yes.
And the conclusion of BLAST SLAM?
Yes, it's amazing. What an exciting series. The level of play in the last few series in general have been so high. It's been so thrilling to watch how this new format has played out for all the teams involved. I've been so stoked to see, you know, a kind of a new top 4 in the sense, even though BetBoom have obviously come second in so many tournaments, right? It was still a lot of fresh team matchups, a lot of really exciting games. This series, awesome. I'm so happy for BetBoom. Honest to God, like, they have been chasing this for so long. I'm so happy for them, and you can see it, the celebrations. Sometimes we get these really low energy pop-offs at the end of tournaments nowadays, but this one was like screaming, hugging, cheering, like they wanted it.
Almost
they
a
wanted
moment
it.
of disbelief as well, where they're like, it actually happened. It finally happened, right? This org for so long has been chasing this win. Players even longer for themselves personally, but finally, T, there it is, that moment that they get to cherish forever.
Yeah, I mean, for Save, right? Starting his career back in 2019, playing multiple open qualifiers, not succeeding there, but then soon rising up to be one of the best, if not the best at times. Position 4 from the region. It felt like it was inevitable that they were going to win a tournament. Was it meant to take 2 years? I don't think so. There were so many other chances, but they finally overcome the curse, and that's now kind of a scary, you know, scene. You know, we got one more tournament this year, so many next year. I'd be surprised if they're not lifting more trophies in 2025.
It is going to be a jam-packed calendar next year as well, but this is it, the first BLAST SLAM, the champions for themselves, BetBoom there, and clean gameplay, Fia, especially in this game number 4.
We have emotion, right? Yeah, there we go.
I mean, this team has been so close so many times, and they finally overcame the hurdle. They got that championship, and now they're in a stage where I feel like this is a scary team if they ever get to the grand finals from now on, because they have that confidence. They've overcome their fears here, and they can win a tournament. As he said, it finally happened. And I think once you do overcome that, like, ability to be like, okay, we finally got here, but can we actually win it? And you actually get there and you're like, okay, we're here and we're gonna do it. They're gonna become even scarier moving forward. The confidence is something this team, we often kind of like criticize. Like, yeah, they eventually tilt. Like, maybe their confidence isn't good. They lose a game, but once you get to this level here, you win a tournament, I think we're going to see a lot less of that from this team.
I mean, the tilting kind of disappeared. There's multiple points in the game, but like you see a moment where it's like, if this was BB from like 6 months ago, it's like, all right, that game's over. There's no way they recover from that play. But they recover from the play, they changed their builds. Like, everything they did in this grand finals felt like they understood all of their shortcomings, and then they solved it in this one tournament. So I think that is just testament, again, to Dota isn't, you know, solved overnight. It takes a long time. You have to, you know, support these players, build them up over time, and clearly the organization had belief in a core set of that roster, add a couple new guys into the mix, and win a couple trophies. Win a trophy, not couple. Maybe foreshadowing, maybe a bit of foreshadowing.
A couple in the future,
There we
who
go.
knows?
Yeah, prior to this event, they said that they believed their shortcomings were their laning stage being a little bit worse than other teams like Falcons, their inability to capitalize on early game leads. They felt like they just needed to be able to coordinate as a team. And I think we absolutely saw them shine on all of these different things, especially in this series. They were just always together, always grouping, always had someone leading, especially like just GPK. Talk about stand-in. What a freaking high value stand-in.
I reckon.
Every game, he is just in there doing stuff for the team. And they were always just catching Tundra like apart. You look at the mini-map, every time a fight starts, they're just split up, broken, fragmented. It didn't feel like they had the cohesion that BetBoom did. They were a team.
Yeah, he shined in that mid lane for sure. The Pango for 2 of their wins, but this Earth Spirit in that final win for themselves there. I know it is going to be very difficult to answer this, but is there a key player, a standout one for you guys across the board for BetBoom?
Sure, yeah. I mean, ever since TI, when Pure was on Tundra, I think he kind of made his claim to fame that he's rising as a carry. And it really transitioned them towards after TI, when he got on BetBoom. I think he's been the key piece that they've needed to really succeed. He's had super important games that he's clutched up multiple times. His hero selection, he always plays what's in the meta. Sometimes he won't play what's in the meta. I think for me, Pure has really stepped up over the years to become like one of the best carry players, if not the best carry player in the world right now.
You know what? I have a different answer. Right. Controversial in the final hours of Blast Slam.
I love it.
Love to see it.
Keep it going.
Yeah, I was about to go with Sassy then, but it's okay. I'm going to go with Save, right?
Yeah.
He played 3 Murta games in the 3 winning games. Sure, he then played an SD elsewhere, but I think there's multiple highlights where you could build an entire package just from like the random dead shots. I think even in game 1, it's like there's a dead shot of someone TPing up behind a tree. You don't even see the guy, but he throws it out, he hits it, he cancels the TP, and I think just sure, he didn't have to go deep into his hero pool, but the consistency of the Murta, even the callings to then prevent the Ursa from ulting, like I think he played such a stable game that when things did get a little volatile, he was there. He was tanking it.
Controversial. Save always plays well, though.
Okay.
All right, fair enough.
Well, if he always plays well, then he's the most valuable player, right?
Well, I didn't say MVP. I said key player.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever.
We have to give an MVP. Do we have to?
No, not at all. I was just asking for opinion. You sure?
Permission to MVP?
Okay, sure.
We have 1 vote for Pure, 1 vote for Save.
To decide on the tiebreaker.
I was gonna shout out Save. Yeah. Mostly because every time I looked at my screen, he was hitting some random shot that was just like winning a team fight or a pick
off. But it's not a core player, awesome. So you know maybe.
Yeah. Also, his deaths were so low. Like I feel like supports. It's so important not to just be feeding all the time. Like obviously, if you're playing a hero that's meant to like tank for your core, protect from smokes, whatever, I get it. But like his deaths were pretty damn low. He was doing a really good job in general of his positioning, always being active on the map. Like anytime you're dead, that's time you're not setting up or doing something. He was active all the frickin' time.
Well, BetBoom, you know, they had the shortest path here, all right? That's what I'll say. But that is because they had an outstanding group stage for themselves. They were able to top out Group A. They were able to take down Parivision in a best of 3. And in this grand finals, best of 5, they were able to best Tundra. It was a lot of fun. I've enjoyed paneling with you guys a lot. And before we do close out Blast Slam, any final thoughts on exactly what we were able to witness over this past week of high stakes and high-paced Dota?
Genuinely, I loved the format. Like genuinely, it was so new and fresh and fun. Like for me, I obviously have been away from events for a long time, so coming back into this, it felt like something completely new and exciting. And I'm like, oh, this is really fun. I loved it. I loved seeing all of the teams. Even though there were less teams, it felt like I saw more teams than usual just because of how it worked with the gauntlet.
The gauntlet,
gauntlet, yes. I loved it. I was a big fan.
No, I agree. I think 2024, the teams got a little bit kind of happy to enter the rhythm of what a tournament's meant to be about. This tournament kind of threw that on its head, and we saw some of the best teams in the world fall short because they just weren't able to adapt quick enough compared to a team that didn't even have their active coach with them, right? So it's like, I think it is just a scary format, and teams, knowing that this now exists, they're going to have to prepare better, become stronger, be better teams, understand that, you know, they can't just accept a couple things to be the key thing. So, yeah, I love the format, love a couple stories. Hopefully, if we do a gauntlet again, I do want to see a round 1 or 2 team make it the whole way through, create those, you know, Cinderella moments, you know, ad Finem-esque, but we didn't get it this time, but we still got a team that was able to break a curse, which arguably is equally as good.
Nice, getting going last is great, but
Let's see.
luck.
What can he do? What can he cook up? What can he cook up?
Dota related, I really enjoyed the fact that the meta kind of like expanded, especially in the grand finals. We got to see a lot of new heroes. Like we got to see a Spectre, we got to see Lycan, heroes that were like completely unpicked throughout the entirety of the tournament, but show up into the group stage. Really just showing the meta still isn't evolved here, and these teams that are at the top right now, they still have a lot of creativity to show.
Well, I loved it. Hearing your thoughts, sharing these moments with you guys.
Recording content.
Hey, look, these guys, you know, they got to celebrate their wins, and winners, they are BetBoom. The first time these players are lifting a LAN trophy for themselves. The first champions of Blast Slam. It has been a pleasure. Thank you to everyone that watched at home. Thank you to everyone that put in countless hours as well here at Blast. It has been an amazing format, some exciting Dota, and I do look forward to the next time we guys get to see you with another Blast Slam event. But for now, enjoy your pubs, enjoy seeing Spectre on the rise come back, I am sure, no doubt, and also that Muerta, get in there, start practicing. Bye guys.
See ya.